Chapter 39. Like shadows, they drifted through the dark cathedral. Or at least, Tanith did. She was magnificent to watch. She became the darkness, melted into it. She walked along walls and ceilings. She vanished when she had to. Sebastian was less like a shadow, more like someone wearing a leather suit that creaked when he moved, with an awkward mask that curtailed a good deal of his peripheral vision. He also didn't quite melt into the darkness so much as lunge desperately. But he managed not to be seen, which was the main thing. Tanith had another advantage over him. She knew where she was going, and led him straight to the display area. Set out in a large room like a museum, there were all manner of exhibits and books and stuff he didn't care about. And in the middle of it all was the scythe, turning slowly within a glass case and held aloft by the small sigils carved into the base. Sebastian reached for it, and Tanith smacked her staff against his hand. "What is wrong with you?" she asked. "Are you actually trying to get us caught?" He narrowed his eyes. "You think it's rigged to an alarm?" "Yes, Sebastian, I do." Would you know how to dismantle it?" She looked at him like he was an idiot. "Why did you come here? Why are you doing this, if you're not prepared for exactly this sort of thing? Are you always this ill-equipped?" "Not always," Sebastian said. Tanith sighed and passed her hand over the lock. It clicked open. "Cool," Sebastian said, and once again Tanith hit him with the staff. "Ow!" he said. "I've unlocked it," she told him, "but the alarm is still active." "Oh. You know, I'm not entirely convinced that you're cut out for this line of work," she said. "You are, and I have refrained from using these words until right this second, incredibly incompetent." "Bit harsh?" "Not really. I know you think you have a mission, but I sincerely believe that you'd be better leaving it to someone else." Beneath his mask, Sebastian smiled. "I wish I could, Tanith. I really do. But no one else can see what's going on, and no one else understands what has to be done." "Then you should really just think about quitting, because you're going to get yourself killed." "Maybe. But I have to try." "What are you after, Sebastian? Why are you doing this?" "The world needs help." "Surely there are more qualified people to provide that help." "You'd think so, wouldn't you?" He examined the glass case. "Do you think we could cut the wires or something?" "The alarm isn't electronic," Tanith said. "See that sigil in the corner, the little one? The moment the scythe is touched, that little sigil will start screaming like nothing you've ever heard." "Can you disable it?" "I don't know a whole lot about sigils." "Pity China Sorrows isn't here." "That would be incredibly handy," Tanith murmured. "Your only chance, as far as I can see, is to grab it and run as fast as you can." Sebastian peered at her. "That's it? Your advice is to grab it and run?" "As fast as you can, because the cathedral guards will be right on your heels. You have a way out?" Sebastian nodded. "Then I'd do some warm-up exercises and get ready to sprint." "Huh," he said. "This heist plan is not as intricate as I'd been hoping." "Oh, don't worry. I'm going to provide a distraction," Tanith said. "I probably won't be able to get to my target without witnesses, so when I strike, the alarm will be raised. That's your cue." "And do you have a way out?" "Of course. So, what, I wait here until the assassination? Unless you want to help me kill someone." "Not really." "No offence, but I wouldn't have accepted your help even if you'd offered it. Find somewhere to hide, Sebastian. You'll know when my target is dead." She started to walk away. "Hey, Tanith." "Thank you." She turned, looked back. "I don't know what your mission is, but I hope it works out for you." "Same here. I mean, good luck killing the person. I'm sure they deserve it." "If anyone deserves it," said Tanith, "it's China's Sorrows." Chapter 40. Valkyrie pulled up outside her parents' home, struggling to wrench her mind away from thoughts of Abyssinia and Cain and all this history that was suddenly starting to infect the present. So many secrets, so many hidden lives. She was no stranger to that, of course, but she had to keep it separate, had to keep it away from Alice. Valkyrie tried smiling. Tried again. On the third attempt, it took. She got out, entered the house. "Hey!" she called. The house was quiet. Omen sat alone in the living room. "Thanks for this," she said, walking in. "Seriously, was she any trouble?" Omen stood. It was pretty clear he'd been crying. "What's wrong?" she asked. Then she looked around. "Where's Alice?" "He took her," Omen said. Valkyrie took a step forward. "What?" He hesitated before answering. "Cadaverous Gant." She was on him before he'd finished speaking, her hands curling into his shirt, forcing him back, pinning him to the wall. "What?" "I'm so sorry," Omen said, crying again. "He was going to kill me. He said I'd to give you this." He had a phone in his hand. She released him, grabbed the phone. The screen lit up. There was one number ready to be dialed. She hit the button and waited.
"Hello, Valkyrie,"
said Cadaverous. "Bring her back," Valkyrie said, walking away from Omen. "I'll do whatever you want. Just don't hurt her, and bring her back."
"You'll be wanting to shut up now," Cadaverous said. "I hear one word from you that isn't an answer to a question, and I'll end this right now by killing her. Is that understood, you arrogant brat?"
She stiffened. "Yes."
"For the duration of this phone call, you will refer to me as Sir. Is that understood?"
"Yes, sir."
"That's much better. As you have probably guessed, I took your sister in order to lead you into a trap."
"You don't have to lead me anywhere. I will willingly go wherever."
"I didn't ask a question."
Valkyrie froze. "Sorry," she said.
"Sorry what?"
"Sorry, sir."
"Okay," Cadaverous said. "That's your first and only warning. You do that again, and I'll kill her and throw her body in a ditch. We're going to play a little game, Valkyrie. Do you like games? I hope you do. This is a fun game. I call it Let's Save Alice. The objective is simple. You've got to find her before midnight. That's it. The rules are, you have to do this alone. Omen didn't factor into my plans, but let's face it, even if you take him with you, you're still basically alone. So, when this call ends, you leave your own phone where it is. You leave those little shock sticks of yours behind. You don't tell anyone, especially not the skeleton. And you and the Darkly boy get in your car and you drive. Are you with me so far?
"Yes, sir."
Good. I'm not going to tell you where your sister is. That's for you to figure out. Your first stop will be to see a man called Paula. He's waiting at the Iron Bar in Rawhaven. He'll let you know what you have to do once you get there. Is that clear?
"Yes, sir."
If I find out that you were cheating, or if you fail to retrieve her by midnight, your sister dies. What time is it, Brett?
Valkyrie checked her watch. It's almost 6, sir.
Then you have just over 6 hours. We'll be waiting.
He hung up. She stared at the phone. I'm so sorry, Omen said. Valkyrie turned. She'd forgotten he was there. Did he say anything? Anything about where he was taking her or what he was going to do? Anything at all? No, Omen said. He just told me not to call anyone. He said Alice's life depends on it. Yeah, I got that part. I'm so sorry. I let him take her. I didn't even fight him. He would have killed you. Valkyrie pulled her keys from her pocket. Okay, come on. She stalked out of the house. He followed. I'm coming with you? You're part of this now, she said. Close the front door, then get in. She got in, started the engine. Her hands gripped the wheel. Her heart was cold and pounding. She wasn't sure if she was thinking clearly. Omen got in beside her. She pulled out onto the road as he was buckling his belt. Was she scared? Valkyrie asked. I don't think she knew what was going on, Omen said. He was controlling her, telling her not to be afraid and to keep calm. She nodded. That was good. The idea of her sister being out there, alone and terrified, would have been too much for her to take right now. Chapter 41. He followed Tanith at a distance, trying to figure out the best way to go about what he had to do. His mind, never the best place to go for ideas, remained stubbornly blank. He watched Tanith crouch by a balcony. Making sure he wasn't seen, Sebastian scurried to the nearest curve of the same balcony and looked over. Walking below, and deep in conversation, was the arch-canon, Damocles Creed. Beside him was China Sorrows. Sebastian started to creep round the curve. When he came to the broadest part, he could see Tanith again, her back to him. She was focused on Creed and China, preparing to vault over the balcony. He didn't want to do this. He really didn't want to do this. He charged. Tanith heard him and turned, saw him coming, made a face, gestured for him to go away. He stopped charging because it was stupid, and instead walked up to her. She straightened and moved away from the balcony. "What the hell are you doing?" she whispered. I'm sorry, Tanith, he answered, speaking softly. I can't let you kill her. Tanith observed him coolly. I understand that you have your reasons, he continued. I get that, I do. But I need China to stay alive. I can't have the disruption that her death would bring, do you see? For my plan to work out how I need it to, she has to stay alive. I'm so sorry. You think you're going to stop me? Tanith asked. I'm hoping you'll just walk away. And if I don't? He swallowed. Then I'll have to do my best to stop you. Tanith stepped closer. Do you have any idea what she's done? Any idea at all about the people she's had killed? She was bad enough before she crowned herself supreme mage, but now that she has actual power? She's a monster, Sebastian, and you want to save her? I can't let you kill her. Tanith sighed and shook her head. Fine, she said, laying her staff on the ground. Stop me. Sebastian winced. I am really, really sorry about this. Whatever. He fainted low and went high, and she hit him, square in the solar plexus. His suit did a decent job of absorbing the punch, but it still forced some of the wind from his lungs. He lunged, and she caught his wrist, twisted his arm, led him one way, and then flipped him onto his back. He got to his knees and grabbed for her leg, but she moved sideways and kicked him, and he went tumbling. Sebastian got up and ran at her. At first, it looked like she was going to dodge, but then she rammed her elbow into his chest, hit him a few times about the head, and caught him with another kick that sent him flying. He came to a rolling stop, and below them he heard a door close. Tanith's eyes widened, and she hurried to the balcony and looked over. Sebastian watched her stiffen with fury, and she stalked over, standing above him. "You made me miss my target," she said. "I'm sorry, but I couldn't let you—" "Who are you to stop me from doing anything? You'd have been hauled off in shackles if it wasn't for me. You'd have been interrogated and tortured. That stupid mask of yours would have been cut from your face, and when they were done with you, they'd have dumped your body in a shallow grave somewhere. I saved your life, you little toad. I need China to stay alive. She's a tyrant. I'm sorry. I am. I should kill you for what you've done." "Are you going to?" She looked so mad that he was actually surprised when she shook her head. "This was my chance," she said. "China never leaves the High Sanctuary." "You know there was no guarantee you'd have actually been able to kill her, right? She's pretty powerful. Plus, you'd have had to deal with Creed as well, and he's formidable." "You know him?" "We've crossed paths." Tanith took a moment and shook her head. "You owe me, Sebastian Tau." "I know." "Go on," she said, pulling him up. "Go back and grab the scythe and get out of here." "Thank you for your help. Seriously." "I wish I hadn't met you." "Yeah." She walked over to the balcony and jumped it as easily as Sebastian would take a breath, and she was gone. He hurried back the way he'd come. As he moved, he sent Bennett and Tantalus a message, telling them to meet him at the tunnel. He put his phone away when he reached the glass case. He prepared himself, going over the escape route in his head. And then he grabbed the scythe. The alarm split the air, and he was off, sprinting through corridors, barging past clerics, staying ahead of the cathedral guards who gave chase. He lost them, took the stairs down, his legs burning. He found Tantalus in the tunnel, waving him on. He ran in, and Tantalus pulled the lever, and the wall closed, sealing them in darkness. Sebastian doubled over and fought to get his breath back. "Is that it?" Tantalus asked, summoning a flame into his hand. "Let me see." Sebastian let him take the scythe, and straightened. He took out his torch, swung it around. "Where's Bennett?" "I sent him on ahead," Tantalus said, examining the blade. "There was no point in both of us risking our lives to wait for you." Sebastian didn't say it, but that little bit of nobility surprised him. Tantalus guessed what he was thinking. "I don't like it that we don't know your name or your face," he said. "But you're one of us, and we look out for each other." "Thank you." "But I still don't like you." "Understood." "At all." "Gotcha." "Okay," Tantalus said. "This seems to be the genuine article." He hesitated, then handed it back. "I've got a very good reason for hiding my identity, you know," Sebastian said, his breathing under control. "I can only imagine how hard it must be to trust me, but it will all make sense eventually, I promise." "Trust isn't easy," said Tantalus, "especially for us. Once most people find out that we worship Darkess, they're quick to judge." "I get that." "But you've come through for us," Tantalus continued. "Tracking Darkess through dimensions is your idea, and when you arrive back with the scythe, when Bennett and I both fail to find it, any remaining doubts will be swept away." "I hope so." "You'll establish yourself as a guiding light. They'll probably want you to lead us." "I'm no leader." "What's that line about how some people are born great while others have greatness thrust upon them?" "I think that's it, yeah." "That's you. The reluctant leader." Sebastian shone the torch at Tantalus, about to reassure him that he had no intention of replacing him, and the light glinted off the knife. He tried dodging, but Tantalus grabbed him, jabbed the blade at his belly. Sebastian felt the sharpness through his clothes. but they were tough, and the blade didn't get through. He dropped the scythe and the torch, the light spinning crazily across the ground, and seized Tantalus's wrist with both hands, and they tripped over each other. Sebastian fell with Tantalus on top. They rolled into darkness, rolled back into light. All those years Sebastian had trained for this, and all he could do was hold Tantalus's knife hand away from him. If that blade cut through his suit, his mission would be over, followed quickly by his life. Sebastian jerked his head up, the point of his beak stabbing Tantalus in the eye. Tantalus cried out, and Sebastian heaved, turned them over, one hand pinning Tantalus's knife hand to the ground while he punched with the other. His fist twisted with the first impact, but he hissed against the pain and kept going. Finally, Tantalus dropped the knife, and Sebastian swiped it away, then fell back as Tantalus scrambled up. Sebastian grabbed the torch and straightened up. "What the hell, man?" Tantalus, one eye squeezed shut, had both hands pressed to his nose as blood ran between his fingers. "I'll tell the others of this. They'll know what you've done." "You attacked me with a knife, you nutball." Tantalus shook his head. "You've got no witnesses, and I didn't even do that." "Just stop, all right?" said Sebastian. "You can't pretend you didn't attack me when the attack fails. That's not how this works. I know what you did, and you know what you did. You attacked me for no reason. There's only two of us here. Why are you lying about this?" "You're the one who's lying." "You actually tried to kill me. Why? Because I'd be the one bringing back the scythe?" Tantalus shook his head again. "Are you so insecure? Are you so lonely?" Tantalus pointed a trembling finger. "You arrive with your stupid mask and your stupid call me the plague doctor and all your plans and direction, and what am I supposed to do? This is my group. I started it. I'm not going to let you take that away from me. When the others hear what you've done, that you attacked me for no reason, they're going to kick you out." "You're insane, you know that? You're deluded." I cast you out." "What?" "From the group. As leader, I cast you out. You're gone. You're not allowed to come to our meetings anymore." "Tantalus, stop embarrassing yourself." "No." Sebastian sighed and rubbed his wrist. He was afraid he might have sprained it. "Fine. Do what you like. You're an idiot." He bent to retrieve the scythe. "Leave that," Tantalus said. Sebastian paused, then slowly picked it up. "I found it. I'm taking it." "Give it to me." "Not a chance." "What, are you going to attack me again? That didn't work out too well for you last time, did it?" Tantalus clicked his fingers, summoning another flame. "My suit's fire-resistant," Sebastian said. "Do yourself a favour. Walk away. We'll each give our version of events to the others and see who they believe. That sound good to you?" Tantalus looked around, his eyes settling on the knife. "Don't do it," Sebastian said. "Dude, seriously, don't. I've got a scythe. It's been in a glass case for years. It's a cleaver blade. They stay sharp forever. Everyone knows that. I don't. And you're the only person who doesn't. It's woven razor." Tantalus took a step towards the knife. Sebastian sighed. "You know what? This is the second fight I've been in today, and I've had enough. I'm taking the scythe, and I'm going home." He turned away from Tantalus and started running. Chapter 42. It was dark by the time they got to Roarhaven, and they wasted 20 minutes driving around before they found the Iron Bar. Omen sat very quietly while Valkyrie cursed. She was scary when she was angry, and right now she was raging. And, of course, it was all his fault. He hadn't done anything. He'd just let Cadaverous take Alice. He'd allowed it to happen without even putting up anything remotely resembling a fight. No one else would have done that. Augur would have already saved the day by now. "Finally!" Valkyrie said, yanking the wheel to the left. The car mounted the pavement and she jumped out, ignoring the angry beeps of the cars behind. Omen reached over, turned off the engine and took the keys, then ran after her into the pub. "Poulter!" she was saying loudly. "I'm looking for Poulter!" It was a small place, with a stage in the corner that was obviously never used, and a handful of surly patrons. Omen counted 8, plus the bartender. "Poulter!" Valkyrie said again. "Don't know anyone of that name," the bartender told her, talking slowly. "Maybe you should run along home before someone recognises you." Valkyrie walked up to him. "I don't have time for this. Poulter, where is he?" The bartender chuckled without humour. "I swear I don't know who you might be talking about." He raised his voice. "Anyone here know anyone by the name of Poulter? Walter? What was it again?" Valkyrie put one hand on the bar and sprang over it. "Hey!" the bartender said. "You can't come back here!" She hit him. It whipped his head round and he stumbled back, broke a few glasses. She kicked him in the shin and he howled, and she grabbed him, smashed his head into the fridge. The bottles inside were still rattling as he collapsed. "Poulter!" she called. Out of the corner of his eye, Omen saw a hand light up. He was about to shout a warning, but Valkyrie was already ducking the stream of energy that smashed the mirror behind her. She threw a bolt of white lightning in return, caught the guy in the chest, sent him flying backwards. It all went to hell after that. Valkyrie sprang back over the bar. Omen watched as fists flew and Valkyrie caught them, dodged them, blocked them, or got hit by them. She threw her own in return, along with some elbows, along with some headbutts. There was a tussle, and they were on the ground, and she snarled and snapped and bit, and they yelped and cried out and gave way, one by one, falling while she kept going, a whirlwind of rage. She smashed and cracked and bashed them. She sent them to the floor, to the wall, sent them over the bar. The last one ran to his coat, tried pulling a gun from one of the pockets. Omen charged at him, got shoved away, hit a broken bar stool and fell, even as Valkyrie blasted the guy, and he went down, the gun spinning across the floor. "Poulter!" Valkyrie screamed. "Poulter!" "I'm Poulter," said a man with long hair, stepping in through the door, frowning at the carnage. "I'm Poulter Grey. Sorry I'm late. The traffic was—" "What happened here?" Valkyrie grabbed him, pinned him against the wall. He dropped the bag he was holding and looked terrified. "Where's my sister?" she snarled. "I don't know anything about a sister," he said. "I was just—" "Listen, I think there's been a misunderstanding, okay? I'm just here because this old guy paid me. I don't even know his name." Omen scrambled up and hurried over. Keeping his voice soft, he said to Valkyrie, "He's who we came here to see. Maybe we should let him speak." Valkyrie took a moment and stepped back. "Gant," she said. "The guy who paid you is cadaverous Gant." Poulter gave a cautious shrug. "Cool. You're Valkyrie Cain, aren't you? I recognise you. You look just like Dark S. What did Cadaverous pay you to do?" Poulter frowned. He didn't tell you." "Oh, man. He said he told you. He said you were okay with it." "Okay with what?" Well..." Valkyrie stepped closer and he flinched. "I don't have time for a big long thing. When I ask a question, you give me an immediate answer. Got it? What did he pay you to do?" "I have to carve 2 sigils into you," Poulter said immediately. "A tattoo?" Valkyrie said, frowning. "You're here to give me a tattoo? What does it do?" I don't really know how to say this." "Better say it quickly." "I'm really sorry, this isn't how it should go, but he wants me to carve sigils into your eyes." Valkyrie stared. "What?" "I thought you were cool with it." Omen stepped forward. "He wants you to tattoo her eyelids." "Not her eyelids, her eyes." "Jesus," said Valkyrie. "I mean, I can do it," Poulter said. "You don't have to worry, I'm not going to blind you. They won't interfere with your vision at all, and they won't be visible when they're done." "What'll they do? The sigils?" They'll let him see what you see." Omen looked at her. He wants to spy on you. It's not, as you can imagine, it's not a very common sigil to carve, Poulter said. A few 100 years ago, they'd be carved into the eyes of convicts released from jail, so that sanctuaries could make sure they were staying out of trouble. But these days, that's looked on as being a little barbaric, so... Right, Valkyrie said. Fine. How long will it take? Poulter frowned. Not long. Not long at all. About, I don't know, maybe 15, 20 minutes. But wait, if you didn't know about this until just now, why would you go through with it? He wants to make sure I don't break the rules. Come on, where do we do this? We just need a chair. Valkyrie picked one up and sat down. Let's get it over with. Poulter hesitated, then opened his bag and took out his tools. Omen, Valkyrie said. Stand at the door. Make sure nobody comes in. Omen nodded dumbly and did as he was told. He was glad she'd sent him away. He didn't think he'd have been able to watch something like that. He wished Augur was here. Augur would know what to do. Or even Never. Never could teleport straight to Skulduggery, and Skulduggery would sort this out. Valkyrie was too close to it. She was panicking too much to think straight. Her love for her sister put her in danger of making a mistake that might cost her, or even Alice, their lives. Nobody tried coming into the pub, and by 7:30 it was done. Omen walked back as Poulter packed his instruments away. How are you feeling? Valkyrie blinked. Eyesight's blurry. That'll pass, said Poulter. I think. Omen frowned at him. You think? I've never done this before. But you did it right, didn't you? You haven't damaged her eyes or anything. I didn't damage anything, I promise. I did everything the way I was supposed to. Her eyesight should clear in a few minutes. Valkyrie stood and went to the broken mirror behind the bar. So he can see what I'm seeing now, is that it? Yes, said Poulter. I've already carved a corresponding sigil onto him, which will basically receive what you're transmitting. I doubt he'll be watching every single second, though. He has to focus on you in order to see through your eyes. But he can't hear us, can he? No, said Poulter. It's visual only. Valkyrie glared at her reflection, glared right into her own eyes, and Omen knew she was hoping Cadaverous could see the anger boiling behind them. This isn't cool, said Poulter. I get the feeling that you're being coerced into all this. Do you want me to call someone? You hang around with the skeleton detective, don't you? Want me to call him? Don't call anyone, Valkyrie said. Something in Poulter's bag started beeping. Is that a bomb? Omen said, backing away. Poulter took out a metal box. It's my money. He's unlocked it remotely. Now I just have to... He tapped in a code on the keypad and the lid clicked and he opened it. A thick bundle of cash lay inside. I don't feel right about taking this. Take the money and go back to your life, Valkyrie said. He didn't say anything, did he? About where I have to go next? About where my sister might be? He didn't mention anything about that, sorry. Poulter took out the cash, shoved it in his pocket, then frowned, rubbing his thumb and forefinger together like he was wiping off residue. Oh, man, he mumbled and collapsed. Omen stared. Valkyrie hurried over, checked Poulter's pulse. He's dead, she said. Money must have been poisoned. Oh, my God. The phone rang. Valkyrie took it out of her pocket. I'm here, she said. Give me my sister. She paced away from Omen and stopped. Sir, she said, struggling to be polite. Yes, sir, yes. Another pause. A longer one. What? You can't... I can't do that. She looked round, locked eyes with Omen. He didn't say anything. Yes, sir, she said, then hung up. Valkyrie? Omen said. Stay here, she responded, and walked quickly into the gents' toilet. Chapter 43. It reeked in there. Valkyrie went straight to the sink, gripped the sides, stared at her reflection in the water-flecked mirror. Cadaverous was watching. She knew he was. She snarled at him, then looked down and focused. She closed her eyes, controlled her breathing, reached out with her mind. The world was a mass of grey, but there was a single light shining in the gloom, and that's where she sent her thoughts. Then she felt it. An acknowledgement. She opened her eyes again, kept staring down at the sink, at the filthy plug hole. "Ow!" Kes said from behind her. "What did you do?" "I called you," said Valkyrie. "I wasn't sure if I could do it." "Well, don't do it again. My head is splitting. What the hell do you want? Jesus, are we in the men's toilets? This place is disgusting." Cadaverous Gant took Alice. A moment. "Our Alice?" "My Alice," Valkyrie said. Then, "Our Alice, yes." "Let's go get her back," Kes said, urgency biting into her words. "Where is she?" "I don't know. Not yet. Omen's with me." "Why? The kid's useless." "Cadaverous told me to bring him. Now he wants me to kill him." "What?" Valkyrie struggled to keep her voice down. "In order to get to Alice, Cadaverous wants me to kill Omen." "Are you going to?" "Of course not. That's why I called you." "Why aren't you looking at me?" "He can see what I see." "What?" "He had a guy tattoo my eyes," Valkyrie said. "He sees what I see. He wants to watch me shoot and kill Omen." "That's impressively sick. So what can I do?" Valkyrie didn't know. She was making this up as she went along. "Do you think I see you?" she asked. "Like, do you actually think I'm seeing you physically?" "Yes," said Kes. "That's how seeing things works." "But no one else can see you." "Yeah, because no one else is tuned to my frequency, and you can only see me when I want you to see me." "But am I seeing you through my eyes?" Valkyrie said. "Or am I seeing you with my mind?" Kes hesitated. If I'm seeing you with my mind, then Cadaverous won't be able to see you." Kes moved behind her, like she was pacing. "I don't know, Valkyrie. I don't know how this works. It might be a mind thing, it might be an eye thing, or it might be both. Why? What's your plan?" "If Cadaverous can't see you," said Valkyrie, "then you can stand in front of Omen when I shoot him." "What good will that do? The bullet will just pass through me." "Not if you catch it." Kes went quiet for a moment. "Oh my God," she said. "You want to shoot me? You can heal yourself. You want to actually shoot me? But you'll survive. Omen wouldn't. I've just teleported here, and now you want me to use my weak reserves of power to become tangible, and then you want to shoot me?" "Yes." "No. Kes, no way in hell. He's going to kill Alice unless I do this." "Then do it," said Kes. "Shoot Omen. Kill him. It's not like anyone's really going to miss him when he's gone." Valkyrie clenched her fists. "I'm not going to murder an innocent boy." "But you're fine with murdering me. You can heal yourself." "You think. We don't know that I'll be able to. I can't even remain tangible for more than a few seconds. Besides, so what? Say I do stand there like an idiot and you shoot me instead of Omen. What then? Have you had a chance to discuss this wonderful plan with him? Does he know that he'll have to fall down and play dead?" "No," Valkyrie admitted. "You'll have to zap him." Kes laughed. "Zap him? Like you did with Lethe. When I fire, you zap Omen, make him fall, make him lose consciousness. That's more power for me to use, Valkyrie. I'd be stretched thin as it is, just becoming tangible. But healing myself And zapping him? How do you know I wouldn't just fade away afterwards? Your plan is something I might not recover from. We don't have a choice. Yes, we do, Kess said. Kill Omen. I'm not going to do that. It's Omen or it's Alice. Pick one. It's Omen, it's Alice, or it's you. Kess laughed without humour. Wow. You can do this. You don't know that. I do. You're strong enough, and we don't have any more time to talk about it. Please. You won't kill Omen, but you will kill me. Is that it? I'm willing to risk your life, yes. Just like I'd be willing to risk mine. All of this means nothing if Cadaverous can see me. I know, Valkyrie said, and turned, looking Kess straight in the eye. Well, he either sees you right now, or he doesn't. Kess didn't say anything. Valkyrie held the phone and waited for it to ring. When it didn't, she put it back in her pocket. Please, she said. Kess folded her arms and didn't answer. Valkyrie walked out. What do we do now? Omen asked. Valkyrie picked up the fallen gun. She checked it was loaded and turned. Valkyrie? I'm sorry, she said, aiming. Cadaverous needs me to do this. Do what? Omen said, his face going pale. You're not going to shoot me, are you? I mean, that'd kill me. You'd be killing me. I'm sorry. He held up his hands. But now, wait! I don't understand. Why does he want you to kill me? I can be useful. I can help. I don't know what I can do, but I can do it, and you won't have to kill me. Valkyrie, please, you can tie me up. You can tie me up and lock me in a room. He's going to kill Alice if I don't do it. Omen's face crumpled, and tears started to fall. He stayed standing, even though his legs were shaking. Please don't kill me. Her hand, the hand that held the gun, was surprisingly steady. She thumbed back the hammer. This is a test, she said. If I fail, he'll kill Alice right now and I'll never see her again. Omen wiped his tears with his sleeve, but more fell. He looked down, his lip trembling. Then he looked up and nodded. Okay, he said. Get your sister back. What? I'd do it, Omen said. For my brother. Or I'd want to, at least. Probably wouldn't be brave enough. Probably mess it up. It's my fault anyway. I should have put up more of a fight. She's 7 years old and I let him take her. This isn't your fault. Do it. It's okay. You can do it. Thank you, Omen. He nodded again and closed his eyes. I forgive you. Why does he have to be so insufferably nice? Kess muttered and stepped in front of him, her hands on either side of his head. 3, she said. 2, 1. Power pulsed from her fingertips, and Omen's entire body jerked back as Valkyrie fired, the bullet catching Kess in the back. Omen fell, and Kess cried out, twisted, and vanished before she hit the ground. Valkyrie looked away immediately. A few seconds later, the phone rang. I didn't think you had it in you, Cadaverous said. He won't be the last person I kill. Cadaverous chuckled. So many delightful promises. It really is quite disconcerting, you know, looking at the world through your eyes. Where's Alice? Not yet, I'm afraid. You still have miles to go before you sleep, and stops to make along the way. No, she said, anger rising. I killed a boy for you. I murdered for you. Tell me where my sister is and let's finish this.
It seems that someone is forgetting her manners.
Valkyrie bit her lip hard. Then she started again. I would like to see my sister again as soon as possible, she said. Please, sir.
Soon, Valkyrie, Cadaverous said. She could hear the smile in his voice. But before that, I'm going to need you to drive to the home of some friends of mine. The address is in the box Paulder opened. Turn round. Good girl. See it there, on the floor?
A white card. She picked it up, shoved it in her pocket.
This is fun, said Cadaverous. I imagine this is what it's like to play a video game, although this is infinitely more entertaining. And pick up Omen, there's a good girl, and let's get back in the road.
Valkyrie frowned. Omen's dead.
And I can't very well have his corpse found at this early stage, can I? The city guard will discover this scene of carnage and be stumped for a few vital hours. But if we leave Omen here, the skeleton will hear about it and link it to you and me. No, no. It's better to clean up after us as we go. Take him with you. There's a good girl.
Chapter 44. Temper Frey barged past the jerk in the robes and pushed the doors open. Creed's office, here at the very top of the dark cathedral, was just as he'd imagined. Bare, functional, and a little bit creepy. There was a desk with a circular window behind it, and there were chains on the walls. Actual chains. On the walls. Why are there chains on the walls? He asked. You cannot come in here! The jerk in the robes shrieked. You are infringing upon... Leave us, said Archcanon Damocles Creed, who hadn't even looked up from the papers he was reading. The jerk whimpered and backed out, closing the doors after him. The walls, said Temper. Why are there chains on them? They act as a reminder, Creed said. A reminder of what? The shackles that bind us. It's weird. That's all I'm going to say about it. It's weird and off-putting. It's weird and off-putting and kind of unsettling. You have many visitors up here? I doubt you do. I doubt there are many people who want to come for meetings in the office with all the chains on the walls. Creed sighed and finally raised his big, bald head. I had forgotten how much you talked. I am a talker. What can I do for you, Officer Frey? I am very busy. I'd say you are, what with all the high jinks you're getting up to. You got your fingers in some pies, don't you, Damocles? Creed's eyes were heavy-lidded, which gave him the air of someone permanently unimpressed. But Temper had been there during Creed's sermons, when those eyes widened so much they threatened to bulge out of his head. We're on a first-name basis, are we? Creed asked. I can't remember us ever being so informal. I'm trying something new, said Temper. I figured I spent enough time deferring to you when I was one of your mindless little drones that I should give disrespect a shot. You know what? I'm kind of liking it. You were never a drone, Temper, Creed said. You were always one of my favourites. He sat back in the chair, his simple shirt stretched tight across his chest. But now look at you, standing there in a uniform, obeying the same rules, enforcing the same laws, bound by the same restrictions. I think you've finally become the mindless drone you feared you'd become. Those restrictions you mentioned, they happen to be connected to the Religious Freedom Act? Ah, said Creed. That's why you're here. We were just told about it. Apparently all religious practices and rituals are now protected. The sanctuaries should never have been able to dictate how any religious order is allowed to worship. The Supreme Mage agrees with me, and we are all the better for it, not just the Church of the Faceless. But as far as I know, the Church of the Faceless is the only religious order to advocate human sacrifice. That's a ridiculous accusation. I was next on the list to be sacrificed. We do not kill. The kith are as good as dead, and you know it. Creed sighed and stood, coming out from behind the desk, reminding Temper of just how massive he was. The kith will be first in line to meet the faceless ones upon their return. You would deny them this honour? I would. Then it is a good thing that you have strayed from the path, Temper. You are unworthy. If I hear that's what you're up to, if people start going missing, the Religious Freedom Act won't save you. Creed lowered his head, his heavy brow throwing a shadow over his eyes. His mouth widened into a smile that creased his face. There, that glint of madness. Do you know what the Religious Freedom Act means, Temper? What it really means? It means I could kill you right here, with witnesses just outside the door. It means I could tear you apart and have everyone hear your screams, and your colleagues in the city guard wouldn't be able to arrest me for it, even if they wanted to. Time slowed, and the space between them turned jagged. Temper drew his gun, and Creed batted it from his hand with surprising speed. Temper hit him, an elbow to the solar plexus that Creed didn't seem to feel, and stepped back to pull his sword. Creed closed his hand round Temper's wrist and squeezed, and Temper's fingers sprang open. The sword dropped, and Creed kicked him in the chest, and Temper hit the wall, the chains rattling. He rebounded, winded, rage coursing through him, took one step, and prepared to unleash, and froze. Creed's thin smile had never left his face, and now it split, revealing his teeth. You could kill me if you wanted, he said softly. Tear me apart. Decorate this room with my innards. But what would it cost you, Officer Frey? Everything. Or more? Temper cut off his anger, starved it of oxygen. He straightened, adjusted his uniform. Creed walked back round his desk and sat, resumed reading the papers. Get out, he said, and close the door after you. Temper picked up his weapons and left. He didn't close the door. He returned to the vault, that concrete block of a building that housed the city guard, and changed out of his uniform and into some civilian threads. Skulduggery was waiting for him outside. Sorry I'm late, Temper said. I had a thing to do before my shift ended. Take a walk with me, Skulduggery said, and Temper shrugged and fell into step. Has there been any breakthrough with the portal device? Not yet, said Temper, but the guy who's in charge of the reverse engineering is confident he can figure out how it works. A little guy named Forby. Nice enough, if a little weird. I heard the portal itself was shut down this morning. Yeah. What you may not have heard is that there were another 10,000 mortals waiting on the other side when the button was pushed. Skulduggery tilted his head. I was under the impression that they'd all come through. I'm afraid you were misled. Mevelin's forces were getting too close, apparently. Rather than risk a confrontation, the device was deactivated and our people pulled out, which left those 10,000 mortals pretty much defenseless. China gave that order. I can only assume so. Those people will have been slaughtered. As Commander Hawk personally reminded me when I brought up that exact point, they ain't our mortals, and it ain't our problem. That's the Commander Hawk I know and adore, Skulduggery responded. So, all our hopes lie with this Forby, do they? They do, said Temper. And I don't envy him having to deliver on everything that's expected of him. If he doesn't figure out how to stop portals like that from opening anywhere at any time, there'll be nothing to prevent Mevelin from attacking. Hell, we could be talking a full-scale global invasion. Skulduggery. Yes?
I'm talking invasions and you're barely listening.
I'll have you know that I was listening to every word you said. But I was also checking on the gentleman who's been following me for the last half hour. Without looking round, Temper said, "The guy in the baseball cap or the guy in the green jacket?" "The gent in the jacket is merely lost. Our baseball cap-wearing friend is the one we're interested in." "Are we leading him somewhere?" "We are," said Skulduggery. They turned down a side street and waited for the guy in the baseball cap to hurry by. Skulduggery stepped out from behind cover and grabbed him, threw him against the wall. The cap came off. The guy beneath was scruffy and startled. "Argosy Pelt," Skulduggery said. Pelt tried to run off, and Temper shoved him back. "You know him?" "I've glanced at his file," Skulduggery said. "He had been incarcerated in Cold Heart Prison when Abyssinia took it over." "For a crime I didn't commit," Pelt blurted. "Shut up," said Temper, and frowned at Skulduggery. "Did you glance at the files of all the inmates?" "Of course." "How many was that?" 732. "And you recognise his face from his mugshot?" "It's a memorable face." "Is it?" "Look at it." "I am. But I'm forgetting it even as I'm looking at it. Do you remember anything you read in his rap sheet?" Skulduggery shrugged. "He's been arrested before, multiple times. Spent a total of 37 years in various jails for assault, robbery, and murder." "I never assaulted, robbed, or murdered no one!" Pelt screeched. "He was sentenced to 19 years in Cold Heart for killing a mortal in a bar fight 3 years ago." "I'm innocent!" Pelt roared. "I wasn't even in that bar! My reflection did it!" "And he always says his reflection did it," Skulduggery continued. "It did!" "You've been examined by sensitives, Mr. Pelt. They all say you committed those crimes." "My reflection's got them all fooled," Pelt roared. "Listen to me, okay? My reflection sneaks out of my mirror at night while I'm sleeping. It goes out and commits crimes. Then it sneaks back into my house and transfers its memories back to me. And that is what the bloody psychics see when they go poking around my head. I'm an innocent man, I tell you." "Then why haven't you thrown out the mirror?" Temper asked. "I can't. The reflection's blackmailing me, see? It's committed worse crimes, and it's got evidence. And if I get rid of the mirror, then the evidence will be sent to the sanctuary and I'll be locked away forever." "That is one hell of a devious reflection you got there, Mr. Pelt." "I know," Pelt said, his eyes brimming with tears. "I used it too much, see, when I was younger. I broke it, and now it's evil. Or, smarter than me." "Why are you following me, Argosy?" Skulduggery asked. "I'm assuming you were sent because Abyssinia thought I wouldn't recognise you." Pelt nodded. "I was told to stay at a distance, but keep you in sight. It wasn't easy. I thought I'd lost you, at least 3 times. "You did," said Skulduggery, "and then you were following the wrong man for 10 minutes. "I was?" "The tall man in the brown suit." "That wasn't you." "Is my suit brown?" Pelt looked at Skulduggery's suit. "Oh," he said, "it's blue. But I found you again, didn't I?" "I let you find me, Argosy." "Oh. Why were you following me?" "It wasn't anything bad, I swear. I wasn't sent to kill you or anything. Abyssinia just told me to keep you in sight, and she'd call when she was ready, and I'd tell her where you were." Pelt's phone rang. He looked at Skulduggery. He looked at Temper. He twisted, lunging for his phone, ripping it from his jacket as he lashed out, hitting no one, managing to trip over himself, while Temper and Skulduggery just stood and watched. "They caught me!" he yelled into it. "It's a trap! It's a trap!" He stopped rolling around on the ground and listened for a moment, then held the phone out to Skulduggery. "She'd like to talk to you," he said. Skulduggery took the phone and held it to his skull. "Hello," he said. Temper pulled Argosy Pelt to his feet. "Your reflection is framing you, is it?" "I swear it is, I swear!" Temper nodded. "I'll look into it." Thank you so much. I'm going to run away now if that's okay." "Yeah, sure, man, whatever." Pelt smiled gratefully and fled. Temper turned back as Skulduggery was telling Abyssinia what street they were on. Then he hung up and dropped the phone. Temper raised an eyebrow. "This is risky." Skulduggery adjusted his tie. "She wants to talk." Temper looked round, saw Nero and Abyssinia teleport in on the other side of the street. She was wearing a red bodysuit that practically sparkled in the afternoon sun. She spoke a few quiet words, and Nero stayed where he was while she walked over. Temper and Skulduggery took out their guns. Abyssinia held up her hands. "Don't shoot," she said. "As unlikely as it sounds, I come in peace." Skulduggery thumbed back the hammer. "I think I might shoot you anyway." "I'm here because I need your help. Cadaverous Gant has Cain." "Isn't Cadaverous on your side?" Temper asked. "He was," said Abyssinia. "He's not any more. Call it what you will. A disagreement, a falling out, a betrayal. The end result is the same. I need to find Cain, retrieve him safely, and kill Cadaverous." "And to do this," Skulduggery said, "you need my help. This is an interesting request, Abyssinia, seeing as how I can't see why on earth I would ever possibly help you." "Because he's our son, Skulduggery." "Wait," said Temper. "What?" "Skulduggery is the father," Abyssinia said. "Well, it's either him or Lord Vile. I can't be too sure." She smiled. "But I know which one I'd prefer." Temper stared at Skulduggery. "Is this true?" "So she claims." Temper took a moment to process the possibility. He had a friend who'd used magic to have a kid. It wasn't exactly common, but not unheard of either. He shrugged. "Congrats." "She's undoubtedly lying," Skulduggery said, "and has yet to provide me with a good reason not to shackle her right here." Abyssinia lowered her hands. "Because you're going to need my help too. If Cadaverous has gone so far as to make an enemy out of me, then he knows his time is ticking away, which means he will attempt to tie up any unfinished business he might have left." "Meaning what?" Temper asked. But Skulduggery was already pulling out his phone. Temper watched him dial and then put the phone against his skull. When no one answered, Skulduggery marched up to Abyssinia and pressed his gun to her forehead. "Where's Valkyrie?" "I assure you, I don't know," Abyssinia answered calmly. "But wherever she is, our son will probably be there too. So I'm coming with you." "The only way you're coming with us is if you can help us," Skulduggery said. "If you don't know where he's taken Valkyrie, then who would?" Chapter 45. It took under an hour to get to the address on the white card. Valkyrie pulled up outside the small cottage just outside Furban in Offaly, just as the clock on the dashboard turned 8:30, with Omen still unconscious in the back seat of the car. 3.5 hours to get Alice back. Valkyrie got out, jogged up to the door, and a white-haired old woman in a floral dress and a heavy cardigan opened it before she could knock. Come in," said the old woman. Valkyrie hesitated, then entered, walking into a warm kitchen where a fire burned in an ancient stove. "I'm Rosemary," the old woman said, closing the door behind them. "That useless lump over there is Porrick." The old man in the armchair smiled and gave a nod, then went back to reading his newspaper. Rosemary waved at a rickety chair by the table. "Sure, take off your jacket there and have a seat. Can I get you a cup of tea?" "I'm okay, thank you, and I won't be staying long." "Not even for a cup? Begod, but it's warm in here. Are you not roasting altogether?" My jacket's pretty light." Rosemary peered closer. "That's some outfit, that is. What's it made of? Is it leather?" She reached out, caught a crease between her thumb and forefinger, and rubbed gently. "No, not leather. Much softer. What is this? I don't really know, Valkyrie said, resisting the urge to move away. Porrick, come over here and feel this. Porrick rolled his eyes. I'm sure the nice girl doesn't want us feeling her clothes, Rosemary. For God's sake, leave her alone. She doesn't mind, Rosemary said. You don't mind, do you? Can I try it on? It took a moment for Valkyrie to answer. My jacket? Porrick laughed. Sure, that's not going to fit you, woman. You're huge. Shut up, you, Rosemary snapped. I'm only asking to try it on. You're embarrassing her, Porrick said. No, I'm not. How am I embarrassing her? She smiled at Valkyrie. I'm not embarrassing you, am I? Porrick lowered his paper. She's hardly going to say yes now, is she? She doesn't want to insult you. And how would she insult me? By telling you you're way too big to be wearing a jacket that size. Look at her, would you? And then look at yourself. She's a grand girl, big and strong. But compared to you, she's a stick. And you're the opposite of a stick. Oh, really? Rosemary said. And what exactly is the opposite of a stick? I don't know, Porrick responded. The rest of the tree, I'd imagine. And I suppose you're some fine specimen of a man, Rosemary said. I suppose you're perfect in every way, are you? With your ears and your nose and your big hairy belly. Porrick grinned and patted his stomach. It's a sight to behold, all right. I'm sorry, Valkyrie said, but I'm in a bit of a hurry, so if I could just get what was left here for me. Rosemary flapped her hands at the notion. That's the problem with the world today, in my opinion. Everyone's in a hurry to get somewhere else. Sit down there now and I'll make you that cup of tea. Thanks, but I really have to get going. Just one cup? Sorry, no. You'll have just one cup, won't you? Go on, muttered Porrick and laughed. Shut up, you big idiot. Rosemary scowled, then turned her smile back on. You must think we're awful ticks. It's just, we've been very excited about this. We know who you are. The Valkyrie Cain. I've heard so much about you. Mr. Gant never stops going on about how much he wants to kill you, how much he wants to bash your brains in. She laughed. But I'm sure you're used to that sort of attention. A pretty girl like you probably have men lining up down the street to get a chance to bash your brains in. You're embarrassing the girl again, Porrick said, not looking up. You have something for me? Valkyrie asked. Something from Cadaverous Gant? Yes, we do, Rosemary said. Yes, we do. He has your sister, doesn't he? He told us about that. Isn't this exciting? He has your sister and he's going to kill her, oh! Valkyrie stopped herself from throttling this woman. Could I have it? Whatever he left for me? Yes, said Rosemary and started looking around. Porrick! Porrick sighed. I heard you the first time. What is it? Where's the card? Rosemary asked. What card? The card, you daft idiot! The card! The card! You can repeat yourself till the cows come home, Porrick said, but I still don't know what it is you're looking for. Rosemary froze, like she'd just been reminded of something, then turned to Valkyrie with a worried look on her face. You've got those sigils, don't you? Mr. Gant told us about them, on your eyes, so he can see what you see. Yeah? Immediately, Rosemary straightened up and started tugging at her hair. Porrick, she whispered loudly. Mr. Gant, he can see us. Ah, Jesus, Porrick said, throwing the newspaper to one side and getting to his feet. He smoothed down his scruffy V-neck jumper. Mr. Gant, Rosemary said loudly, looking Valkyrie straight in the eye, I would just like to once again thank you for the honour of being included in these activities. I have led a humble life, as has my husband, but we are endeavouring to— He can't hear you, Valkyrie said. Rosemary faltered. Beg pardon? He cannot hear you. Well, maybe not, but I'm sure he can lip read. Right, said Valkyrie. I've been as polite as I can with you people, but I don't have time for this. Cadaverous Gant gave you something to give to me, so give it to me before I lose my goddamn temper. Rosemary's hand fluttered to her chest. Oh, well. Porrick hurried over, patting his wife on the back. You're okay there, Rosemary. I'm in shock, Porrick, Rosemary said, sagging against him. Shock, I say. Pádraig glared at Valkyrie. Look what you've done, and in our own home, no less. Rosemary clutched at him. Oh, Pádraig, I think I might faint. White lightning tore a chunk out of the wall behind them, and Rosemary and Pádraig cried out and whirled to Valkyrie as energy crackled between her fingertips. They blinked. Pádraig, Rosemary said, her voice quiet. Go get that card. There's a good man. Pádraig made sure Rosemary wasn't about to fall over, then went into another room. Rosemary took a moment to compose herself and walked to the cutlery drawer. Mr. Gant left something else as well, she said. Told us to make sure you put it on before you're given the card. She took out a bracelet made of burnished gold metal and passed it over. There were sigils carved into the metal. Sigils Valkyrie recognised. She got the sense that Cadaverous was looking through her eyes right at that moment, so she put the bracelet on, made sure he could see it click shut round her left wrist. The sigils glowed once, and she felt her magic dull. Can he still see? She asked. Rosemary folded her arms. What? The bracelet binds my magic, Valkyrie said. Does it have any effect on the sigils on my eyes? Do you know nothing? Rosemary responded, a sneer on her lips. Those are passive sigils. Passive sigils can't be bound quite so easily. So don't you be worrying, girlie. Mr. Gant can still see what you see. So you better keep behaving, or he'll cut your little sister's throat. Valkyrie shoved Rosemary back. Say that again, she said. Say one more thing about my sister. See what happens. Rosemary's eyes narrowed. You're a nasty girl. I knew it the moment you stepped in here. You're dirty, aren't you? Dirty girls are all the same. Harlots. You're probably oozing with diseases, aren't you? Dirty, filthy girl. Pádraig walked back into the room, holding up an identical white card to the one in Paulter's metal box. Found it, he said. Valkyrie strode over, snatched it out of his hand. Is that it? The bracelet and the card, that's all he gave you to give me? That's all he gave us, said Pádraig. And he didn't say anything else? He did say one other thing, Pádraig replied, and frowned. Rosemary, what was that last thing? After we give her the bracelet and the card, what did he say we had to do? Whatever we wanted, Rosemary said. Ah, yeah, Pádraig said. That's right. Valkyrie stuffed the card into her jacket pocket and turned for the door. Well, I'll leave you both to it then. Have a nice life, you frickin' psychos. Where are you going? Rosemary asked, and swung something hard against Valkyrie's head. Valkyrie stumbled, tripped on the edge of the rug and fell, turned over as Rosemary advanced. Mr. Gant told us we could do whatever we wanted with you, she said, and swung the poker again. Chapter 46. Temper didn't like being teleported. It made him feel queasy and off balance. He especially didn't like being teleported by a murderous little psychopath with bleached hair. That just upset him at a fundamental level. But most of all, he didn't like being teleported straight into Cold Heart Prison, where hundreds of convicted killers, terrorists and general wackadoos walked freely and without shackles. The convicts stared down at them from the higher tiers, as Temper and Skulduggery followed Abyssinia to the dais that hovered over the deadly energy field. What has Cadaverous been doing lately? Skulduggery asked. Where has he been spending his time? I'm afraid I don't know, Abyssinia replied. He would get in that black car of his and disappear for days. As for what he's been doing, I've been assigning him his duties that he deemed unworthy of his skills. He was unhappy here, apparently. I will admit, I didn't notice his growing discontent as my search for our son continued. Don't call him that. I can't wait for you to meet him. Let's get back to Cadaverous. Of course, said Abyssinia. Traitor, Nero muttered. Temper looked over his shoulder. "You say something, buddy?" Nero scowled. "You betrayed us."
"How do you figure that?" "You pretended to be one of us. I was undercover, jackass. Pretending to be one of you is what undercover means. I can't betray you if I was never one of you to begin with. You said you were my friend. If it makes you feel any better, you still hold a special place in my heart. Shut up. Need a hug? Shut up." Temper grinned. "Cadaverous killed one of my most promising sorcerers," Abyssinia was saying. "I think to spite me. A wonderful young man called Avatar. I suspect that his body was thrown overboard or vaporized in the energy field. Speaking of which, watch your step." She came to the end of the walkway and hopped over the gap onto the dais. Skulduggery did the same, and Temper followed, keeping his eyes off the crackling lake beneath. When they were all on the dais, it started to rise. They passed tier upon tier of silent convicts, itching to tear them apart. The dais stopped at the very top, and Abyssinia led the way off. A huge convict stepped out of his cell once Abyssinia had walked by. "The skeleton detective," the big guy sneered. "You got some nerve coming in here, coming into our house. You think we're going to let you leave here in one piece, little skeleton? You think we're going to let you—" Skulduggery grabbed him, twisted, and threw him over the balcony, and the big guy screamed all the way down. "Sorry," Skulduggery said to Abyssinia. "You were saying?" They resumed walking, and Temper waved to the convicts he recognized. "Nero, Razia, and Destrier were with Cadaverous when he took Cain," Abyssinia said. "I've looked into their minds. They had no idea what he was planning." "We'll need to speak to them," Skulduggery said. "I assumed as much." They came to a large cell filled with books and a comfortable-looking bed. Razia and Destrier stood at the open door. "These are Cadaverous's quarters," Abyssinia said. "We haven't yet conducted a search. I thought you would like to be the first one to do so." "Very much appreciated," Skulduggery said. "Razia, very good to see you again." She smiled back. "G'day, Skulduggery." "Cadaverous' home. Do you know where it is?" Razia frowned. "You looking at it?" Skulduggery shook his head. "Cadaverous' home is his castle. He transforms it into whatever his imagination can conjure. That's where he's gone. That's where he's taken Cain, and that's where Valkyrie is. He's drawing us in to where he has all the advantages." Skulduggery glanced at Abyssinia. "Your power won't mean a whole lot in there. You realize that, yes?" "It doesn't matter," she answered. "He has my son." "I liked you better when you were evil," Razia said. "You were more fun. You threatened to kill people more." "I'm still fun, Razia. You just have to give me a chance." "He spoke about it once," Destrier said. Skulduggery swiveled his head. "Cadaverous spoke about his home. What did he say?" Destrier's eyes were on his shoes. His hands were intertwined. His fingers tapped nervously against each other. "Not much," he said. He thought I wasn't listening, but I was. I hear everything, but most of it doesn't interest me. Not very much interests me, apart from the things that do. They interest me very much. He didn't say where it was, but he said he had a new home." "When was this?" Temper asked. 5 years and 2 months ago, and 12 days. "Any idea which country it was in?" Destrier shook his head. "Cadaverous has been preparing for this for a long time," Skulduggery said. "If that's true," Abyssinia responded, "then he managed to keep it from me when I was inside his head. A clever boy, that Cadaverous. Truly cunning.
Skulduggery stepped into the cell and went straight to the bookcase. "Shakespeare's plays are all in chronological order, apart from this one," he said, taking The Tempest from the shelf. He flicked through it, caught a white card as it fell out. "An address," he said. Abyssinia clapped her hands delightfully. "We've found him." Temper raised an eyebrow. "A bit too easy, don't you think?" "I'd agree with Temper," Skulduggery said. "But it's a lead." "Then we'll follow it wherever it takes us," said Abyssinia, and smiled at Skulduggery. "Together again, eh, my love? The way it was always meant to be." Chapter 47. She lifted from the murk, and the world sharpened, and she opened her eyes. She lay on the floor, her hands bound behind her with tape, her legs bound at the ankles. It hurt to move her head. Valkyrie turned over, onto her side. Porrick was working at the stove. "Mr. Gant isn't going to be happy," Valkyrie said. Porrick looked round and smiled. "You're awake? You must have a hard head. And don't you worry about Mr. Gant. He told us that once we'd passed over the card, we could do whatever we wanted with you. And we're going to eat you." He turned back to shove more wood into the stove. "I'm sorry," Valkyrie said. "We're going to eat you," Porrick repeated. "We've been eating people for years now, Rosemary and I." "You're cannibals." Porrick looked at her over his shoulder. "Ah, now, we don't like the word, so we don't. We don't like it. It has unpleasant connotations. But yes, essentially cannibals are what we are. But we only eat magical folk. They taste the best." "Are you going to eat me alive?" Porrick laughed. "Jesus, no! Would you eat a chicken alive? Or a cow or a pig? No, no, no. We're going to cook you and then eat you. Well, first we're going to boil you, and you'll be alive when you're being boiled. But I doubt you'll stay that way for very long. It's our way of marinating you before we start the cooking." "Mr. Gant wants me to kill myself." "Yes and no," said Porrick. "This is a test, you see. If we eat you, and we will, then you'll have failed the test, and so it wouldn't be worth his time killing you. If you escape us, and you won't, then you'll have proven yourself worthy. You understand?" "Am I going to be given any kind of a fighting chance?" Porrick looked puzzled. "This is your fighting chance." Satisfied with the stove, he took a cookbook from the shelf and laid it on the table and started flicking through the pages. "What time is it?" Valkyrie asked. He checked his watch. "Almost 9. She groaned. "I've only got 3 hours left. OK, could you hurry this along? I really don't have time to waste." He chuckled. "You're really not getting this, are you? It's over. You're over. You're tied up and you've got no magic. Do you know where Rosemary is right now? She's on the toilet, emptying herself and making room for you. Because in 3 hours, you're not going to be saving your sister. You're going to be a midnight feast." Valkyrie turned over onto her knees. She got her toes under her and rocked back onto her heels, then stood. Porrick looked up and sighed. "What are you doing?" "You're not going to stop me." "If I let you sit in the armchair, will you quit being silly?" "Sure." Porrick came forward, arms out to guide her. "You're going to have to hop over there. I'm not as strong as I used to be." Valkyrie waited until he was close enough, then slammed her forehead into the space right between his eyes. Bright light flashed behind her vision, and she had to jump madly to stop from toppling over. But when she regained her balance, Porrick was sprawled out on the floor, hands tapping feebly at his face. Blood gushed from his broken nose. "Guess you're right," she said as she hopped over. "I do have a hard head." She jumped, came down on his belly with both knees. Porrick whooped, and she fell sideways as he curled up in silent agony. She ran her hands down the back of her legs, struggling a little to get them over her boot heels. When they were over, She sat up, drew in her feet, started to rake at the tape round her ankles. It was thick, but she managed to scratch a small hole in it, and she kept going, making the hole bigger. She heard a toilet flush. Valkyrie looked around. Under the table was a fork. She rolled over to it, grabbed it, sat up again, and used it to tear into the tape. "I feel 10 pounds lighter, so I do," Rosemary said, walking in. "Porrick! Porrick, where are you?" Rosemary's heavy footsteps came closer, heading for the stove. Any moment now, and she'd see her husband. Valkyrie hacked. "Porrick!" Rosemary cried, and stumbled into view, about to fall to her knees at her husband's side. But at the last moment she saw Valkyrie, and she straightened up. "You!" she snarled. "How could you do this to him? He's an old man!" Valkyrie didn't bother answering. She just kept hacking. It took a moment for Rosemary's eyes to flicker downwards, to realise what Valkyrie was doing. "Oh no," she said. "Oh no, you don't!" Rosemary clicked her fingers, summoning a ball of fire into her hand. Valkyrie turned over as she hurled it, felt it strike her back, and then Valkyrie was on her feet, tearing her ankles apart, while Rosemary grabbed a meat cleaver. Valkyrie kicked Rosemary in the chest, hearing bones crack and sending the old woman flipping over the table. She landed on the floor on the other side and started yelling in pain. Valkyrie ignored her, exchanged the fork for the sharpest knife she could find, and used it to cut away the tape round her wrists. Her phone rang. She freed herself and answered.
"They're always trying to eat people,"
Cadaverous said, chuckling.
"I was introduced to them through a friend of a friend. They're not friends of mine, per se. I try not to associate with known cannibals, but they do have their charms, don't they?"
Valkyrie pulled the card from her pocket. There was an address printed on it. "Do I go here now?"
Valkyrie, you sound impatient."
"I'm just keenly aware of how little time I have."
"Oh, I guess you have a point. Yes, Valkyrie, that's where you go. And it's the last stop before you get to your sister. It's 40 minutes away, if you drive really fast. Tick-tock goes the clock, Valkyrie."
Porrick moaned as Valkyrie hurried past. She didn't even bother to kick him. She got in the car, swung back out onto the dark road, the headlights splitting the night. She heard another moan now, from behind her. She fixed her eyes straight ahead. "Omen," she said. "Omen! Omen! Don't sit up." The moaning stopped. "Valkyrie?" "You're meant to be dead," Valkyrie responded. "So no sitting up, understand?" Did you shoot me?" "Do you have a bullet in you?" "No? Then I didn't shoot you. But Cadaverous thinks you're dead, and we're not going to do anything to break that illusion." "My head feels—" "I don't care." "You didn't shoot me." "Of course not." Is he looking through your eyes right now?" "I don't know. I doubt he's looking every single moment, but I have no way of knowing, so I'm assuming that he's constantly watching." "Where are we going?" "I've got one more stop before he tells me where Alice is. I expect there'll be someone there who's going to try to kill me." "Valkyrie?" "What?" "Thank you for not killing me." She softened. "No problem. Thank you for understanding." "Should I sneak away and call Skulduggery?" "No," she said. "We can't call anyone. If Cadaverous even gets a whiff that I'm not playing by his rules, he'll kill her." So you don't have any backup? At all?" "I have you, don't I?" "I suppose. What should I do?" "Lie back there and pretend to be dead." "But I must be able to help," Omen said. "I mean, Cadaverous holds all the cards, right? This is his plan. He's a step ahead, but he doesn't know that I'm alive. So, this is where we turn the tables." "I appreciate the optimism, Omen, but you're not my secret weapon. I don't want you doing anything at any time. I want you to stay in the car and not move, that's all." "I don't know, Valkyrie, that seems like a waste. We have the element of surprise now. Shouldn't we use it?" "No, Not really. I wouldn't let you down. I know you'd try your very best, and a lot of the time that'd be enough. But Alice's life is in danger. I can't take the risk. Yeah, Omen said sadly. I get it. Chapter 48. Nero teleported them back to Roarhaven, to the Bentley parked by the side of the street. Why are we taking a car? Nero asked, confusion riddling his pretty face. I can get us anywhere in an eye blink, remember? Temper watched as Skulduggery turned and put a hand on Nero's chest to stop him. You're not coming with us. Oh, you think so, do you? Skulduggery seemed unimpressed with Nero's sudden posturing. I only barely trust one teleporter with silly hair, Nero, and that's not you. Abyssinia, send him away. We'll be much faster with Nero than with a car, Abyssinia said. Send him away, or this partnership ends right here, right now. Abyssinia sighed. Yes, fine. Nero, shoo. You want me to go? Nero said, frowning. But you won't have any backup. I'm the princess of the Darklands. I don't need backup. Go on now. Yeah, Temper said. Shoo! Nero glared and vanished. While Skulduggery got behind the wheel, Temper opened the passenger door, pulled the seat forward, and motioned for Abyssinia to climb in the back. She peered in. You want me to get in there? But it's so cramped. I've already called shotgun, I'm afraid, said Temper. In you go. Sighing, Abyssinia manoeuvred her way in with no small amount of grace. Temper returned the seat to its original position and got in. Chapter 49. The country house, every detail captured in the warm glow of floodlights, was as big as Grimwood, and even grander. It had a fountain in the driveway that Valkyrie circled before parking facing the exit, in case she needed to make a quick getaway. She looked in the rear view. Someone was walking over. Stay down, she said to Omen as she undid her seatbelt. She got out. The man who approached wore fox-hunting gear, a green jacket with 4 brass buttons, riding hat, jodhpurs, and polished boots. He looked to be in his 40s. He was tall, and observed her disdainfully. You are late. Valkyrie ignored the voice in her head that told her to punch him. What am I here for? He observed her for a bit longer, then sighed and turned. This way. She followed as he led her round the house to where the countryside rolled to the starry horizon on dark waves, spotted here and there with the lights of isolated houses and passing cars. A line of 13 horses stood directly behind the house, their riders in an assortment of black, green and tweed jackets. Standing in front of the horses were maybe 20 people. They looked nervous, jittery. At the bottom of the hill was woodland, and built into that woodland, twisting in and around the trees, was a massive hedge maze, like nothing Valkyrie had ever seen. The man in the green jacket indicated that Valkyrie should stand beside the scared people. She did so, as he climbed into the saddle of the biggest horse. Now that she could see them properly, Valkyrie realized the riders were all wearing grotesque masks. She sighed and turned to the woman next to her. We're going to be hunted, aren't we? The woman met her eyes and laughed with an excitement that Valkyrie found disturbing. At the centre of that maze, the man in the green jacket said loudly, is safety. Anyone who reaches it will live. Anyone who doesn't will die. Valkyrie stepped forward. Do I have to do this? You seem to have a thing going on here, but I'm just looking for my... Back in line! Roared the man in green. Valkyrie glared and stepped back. For those who reach the middle, he continued, you will join the wild hunt at our next meet. You will be one of us, with all the privileges that go with that. Every hunter you see before you has been where you are. We understand your fear." He glanced at Valkyrie again, and irritation washed over his face. "As for you, there is a card in the middle of the maze. Written on that card is an address. In the unlikely event that you survive, that will be your reward." He took off his riding hat, pulled on a carved mask, and put his hat on over it. "I am the master of the hunt," he said, "and I tell you to run." The men and women around Valkyrie ran. She hesitated long enough to see the hunters draw curved swords, then bolted after them. The grass was wet and slippery. Already some of her fellow targets had lost their footing and were tumbling uncontrollably down the hill. Valkyrie passed the excitable woman, who reached out to grab her. Valkyrie shoved her away and kept going. Behind them, a horn blew, and the night trembled with the thunder of approaching hooves. Someone fell in Valkyrie's way, and she leaped over him, reached the bottom of the hill and sprinted on, finding herself near the front of the charge. There were some seriously unfit people running for their lives. She passed a wheezing woman who was slowing with each step. She was about to reach out and pull her along when an arrow thudded into the woman's head and she dropped dead. Valkyrie started zigzagging as she ran. There were screams behind her as the horses caught up to the stragglers. Valkyrie glanced back, caught the flash of a curved blade, saw an arc of blood. An arrow hit her shoulder and bounced off. Another one pierced the ground at her feet. A third landed ahead of her, but this one exploded in a burst of liquid. A similar arrow hit a man to her left, made him stumble but didn't hurt him. He ran on, his back drenched, disappearing through the entrance to the maze. Something hit her in the small of the back. She reached behind her, felt the wetness, and then she was through into the maze. Valkyrie slowed down to catch her breath. Outside the maze were the screams of the dying. Inside was the hushed panting of the desperate. They plunged on without thought, without strategy, barging past Valkyrie in their eagerness to win a place in the wild hunt. Psychos, she decided. Hunters and hunted, both as bad as each other. There was a rule about mazes. She knew there was. Keep right, maybe? Keep trailing your hand along the wall to your right, and it will lead you to the centre? Or was it left? She looked back as the hunters streamed into the maze on foot, swords glinting. She turned right and ran. The hedges ranged from knee-height to 3 metres tall. Sound worked differently here. All around her were the sounds of the pursuers, their footsteps, their calls, their laughter, their shouts, and the sounds of the pursued, their footsteps, their cries, their sobbing, their screams. But these sounds crept up from odd angles. Sometimes they were behind, sometimes in front, sometimes above, and sometimes just over her shoulder. The deeper Valkyrie went, the further from the lights she moved, the darker it got. She crouched, listening to someone begging nearby. There was a laugh, and a sudden gurgled moan, and the begging stopped. There was someone coming for her. Valkyrie moved on, keeping low. She tugged at the bracelet round the wrist, but there was no way it was coming off. She stopped. Her hand. It was luminous orange. She twisted, looking down at herself, hissing a curse under her breath. Her jacket, her trousers, drenched with that liquid, now glowed in the dark, a beacon to the hunters who were closing in. Footsteps, rushing her. Valkyrie spun, and the hunter stopped running. He laughed beneath his mask. She sagged. "Come on, then," she said, allowing her voice to tremble. "Get it over with. If you're going to kill me, kill me. Just make it quick." She raised her chin and turned her head a little, giving him a clean swing at her neck. He marched forward, confident in her submission and his inevitable victory. He raised the sword as he walked, and when he was in range, he swung. Valkyrie stepped into him, left arm wrapping round his right, while her other hand cracked into his chin. He stumbled but she held on, hit him a few more times as he went down, then hit him a few more times after that. She straightened, looked around for the sword. It had flown from his grip and was now lost in a hedge somewhere. "Here!" another hunter shouted, and Valkyrie bolted. She tore off her jacket as she ran, dropping it, thankful that the t-shirt beneath was black. She took a corner. There were 2 hunters ahead, hacking a man to death, and Valkyrie ducked behind the next corner before they saw her, then slipped backwards into the shadows. She crouched, doing her best to hide the parts of her that glowed, and held her breath. The hunter on her tail ran past. "She come this way?" the hunter, a woman, barked. "Who?" one of the other hunters asked. The woman didn't bother answering. She hurried back to the corner, and Valkyrie squirmed further into the darkness. The woman passed, sword in hand, and Valkyrie stepped out, wrapping an arm round her throat, but the hunter grabbed her arm and twisted, and Valkyrie flew over her shoulder. She managed to pull the hunter down with her, and they both hit the ground. The woman did her best to scramble up, but Valkyrie dived on her, grabbing the wrist that still held the sword. The hunter squirmed, scratching Valkyrie's face, trying to push her off. Valkyrie kept control of the woman's sword hand, worked her way into a dominant position, and started to ram her elbow into the hunter's jaw. The hunter was strong, roughly the same size as Valkyrie herself, but it didn't take much to put her out. Valkyrie swapped her trousers for the hunter's jodhpurs and pulled her boots back on. Someone screamed. Someone else laughed. Valkyrie carried on. She got through the next few minutes without meeting any more hunters. When she came to smaller hedges, she climbed over them, heading for the light she could see every now and then through the leaves. She quickened her pace, and her feet hit something, and she tripped, went stumbling. "Shush!" said the man she'd tripped over. "Shh!" Valkyrie glared at whoever it was. "You saw me coming," she whispered. "You could have warned me you were there." "You should look where you're going." "It's dark." "That's no excuse," the man said, straightening up. "Now I have to find another hiding spot." He turned, walked right into a sword thrust. "Eric's!" he said, gasping. The hunter peered closer. "Pyramus?" he said through his mask. "It is you. Hey, oh man, sorry." Pyramus gurgled and fell down, and Eric's the hunter turned to Valkyrie. "He was a friend of mine," he said. "I encouraged him to take part. I feel really bad now." Valkyrie nodded and ran. He ran after her. She scrambled for the corner, sprinted down another path, turned the corner, and immediately ducked and spun and crouched. She heard Eric's running up, getting closer, closer. She powered out of her crouch, catching him in the side as he turned the corner. He went flying, and she slipped on the wet grass. The sword landed next to her. She grabbed it as Eric's came up to his knees, holding his ribs, struggling to breathe. He looked around for his sword, saw it in Valkyrie's hands, and froze. She stood. He held up his hands. "Please don't kill me," Eric said. "Take off the mask." He did as he was told. His face was unexceptional and shiny with sweat. "Hands on your head," said Valkyrie. "Interlace the fingers." "Oh God," Eric said as he complied. "You're going to kill me, aren't you?" "You are. Just say it. Just tell me you're going to kill me." "Shut up, Eric's. I'll beg if you have to." "You're already begging." "I'll beg more. I'll beg better. Please don't do it. I have a family. I have a wife and children." "Is that so?" Valkyrie said, stepping closer, tapping the tip of the sword on one of the brass buttons on Eric's jacket. "What's your wife's name?" He blinked. She's my ex-wife." "What's your ex-wife's name, Eric's?" I can't remember." "I think you're lying about the family, Eric's." He shook his head. "I love them very much. Please don't deprive my children of their father. They need a strong male role model in their lives." You murder people, Eric's. You can't blame them for that, please. Think of my kids. Think of little Timmy. I think little Timmy will be fine without you, Eric's. He won't, Eric said, crying. He's useless. Do you know this maze, Eric's? How do I get to the middle? Sobbing, he looked around. We're quite close to it, he said. Keep going that way. Look for the openings to get narrower. The narrower, the better. They'll take you right to the middle. Thanks for that, Valkyrie said, and hit him behind the ear with the pommel of the sword. Eric's fell forward, and she carried on. She followed his advice, chose the narrower of the options available to her, and in under 3 minutes she stepped into a clearing. Before her was a fountain surrounded by a small hedge. No one else was here yet, but upon the ledge of the fountain lay a white card. And then a blade pressed against her throat from behind. Chapter 50. Valkyrie dropped the sword and turned so slowly. 2 hunters stood there, a woman in a black jacket and a man in a green one, the master of the hunt. It was the woman's sword that scraped her windpipe. I reached the middle, Valkyrie said. No, said the master. That's the middle, over there. You haven't reached it, which means you're going to die. Cadaverous won't be happy with you. He wants to kill me himself. You think I care what Cadaverous Gant wants, the master said. I owed him. I agreed to include you in tonight's hunt in order to repay my debt. Now we're square. In fact, I rather enjoy the idea of killing someone he wants to kill himself. I really don't like him. Valkyrie licked her lips. I'll pay you. We don't do this for money. Well, hold on now, the woman in the black jacket said. Tell me more. A relative left me a lot of money, Valkyrie said. He was a writer, Gordon Edgley. You heard of him? The woman lowered her sword. The Gordon Edgley? Valkyrie nodded. He left me his fortune. I can pay you, both of you, to walk away. The master looked at the woman. Hypatia, no! How much? Hypatia asked. A lot. You're lying, the master said. She's lying. He went to stab Valkyrie, but Hypatia held him back. How much? Most of it is tied up in investments and policies and things, but I'm pretty sure I can get you 1 million. Each. Not interested, said the master. Maybe you're not interested, Hypatia said, because you've got money. You've been around for 200 years, but I'm young. 1 million each, you say? In cash. You expect us to trust that you'll live up to your end? This is a big reward, Valkyrie said. You've got to take a big risk to get a big reward. Stop this, said the master. This very conversation is cheapening the name of the wild hunt. Hypatia, maybe I was wrong about you. Maybe you're not one of us after all. I think I'll have to talk to the others. Hypatia stuck her sword through the master's chest. He gave a surprised sigh and crumpled. 2 million, Hypatia said. For me. Valkyrie nodded. Agreed. If you try and cheat me, I won't. But I'm going to need some way to contact you when I have the money. Hypatia took out her phone and held it up. I'm recording, she said. Give me an email or a number or something. Valkyrie recited her number, and Hypatia put her phone away. 3 days, she said. Agreed, Valkyrie said, and ran to the fountain. Upon the card were printed 5 words. Midnight at the Midnight Hotel. She spun. What time is it? The time, quickly! Hypatia looked at her phone. 10 to 10. Is there a shortcut out of here? Valkyrie asked, hurrying back. I need to get to my car. For 2 million, Hypatia said. I think I can give you a lift. She wrapped an arm round Valkyrie's waist and brought the air in, boosting them high over the maze. They leapfrogged like this all the way back up the hill, coming to a stop at the country house. You know, said Hypatia, you did reach the middle of the maze, so technically you're invited to join the wild hunt. Is this what you do then? Hunting down people and killing the ones you catch? Hypatia shrugged. It's not all we do. We're an interesting group. I think you'd like us if you gave us a chance. Thanks, but I've got enough friends. Valkyrie started running for her car. You can never have enough friends, Hypatia shouted after her. I'll call you. Valkyrie jumped in the car. I heard horses, Omen said from the back seat. Alice is in the Midnight Hotel, Valkyrie said, starting the engine and putting her foot down. The car kicked up stones as it sped for the road. Huh, said Omen. Suppose that fits? You know about it? Yes, he answered. Well, kind of. We just covered it in school. Then you know where it is. It changes location every 12 hours. I know that. I mean, do you know where it is when it's in Ireland? I've been there, but Skulduggery always drove and I didn't really pay attention. Do you know the address? What? What's wrong? I'm not very good at remembering facts about things. I know that the hotel is planted at each new location. There are these green seeds that grow in the bushes around the hotel. You put one in the ground and you add water and a new hotel just sprouts up. And the people inside are teleported straight into it. The existing hotel, wilts, or whatever it is it does, withers away to nothing. I saw a video of it, taken back before people had proper phones. They had the camera looking out the window, and everything outside is so big because the hotel is only growing, and everyone inside is tiny. It only takes a few minutes for it to reach full size, though. And then there's a brand new hotel. It's pretty cool. Omen, I need the address. I don't know. I know roughly where we're going, but I really need you to think now, okay? I need the exact address. It's in... Wait. He frowned. Oh my God, he said. I know this. I actually know this. I've remembered something from school. Student of the goddamn year, Valkyrie said, and gunned the engine. Chapter 51. The address on the card led them to a small apartment building that had popped up behind a newsagent's in somewhere called Mount Mellick, which was in Laois, apparently. Temper had never been to Laois before. It seemed like a nice enough place. Skulduggery activated his facade and went to pick the lock of the side door, but Abyssinia just kicked it open and strolled through. Temper watched Skulduggery lecture her on the way up the stairs. Abyssinia agreed with everything he said, but was obviously ignoring him. It was kind of amusing. They reached the door to Cadaverous' apartment. If this is Cadaverous' home, Skulduggery said, we might be walking into something we're not ready for. Let's go, said Abyssinia. Hold on, Skulduggery said. He likes to say that in his home he is God. And while that may be grandiose, it's not untrue. Let's go in and find out. Just wait a second, would you? She grabbed Skulduggery, slammed him against the wall. Our son is in there. We don't know that, Skulduggery responded coolly. Also, hands off the suit. I could crush you, Abyssinia snarled. Hands off the suit. The door to the neighbouring apartment opened, and a man with a shaggy beard came out, a knapsack over one shoulder. He looked at the three of them. How are you? He said. Temper waved. Hi there. The bearded man hesitated, then closed his door, walked between them, and moved onto the stairs. When he was gone, Abyssinia released Skulduggery and stepped back, a smile sweeping the anger from her face. You're maddening, she said. You never used to be like this. Razia was right. You're more fun when you're evil. Aren't we all? Skulduggery said, straightening his tie. He knelt by the door to pick the lock. Abyssinia looked at Temper. We were in love, she said. Temper nodded. Love is nice. Skulduggery put his lockpicks away and stood. When I open this door, anything might happen. Cadaverous has had 5 years to build the nightmare of his dreams. We could literally be walking into hell. I'm ready, said Abyssinia. I could wait in the car, said Temper. Skulduggery deactivated his facade and drew his gun. Then let's go. Temper drew his too, and when Skulduggery pushed the door open, they swarmed in to an empty apartment. Huh, said Temper. There was one item of furniture, a table with a white card placed upon it. Temper read what it said. Abyssinia, you didn't think it would be this easy, did you? We're going to play a little game, you and I. I call it Let's Save Cain. The objective is simple. You've got 48 hours to find him, and you have to do this alone. No teleporters, no backup. Your first stop will be to... Abyssinia snatched the card out of Temper's hand and read the rest of it herself. He thinks he can make me play his game. The insolence of the man. I will find him and crush him. Again with the crushing, Skulduggery muttered, coming out of the bedroom. If his plan was to draw Abyssinia in like this, Temper said, then maybe he's done the same thing with Valkyrie. Call Omen, Skulduggery said, checking the empty cupboards. He was babysitting Alice this afternoon. Temper dialed Omen's number and waited. What are you doing? Abyssinia asked Skulduggery. Looking for clues, he said. Are you finding any? Not really. Then you're just wasting time while Cain is in the hands of a lunatic. I heard that you had become this great detective in my absence. But aside from finding a card in a book, I have yet to see you detecting anything. Temper put his phone away. Omen isn't answering. You think Cadaverous has Alice? I do, Skulduggery said. You think he has Omen? If Omen is lucky, yes. If he isn't lucky, he's already dead. Damn. Omen's a good kid. Who cares about the Darkly boy? Abyssinia snapped. He isn't even the important one. No one will mourn for him. We have to focus on what matters. Finding Cadaverous before he kills Cain. Everything else is an irrelevance. Skulduggery opened the cupboard under the sink. Nobody is irrelevant, he said, stepping back to let them see the body curled up against the pipes. A clue! Abyssinia cried. Skulduggery pulled the body out. Now little more than a skeleton, it crumpled to a pile of bones on the kitchen floor. This must be kind of weird for you, Temper said. Not really, Skulduggery replied, picking up the skull. He tilted his head. I think I know him. Temper frowned. How can you tell? I recognize him from somewhere. I don't mean to be, whatever, but how can you recognize him when he's like this? Skulduggery looked at Temper. You don't think all skulls look alike, do you? Kinda, yeah. You do? Of course. Skulduggery started searching its clothes. Did I ever tell you that I lost my skull once? Temper sighed. Yeah, you did. Goblins ran away with it. And for years afterwards I wore a replacement skull. For years I walked around with a different head. The jaw was different. The cheekbones were different. The nasal aperture was hilariously off. I'm still surprised people recognized me at all. Maybe the fact that you were a skeleton? Unable to find any ID, Skulduggery tore off a large strip of the deceased's shirt. The point is, a skull is as unique as the face that sits upon it. Skulduggery laid the cloth over the head and manipulated moisture out of the air to dampen it until it clung to the skull. Then he put both hands up under the jaw, and ever so gently the air began to flow, filling out the cheeks and the eye sockets from beneath. No, Skulduggery murmured. That isn't it. Temper watched as the cloth face billowed slightly, somehow giving the corpse lips, lending it the appearance of substance. Every so often, Skulduggery would give another murmur. He was like a sculptor. Happy with one part of the face, he'd move on to the next, until it became something definite. "Satrap beholden," Skulduggery said, removing the cloth from the corpse's skull as he stood. "I haven't heard from him in years. Haven't seen him in a decade." "You sure it's him?" "There's no mistaking Satrap."
"Who was he?" Abyssinia asked. "And why is he dead in Cadaverous' apartment?"
"He would have told you himself that he was nobody of consequence. He stayed out of the war. He didn't bother anyone."
"How did you know him?"
"I met him when he was going out with Anton Shudder," Skulduggery said. "The relationship lasted 5 or 6 years. He helped Anton run the Midnight Hotel before they broke up." "When was this?" Temper asked. Skulduggery turned his head like he was listening to something, but didn't answer. "Hello?" "The Midnight Hotel," Skulduggery said softly. "When Anton died, it would have been passed on to his next of kin. Anton didn't have any family. If he'd named Satrap in the will, he mightn't have had time to change it before his death." "So Satrap here inherited the Midnight Hotel," Temper said, "and Cadaverous killed him for it." "What is this Midnight Hotel?" Abyssinia asked. "It's a building that moves," Skulduggery said. "Every 12 hours it grows in another location around the world, and everyone inside goes with it. For someone whose power is rooted in where they live."
"A moving house is a dream come true," Abyssinia finished. She held up the white card. "He thought he would lead me on a treasure hunt that would take me 48 hours. Instead, we can go straight there."
"And catch him off guard," Skulduggery said.
"To the car," Abyssinia announced, tearing the card in two. "I call... what's the phrase? Shotgun." She walked out. Chapter 52. All the lights were on in the Midnight Hotel. Valkyrie drove up slowly, the tires crunching on gravel and twigs. A 2-story building, faded white plaster, dark wooden door and windowsills. "Are we here?" Omen asked quietly. "Keep your head down," Valkyrie said, gently pressing the brake. Her eyes flickered to the clock on the dash. 1 hour and 35 minutes until midnight. Alice was still alive, providing Cadaverous Gant could be counted on to keep his word. "What's wrong?" Omen asked. His last home looked completely normal on the outside too, but the inside was all metal walkways over a lake of fire. "The moment I go in there," she said, "he's got all the power." "Well," Omen responded, "and I don't want to be mean, but doesn't he have all the power anyway? He's got Alice, and he knows you're coming. This is a huge big trap that you have no choice but to step into. The only advantage you've actually got, and I know I've said this before and you're probably getting sick of it, but the only advantage you've got is that he thinks I'm dead. You're not coming with me, Omen. Now that I'm here, you've got to find your way to a phone and call Skulduggery." "Cadaverous will kill you." "Not immediately, he won't. I'm not going." "Yes, you were going to shoot me," he blurted. "I mean, I know now that you weren't really going to do it, but I didn't know that then, did I? So I stood there and thought you were going to kill me, and I was going to let you do it. I was willing to die, Valkyrie, because I thought it would get Alice back, and also, kinda, because it was my fault she was taken. Valkyrie, please, you don't owe me anything, but you sort of owe me this. Let me help." "Omen." She stopped. Cadaverous Gant stepped from the shadows at the side of the house. He waved to her, smiling, then turned and walked away. "Stay down," she said, and eased off the brake. She started to circle the hotel, giving it a wide berth.
At the rear of the building was a garage. Cadaverous stood in front of the roller door, waving to her. His smile was a rictus grin. The door started to open. "Seatbelt!" Valkyrie snarled, gunning the engine and spinning the wheel, the car fishtailing slightly, and now she was looking at the old man straight down the bonnet. The roller door behind him had risen to waist height. "Brace yourself!" she shouted, and stomped on the accelerator. Cadaverous ducked under the door, and Valkyrie followed right after, her eyes tightly shut as the car hit the door and crashed through, the windscreen cracking, the airbag exploding, knocking her back in her seat as she braked. Her foot still on the brake, she reached out, put the car in neutral. She sat there for a moment, her eyes still closed, the engine's low growl the only sound. When she was like this, the windscreen could have cracked because either the roller door had hit it or because Cadaverous had. When she was like this, the old man could either have been injured and alive in front of the car or dead beneath her wheels. Anything was possible, so long as she stayed like this. Like the cat in Schrodinger's box, the old man was both alive and dead. Until she opened her eyes, she was both a good person and a killer. Alice. She had to find Alice. Alice was the only thing that mattered. Omen groaned behind her. She pushed the deflating airbag to one side, squinting against the harsh garage light as she kicked the door open. She was halfway out when her eyes adjusted. The light wasn't coming from a bulb. It was coming from a blazing sun. It wasn't a garage floor she had stepped out onto. It was hard-packed dirt. She stood and looked back the way she'd come. The garage door was still open, and through it she could see the trees and the small road and the dark sky, could still make out the tracks her car had made in the mud. But the door was cut into a vast wall of rock. It was a cliff face, wide enough to vanish into distant horizons on either side, tall enough to reach the sky. She stepped back, craning her neck. It did reach the sky, and then it folded back, became the sky. The sky, rather than an infinite expanse, was a ceiling as high as a cathedral's, with drifting clouds and its own sun, brilliant but not blinding, directly overhead. And on the surface of the sun, clock hands, counting down to midnight. The sheer impossibility of Valkyrie's surroundings, an environment much too big for its walls to contain, made her dizzy, and she almost stumbled, had to lean against the car for support. A hot breeze stirred. She was on a dirt road on a hill. The dirt road led down, becoming a real road a few miles further on. The road swerved through a forest of dark trees and then narrowed, became the main street of a small town on the edge of water. The water was black, the reflection of the sun on its waves sending splinters of a migraine deep into Valkyrie's brain. Beyond the town was a bridge to a small island. It was too far for her to make anything out, but she knew that was where her sister was. Her eyes widened, and she jumped away from the car. The bonnet, though scraped, was clear of any dead man's body. She dropped to her belly. The underneath was clear also. No corpse. No cadaverous. She got up again, slowly, brushing the dust off automatically. A phone rang. A payphone, right there on the side of the dirt road. She looked at it while it rang. Let it ring a good long time. Then she walked over, slowly. She reached out to pick it up, and it stopped. "Real mature," she murmured. She kept her eyes on it. A minute went by. She turned to go back to the car, and it rang again. She answered.
"Welcome," Cadaverous said, "to my humble abode."
Chapter 53. "I'm here," Valkyrie said. "I made it. Give me my sister."
You haven't made it quite yet," Cadaverous responded. Just a little bit further, that's all. The woods are lovely, dark and deep, but you have promises to keep.
And miles to go before I sleep, Valkyrie finished. Yeah, I know a few poems too. Want to hear one? There once was a man from Nantucket. Cadaverous cut her off with a laugh.
You are proven to be every bit the adversary I had been hoping for, Valkyrie. This wouldn't be nearly as satisfying if you weren't up to the task.
I'm glad you're enjoying yourself. I'll be interested to see if you're still having a good time when I drag you out of here.
Now, we both know that's not going to happen. This is my home, Valkyrie. Granted, it's a little different from my last one, but I needed a change. Do you like it? I knocked down a few walls to make more room.
I can see that.
I spent a long time on this place, Valkyrie. 5 years, in fact. I poured my heart and soul into it. I constructed every pebble, every speck of dust. That breeze you're feeling? That took 2 weeks to get just right.
Once again you prove yourself the master of hot air.
Master of my domain, Valkyrie. Remember that. In here, I am God.
So why don't you strike me down, huh? I'm standing right here. Come get me. Cadaverous chuckled.
Oh, no, Valkyrie. That's not how this is going to work at all. Your journey isn't over yet, and time is still counting down.
Bull! Valkyrie snarled. You said get to your house by midnight. I'm here with an hour and a half to spare.
But that's not the house I meant, Cadaverous said. The house I meant is at the end of this road. You'd better hurry. Your sister is waiting.
He hung up. Valkyrie slammed the phone back onto its cradle, picked it up and slammed it back down again. A shout of frustration welled up inside and escaped, and she kicked at one of those pebbles that Cadaverous had designed and watched it skip across the road, raising little puffs of Cadaverous-designed dust as it went. Valkyrie? Omen said from the car. Stay there! She snapped and stormed back to the car, pulling the deflated airbag from the steering wheel. She got in and slammed the door, put the car into gear. She glared into the rear-view mirror, hoping Cadaverous was watching, and gave him the finger. The car shot forward. Chapter 54. The Bentley pulled up outside the Midnight Hotel, and they got out. Skulduggery stopped at the front door and drew his gun. "Okay," he said. "When we go in—" "Enough talk," Abyssinia said, marching past him and into the hotel. Skulduggery muttered something and followed, and Temper came last. They were suddenly in the mountains somewhere, and it was daytime. The air was crisp, the sky blue, the trees tall. Temper looked back. The doorway was the mouth of a cave. Through it, he could see the dark sky and the Bentley. "This is like the TARDIS," he said. "I don't know what that is," Abyssinia responded, still looking around. "We're in the Carpathian Mountains." "You recognize this?" Skulduggery asked. "I recognize it from the trips I took into Cadaverous's head. This is where he spent the first 8 years of his life before moving to America. He's replicated it exactly. Even the—" She trailed off. "Abyssinia?" "My son is here," she said, and started walking, away from the path and into the woods. Temper started after her, then turned to Skulduggery. "You coming?" "The sun," Skulduggery said, looking up. "There's a clock in the sun." Chapter 55. The road was wide and smooth, and there were signs everywhere, all with Alice's name on them, all pointing straight ahead. "How fast are we going?" Omen asked from the back seat. "Shut up," said Valkyrie. "Okay." Her foot eased up on the accelerator, though. Just a little. She'd be no good to her little sister if she crashed before she got to her. She passed a sign different from the others. Small, sticking out of the ground by the side of the road. It had "Help" scrawled on it. There was a similar sign ahead, beside a bigger one that had Alice's name in lights. Again, it said, "Help." The road turned slightly, then straightened out again. More big signs, goading Valkyrie on. But more small signs too, this time with arrows, all pointing left. A minute later, Valkyrie came to a left turn. She slowed. The big signs told her to go straight on, told her that Alice was waiting ahead. But the small signs, the ones written by hand, told her to go left, down a narrower road. "Is everything all right?" Omen asked, and Valkyrie ignored him. She turned left. They drove for 5 minutes, until a city rose up in the windscreen. Cars passed and people walked. Valkyrie pulled into the curb and waited. Her fingers tapped the wheel, gently but quickly. "Can I sit up?" Omen asked. "No." "It's not very comfortable like this. I don't care." "Are we there yet?" "I don't know where we are, or who these people are." A car turned towards her. She resisted the urge to duck down. It slowed as it approached. It was an old car, boxy. It belonged in the 80s. It passed, and she got a look at the driver. "Cadaverous," she said. "Where?" Omen asked. "He just passed." She put the car in gear, prepared to make a U-turn, maybe smash into the back of him, drag him out and kick his head in. But right before she stomped on the accelerator, she glimpsed a man in an overcoat out for a walk. Cadaverous. Again. Valkyrie turned in her seat, watched the boxy car drive away, then looked back at the other Cadaverous. "What's wrong?" Omen asked. "Valkyrie?" "There are 2 of them," she muttered, then turned off the engine and got out. "Give me my sister," she said, striding up to Cadaverous. He blinked at her.
"I'm sorry."
She slapped him, the heel of her hand slamming into the hinge of his jaw. Cadaverous fell backwards, unconscious before he hit the pavement. Valkyrie frowned. She hadn't expected it to be so easy. "Hey!" someone yelled from across the street. A woman in a flowing skirt and heels ran over.
"Get away from him. I saw what you did. That's assault."
The woman got closer and Valkyrie jumped back. It was Cadaverous, in lipstick and eyeshadow, with long hair, wagging his long, bony finger at her.
"I'll call the police. I saw everything."
Valkyrie stared at him. "What are you doing?" Cadaverous knelt down beside the other Cadaverous.
"This poor man. What did you do to him?"
3 people hurried closer, a businessman and a couple in jeans and jackets. All 3 of them were Cadaverous Gant.
"She attacked him,"
the Cadaverous in the dress said.
"An unprovoked attack."
Valkyrie backed off. "Where do you think you're going?" said the Cadaverous dressed as the businessman.
"I'm calling the cops,"
said one of the Cadaverouses wearing jeans.
"Where's the nearest payphone?"
Valkyrie ran. She ducked into an alley, sprinted its length, splashing through a puddle and nearly falling over an old-fashioned dustbin. The galvanised steel kind she'd only seen in movies. A trash can, really. Crossing the next street she came to, she hurried down another alley. She got halfway through when she stopped. There was a puddle ahead of her. Beyond that, an old-fashioned, galvanised trash can. The kind she'd only seen in movies. She ran a hand along the wall. It looked rough, uneven, but it was smooth to the touch. She walked back the way she'd come, back through an alley identical to the one she'd just left. How many of these identical alleys there were in this city, she couldn't begin to guess. Cadaverous had designed everything here. She supposed she shouldn't have been surprised to find that he'd used duplicates for some of it, and hadn't bothered with exact detail in the parts that didn't matter. Maybe that applied to the people too. He needed a population, after all, and she supposed that the easiest thing would be to populate it with versions of himself. It was weird, sure, but kind of understandable. She turned left, feeling calmer now, heading for the cars and people. She reached the corner and stood there, watching. People passed, all wearing Cadaverous' face. They ignored her, for the most part, but it didn't seem to be out of spite. Rather, they each appeared to be caught up in their own thoughts, like regular people. Those who did happen to glance at her, to catch her eye, didn't fly into a rage or call on the others to attack. Instead, they gave a quick nod and carried on walking, chatting, or driving. A city of cadaverous Gants, and not one of them recognised her. A cadaverous shuffled by, using a walking stick. Valkyrie walked beside him. "Excuse me," she said. He looked at her, irritated.
"Yes?"
"I'm terribly sorry, but I think I'm lost."
"So why are you apologising to me?"
She smiled. He was a mean-tempered old grouch. "Could you tell me where we are? The name of this city?" He grunted, eyes returning to the pavement on which he was walking.
"Cities don't have names. Everyone knows that."
"Oh," said Valkyrie. "Of course. What's your name? I'm Valkyrie."
"That's a stupid name."
"What's yours?"
"Why do you want to know?"
"I think we could be friends." He grunted again.
"Charlie," he said. "I'm Charlie."
"Hi, Charlie. Where are you off to?"
"Home."
"Is that close?"
"Round the corner."
"I'm looking for someone. Maybe you've seen her. Her name's Alice. She's my sister, and I think she's somewhere here."
"Don't know any Alice,"
Charlie said. "She's only 7. Have you seen any kids? Charlie?" He stopped, reluctantly giving her his full attention.
"Why do you want to be friends with me, eh? Everyone hates me, and I hate everyone."
"I'm sure not everyone hates you."
"Of course they do," he said, barking out a laugh.
A cadaverous in a scarf walked by.
"Hey, you! Do you like me?"
The cadaverous in the scarf glared.
"I hate you," he said. "Everyone does."
And he walked on.
"See?" Charlie said. "Nobody likes me. Not in college, not in work, not in life."
"What did you do? For a job?"
"I taught," he said, chest swelling a little. "I'm retired now, but I taught English literature to idiots and airheads. Gave them a little culture. Not that it did them any good. Ungrateful lot. Do you know the problem with the younger generation? They're victims. They think they've got it worse than anyone who's ever come before them. They collect weaknesses like badges, wear them for all to see."
"I'm young," said Valkyrie. "I'm not a victim."
"You could be," Charlie said, "just as easily. You could be."
He looked at her for a long while, then grunted.
"The sister, eh? I think I've seen a little girl somewhere round here."
Valkyrie's eyes widened. "Is she here? Is she close?" He started walking again.
"Come along. Come this way."
Valkyrie wanted to pick him up and run with him, but she forced herself to match his pace, agonizingly slow though it was. They turned the corner onto a residential street, lined with identical houses. Perfectly identical houses. 2-storied, wooden, dark. The curtains were drawn at every window. Charlie shuffled up to his front door.
"In here, I think," he said. "I think she's in here."
He led the way in. Valkyrie followed. Inside, it was dark, musty. "What a nice house," she said.
"Yes, the house where I grew up. Come now, your sister is in here."
He opened another door and stood there, walking stick in hand, waiting for her to rush past. His eyes were bright. He looked eager, expectant. You had another house, didn't you? Valkyrie asked. Bigger than this, I'd say. He shook his head.
Lived here my whole life, he said. Come now, hurry.
You had another house, she said again. It had a lot of different builders working on it. There were doors that led nowhere, hidden stairs, hidden rooms, traps. You remember all that, Charlie? He frowned.
You must be getting me mixed up with someone else.
You sure it doesn't ring a bell? It was when you were living in Missouri.
I've never...
Yes, Charlie?
I've only ever lived here. I've never lived in... He shook his head. I've never lived in St. Louis.
I didn't say you lived in St. Louis. I said you lived in Missouri. He rubbed his forehead.
What are you doing to me? He muttered. What are you doing to my head?
She walked up. I don't think you are who you think you are, Charlie. Parts of you are missing. Why did you want me to come inside? Were you going to kill me?
No.
I think you were going to try and kill me, just like you killed all those other people. Most of them were your students, weren't they? The idiots and airheads who didn't appreciate what they were being taught. You invited them in, and then what did you do? Did you hunt them? Did you hunt them through your little house of horrors? A smile broke through Charlie's confusion.
Yes,
he said. You hunted and killed them, didn't you, Charlie?
Yes,
he said, eyes brightening. You're not whole. There's something missing. You can feel it, right? Charlie nodded.
I'm not me,
he said.
I'm not who I am.
There's a man out there, Charlie. His name is Cadaverous. He's got all your thoughts and memories, and he made you. He made this city and all these people, but he didn't bother making you whole. He left bits out, important bits, the bits that make you who you are.
The bits that make me happy?
Yes, those bits. He's a sloppy creator. He's waiting for me, Charlie. He took my sister and he wants me to go to him. He wants to hurt me. He wants to kill me.
Kill you?
But I think my sister got away from him. I think she left me signs to come here. Is she here? Where would she hide if she were here?
Kill you,
Charlie muttered, and swung his walking stick at Valkyrie's head. She dodged back instinctively, and Charlie launched himself at her, teeth bared. She stumbled, wrestling with him, then got a hand to his throat, pushed him back, and kneed him between the legs. He jerked and stiffened, and then crumpled slowly, unable to even gasp. He sank to his knees, and Valkyrie resisted the urge to break his walking stick over his head. "You've got to help me!" Valkyrie turned. A teenage boy stood in the doorway. He was dressed in frayed trousers and a threadbare shirt. His shoes were heavy, looked uncomfortable. She recognized Cadaverous in his features, but not his eyes. He had sad eyes. "You put up those signs?" she asked. "I'm sorry," he said. His accent was American, with a hint of something else. Russian, maybe. "I had to talk to you, but I cannot leave this city. He will find me if I do." "Who will find you? Cadaverous?" The boy nodded. "He does not know I am here. He thought he destroyed me a long time ago. He almost did. I'm nothing to what I was once. Listen, I'm sorry to be the one to tell you this, but he's seeing you right now, through my eyes." "Yes, and I feel his rage. But he cannot find me. This city for him, it's too confusing." "But he built it." "He did, to store thoughts, to put them away and never think them again. This land he's made, it's him, his mind. To create something so big is something he has never tried before. He controls most of it, but there are areas where he fears to tread. I need to find Alice. She's waiting for you, in his house, on the island beyond your town." "My town?" "He spent 5 years building this land,
But he kept a space for you. He built it specially. It's powered by a distorted echo stone that will draw from your memories and construct your town when you get close. He wants to hurt you. He wants to kill you for what you did to Jeremiah.
I didn't do anything to Jeremiah, Valkyrie said. He attacked me. He fell.
You're responsible, the boy said.
I'm not arguing about this, okay? You got me here, fine. How do I beat him?
In here, you can't. You have to get him outside.
Can you help me do that?
I can't do anything.
Then what do you need? How can I help you if I can't beat cadavers?
You can't win, he said. He has your sister, and he will kill her. This is going to happen. When he does this, I fear you'll attack him. Then he'll kill you too. And this place will go on, and I'll stay here and hide here, and nothing will ever change. Unless...
Unless what?
Unless you accept your sister's death.
No.
You must. Do it now so that, when it happens, you are ready. Don't play his game. When she is dead, run. Lead him out of this place and kill him. When he dies, destroy this land.
I'm getting out of here, with my sister.
No, the boy said sadly. You're not.
He frowned.
You'd better go. The city is starting to notice you.
He stood aside. Valkyrie hesitated, then went past him, emerging onto the street. A car slowed, then stopped. The driver, cadaverous, looked straight at Valkyrie. Across the road, people stopped walking. They looked over.
You'd better run, said the boy.
Valkyrie wanted to get back to her car, but there was a crowd coming round the corner, so she darted across the road. A car pulled up, narrowly missing her. Cadaverous opened the door and tried to grab her. She ran. There were people chasing her. There were people in front, running at her. Cadaverous lunged out of a doorway just ahead, and she jumped, slammed a knee into his chest. He went down, and she stumbled over him, managed to stay on her feet, ran on. There was a park on her left, but the fence was too high to scale. She rolled across the bonnet of a parked car, avoiding the hands that reached for her. She landed on the other side, punched someone. Someone else grabbed her, and she headbutted him, tore free, sprinted. The streets surged with people, everyone wearing Cadaverous's face, like antibodies flushing out a virus. They were right behind her. She couldn't turn back. The road ahead was blocked. Crowds flooded in from either side. She stopped running. Nowhere to run to. She turned again. They were all around her. They closed in, ready to tear her apart. A phone rang. The city stopped. It just stopped. The people, all those snarling cadaverouses, stopped moving, stopped snarling. Not a sound but for the ringing phone. No distant car engines. Not one singing bird. Nothing. Just that ringing phone. The telephone box stood next to a street lamp. Like everything else in the city, it looked like it was from the 80s. Her breathing under control after all that running, Valkyrie walked towards it slowly. All those cadaverous eyes watched her, but not one of those cadaverous feet moved. She pulled the door to one side. It opened like an accordion, folding in on itself. She plucked the receiver from the cradle and held it to her ear.
"You're not supposed to be there," said Cadaverous Gant.
"I took a detour," she told him. "Talked to a nice young gentleman."
"He shouldn't have done that. Now I know where he is."
"He seems to think you're afraid to come here. Is that true? What would happen if you did? Would you get lost? Would you be consumed by all these versions of yourself?"
"I should kill little Alice right this second."
"What do you call this place, anyway?" Valkyrie asked, her voice dripping with a confidence that sprang from somewhere desperate. "Cadaverousburg? Gantville? Yeah, it looks like a Gantville."
"Didn't you hear what I said?"
"You're not going to kill her," said Valkyrie. "You do that and the game's over. I've still got an hour to get to you. Those are the rules.
You'd better hurry.
I'll get to you when I get to you, she said, and hung up. Chapter 56. After 5 minutes of trampling through the Carpathian Mountains, as remembered by cadaverous Gant, they came to 3 wooden shacks in a clearing. "Recognise these?" Skulduggery asked. Abyssinia shook her head. "I was never able to get this far into Cadaverous' mind. Tread carefully." There was a rustle of movement, and Temper turned in time to see a hatchet swing for his head. He jerked back, and his attacker, a scrawny man in filthy clothes with hatchets in both hands, swung at him again and kept swinging, his bearded face contorted in fury. One of the hatchets swished by Temper's face, and he stepped in, his knee buckling the guy's leg while his fist cracked against the guy's jaw. His attacker hit the ground, one of his hatchets spinning out of his grip. He scrambled up and launched himself back into the fight, and Temper sent him to the ground again, this time with an arm twisted and Temper's knee on his chest. "Thank you," Temper said to Skulduggery and Abyssinia. "Thank you for just standing there." "You had it covered," Skulduggery said. Abyssinia walked over, looked down at the squirming wild man. "And who might you be, my unshaven friend?" He snarled at her in a language Temper didn't know. It sounded vaguely Russian. Abyssinia looked at Skulduggery. "You're the genius. What's he saying?" Skulduggery tilted his head. "I'm expected to know all the languages." "You're 450 years old. What else have you been doing with your time?" "Punching people, mostly." The wild man tried to break free, but Temper wrestled him down, then glanced at Abyssinia. "Can't you read his mind or something?" "Oh, he isn't real," she said. "He's no more self-aware than that rock, and even that rock isn't real. Everything you see here has been conjured in some fashion by Cadaverous, and acts according to the rules of this world." "I can understand roughly every third word that he's saying," Skulduggery said. "He is not pleased to see us, and he's calling us some very bad names." Abyssinia raised an eyebrow. "How dare you? I am royalty." "Now he's threatening us. He doesn't seem particularly perturbed to be in the presence of a talking skeleton, by the way, but I put that down to the limitations of his programming rather than a true reflection of whoever he's meant to be." There was a screech behind them, and a kid of about 6 tore from the trees, a hatchet in his hand. "I'm not hitting a child," Temper said immediately. "Well, I'm not doing it," said Skulduggery. "I'll do it," said Abyssinia, and stepped forward to kick the boy in the face. He flipped over backwards, unconscious, before he'd even landed. "Jesus," Temper muttered, the wild man going nuts beneath him. "I do so love kicking children," Abyssinia said. She looked up. "Oh, come on. He's not even real." "He's real to this guy," Temper responded, twisting the wild man's wrist in an effort to control him. "Ask him where our son is," Abyssinia said. "He's close. I can sense him." "For the last time," Skulduggery said, "stop calling him our son." Abyssinia smiled. "Admit it, darling. You're coming round to the idea of being a father again, aren't you?" "Are you going to stop, or is this partnership over?" "I'll stop," said Abyssinia. "For now." Skulduggery spoke to the wild man, and the wild man responded with his usual snarls. "He claims not to know," Skulduggery said, then asked the wild man something else, mentioning Valkyrie's name. The wild man snarled and spat. "You are most disagreeable," Skulduggery murmured. He babbled further. "What's he saying now?" "I'm not sure." Skulduggery listened for another few seconds. "Something about an axe. A man with an axe man." "Is he the axe man?" Abyssinia asked. No. He says the Axeman's coming.
Well, that'll be nice, Abyssinia said. The Axeman sounds friendly. Maybe he'll tell us where my son is.
A shape moved out by the trees. For a few seconds there was nothing, and Temper was about to look away when a man appeared. He was made of muscle, close to 8 feet tall, and covered in blood, with a sack tied over his face. He dragged a gigantic axe after him, the blade making furrows in the dirt. Said Temper. Abyssinia looked round.
What?
I could be wrong, he said, but I think the Axeman's here. Chapter 57. The town ahead of them wavered, like it was caught in a heat haze, but it solidified as they grew closer. Bushes, trees, hedges, low walls, and lamp-posts, landmarks that had evolved since Valkyrie's childhood, lining the road to Haggard. They passed the graveyard and the wide gates of the nursery, past the service station on their left and the cottages on their right, the bus stop, and the Chinese restaurant that everyone still regarded as the new Chinese place, even though it had been there for the last 10 years. There were people, too, and cars on the road. "They've stopped looking like him," said Omen. "Down," she said, keeping her eyes away from the rear-view mirror. "I'm just peeking," Omen said. "Look at the people. They're not like cadavers anymore." "No," said Valkyrie. "They're taken from my memories." She had become aware of a pressure, somewhere in the back of her mind, like the tentative prodding of fingers. She eased her foot off the accelerator, let the car slow right down as she focused. "Are you okay?" Omen asked. "Quiet. Sorry." She'd had a few lessons on how to shield her thoughts from a psychic assault, and she took what she'd learned and built a wall around her mind. The townspeople flickered in and out of existence. She built the wall taller, made it thicker, and the street emptied of both people and cars. Omen looked around. "Where'd they go?" The car drifted and the front wheel hit the curb, and Valkyrie veered off and braked. The people were suddenly back. "This is so weird," Omen whispered. They stayed where they were, pulled into the side of the road. Cars behind her slowed, waited for the opposite lane to clear, and overtook. All very normal. Valkyrie focused, building the wall up again. Omen said, sitting forward and pointing. "Is that real Alice, or an Alice from your memories?" Valkyrie looked up as Alice crossed the road in front of them, got to the pavement, and ran off. Tearing off her seatbelt, Valkyrie threw open the door, forcing a passing car to swerve. The driver honked his horn, but she ignored him as she jumped out. "Valkyrie, wait!" Omen said. "It might not really be her." "Stay there!" Valkyrie shouted back, and ran after her sister. She passed a neighbour out walking her dog. She passed her old friend, J.J. Pearl, who nodded a hello she didn't return. She got to the corner just as Alice darted through the door into Hogan's Flowers, and Valkyrie slowed. The front window was filled with flowers of extraordinary colour. Every Valentine's Day as a kid, she'd accompany her dad as he went to buy her mum a bouquet. She'd help him pick out the perfect selection, and then they'd tell Mr. Hogan, and he'd chuckle and start picking and plucking and arranging. Every time, every single time, he'd take a lollipop from the jar beside the till and hold it out to her, and she'd walk up shyly and take it from him. Then he'd chuckle again and go back to work. There was something about Mr. Hogan that had always unnerved her. The look in his eyes, maybe, or the fact that when he held out the lollipop, he'd never step forward. She always had to go to him. Then there was that afternoon she'd been playing hide-and-seek with her friends up and down Main Street. She'd ducked into the flower shop to hide, and Mr. Hogan had flown into a rage, had grabbed her by the arm and yanked her into the corner. His fingers like steel round her arm, his face contorted in anger, her only way out blocked by his bulk. She'd had a recurring nightmare about that moment. She'd forgotten that. Valkyrie stepped into the flower shop. "Alice," she called. "Alice, come out." The inside of the shop was dark. Flowers lined the walls and spilled from the shelves. Hanging baskets swayed slightly on thin chains. There was an opening to a cellar in the middle of the floor that she didn't remember being there in the real shop. Greasy yellow light bled out from the gloom. Mr. Hogan shuffled out of the darkness, a potted plant in his hands. He saw her and chuckled. "Look who it is," he said. "Little Stephanie Edgley. Haven't seen you around in ages." Her mouth was dry. "I'm looking for my sister," she said. "She came in here." "Did she now?" Mr. Hogan said. "Well then, she must be somewhere, mustn't she? Feel free to take a look." Valkyrie tried to build a wall again, tried to make him vanish, but the bricks were crumbling even before they could set. She walked forward on stiff legs, quickly checking behind shelves and peering into alcoves. She turned and cried out as she jumped back. Mr. Hogan was standing there, a yellow lollipop in his hand. "Want a sweetie?" he asked. That's what he used to say when she was a kid. Only, no, it wasn't quite right. There was something else, something he used to call her. "Want a sweetie, sweetie?" he asked. Valkyrie shook her head. "I just want my sister." He chuckled. "She's probably downstairs then." He stepped back, allowing her a clear path to the steps leading down to the cellar. She was shaking. She was shaking and her knees were weakening. "Is she down there?" "That's where they all go," said Mr. Hogan, shuffling away. This was all wrong. She'd never been this scared of Mr. Hogan before. He was a creepy old man who turned nasty when there weren't any adults around, but this fear was coming from somewhere else. This was a kind of fear she'd only become familiar with recently, in the last few years. It had sidled up to her, lain at her feet like a dog, had started to accompany her wherever she went. It was the kind of fear that weakened her, that paralysed. The steps down to the cellar were old and wooden. The smell of flowers was pungent in the humid air, like they were ripe, like they were starting to rot. Valkyrie stepped onto the dark floor, into the mulch of petals and leaves and stalks that covered it like a carpet. Crates and wooden boxes were stacked away from the single bulb that didn't try very hard to pierce the gloom. Some of those boxes looked like children's coffins. "Alice?" Valkyrie called. Her voice was quiet. It sounded scared. She walked further away from the light bulb, further away from the stairs. The darkness beckoned her. She stopped. Stepping into darkness was beyond stupid, so she allowed her voice to go on ahead. "Alice," she said again, louder this time. "Alice, are you here?" Nothing. It hadn't been her. Alice would have answered. Alice would have come running. Valkyrie was certain. She turned, headed back to the stairs. And yet, maybe Alice was frightened. Maybe she was too frightened to emerge from hiding. Maybe she was crouched somewhere, tears in her eyes, waiting for her big sister to come and find her, counting on her big sister not to be scared of the dark. God damn it. Valkyrie went to the stairs and looked up. "Mr. Hogan," she called. "Do you have a torch I could borrow?" No sound from up there. No movement. "Right," she said, still speaking loudly as she turned and strode into the gloom. "Alice, I'll be right there. Hold up your hand when you see me. Call out for me. Can you do that? Of course you can. You're a brave little thing, aren't you?" Into the gloom, into the darkness, checking the corners, moving aside crates, the cloying smell of flowers making her feel sick with every moment she spent down here. Still she moved. Still she marched, making lots of noise, talking all the time, pretending to be brave, pretending to be her old self. The ground was getting softer. With every step, Valkyrie had to pull her foot out of the sickly, sweet-smelling muck that sucked at her boots. And then the ground gave way, and her lower leg plunged down into it. When she put her weight on her other leg to try and free herself, that foot began to sink. She immediately stopped what she was doing, but it was too late. She looked around for something to grab. There was a table beside her. She reached for it, but it was too far away. She coiled, then sprang, but the ground had her and wasn't letting go. She splashed down, tried to push herself up, and now she'd lost her left arm up to the shoulder. Panic squirmed deep in her belly. The mulch was like quicksand. She had no base under her, no solid ground from which to stabilise. She craned her neck, keeping her chin above the muck as her body sank like a lead weight. "Help!" she said. Then again, louder, "Help!" She wasn't even able to scream. Screaming required movement, and she couldn't afford to move. Muck tipped off her chin. It was cold. "Someone!" she said. "Help me!" She tried to twist, tried to lunge, and that was a mistake. With a last, desperate breath, she went under. Chapter 58. "I don't get it," Temper said, his back braced against the door of the shack as the axeman's fists pounded on it from the outside. "Why doesn't he just use his ridiculously large axe to break through?" The shack was small. Rustic would have been generous. There were 2 beds, one of them tiny, in the corners. A rocking chair, covered in pelts, stood next to the fireplace. Abyssinia, sitting at the small table in the middle of the shack, crossed her legs. "Maybe he's stupid," she said. "Skulduggery, perhaps you'll be able to use his stupidity against him. It might be more effective than your bullets." Skulduggery, who had already used the axeman as target practice, reloaded his gun thoughtfully. "If you think that's a practical option, please, toss him a book of Sudoku and we'll sneak away while he puzzles over it." "I don't know what Sudoku is," Abyssinia responded, looking up at the ceiling and sounding bored. "I've been a heart in a box for 200 years. "As you never tire of reminding us." "Are you implying that I talk too much of the time you tried your very best to kill me?" "I've tried to kill lots of people," Skulduggery replied. "You don't hear them complaining about it." "Excuse me," Temper said. "Could you two possibly stop bickering and come up with a way to get out of whatever the hell is going on here? Also, the kid's awake." They looked over at the boy, lying on his bed in the corner, arms and legs bound. "Try not to kick him in the face again," Skulduggery said. "He's tied up," Abyssinia replied. "There's no sport in it." "Ask him who he is." "I already know who he is. This is Cadaverous Gant you're looking at." Abyssinia raised her eyebrows with renewed interest. "It is? My. Running around with a hatchet, strange axemen coming to kill him. No wonder he grew up to be a serial killer." "So this is a memory?" Temper asked. "An 8-foot-tall lunatic who doesn't mind getting shot really did attack his house with an axe?" Skulduggery peered out of the window as the axeman continued to pound the door. "We don't know that," he said. "For all intents and purposes, we're inside Cadaverous's mind right now. So we shouldn't be too surprised if things get a little muddled. Temper, you should probably move away from the door." Temper nodded and straightened up, just as the axe blade came through right where his head had been. "He's using his axe now," Skulduggery explained helpfully. Chapter 59. Dark. Wet. Cold. Valkyrie tried bringing her hands to her face, but the muck was too thick. She was still sinking. She could feel it. Tried to turn. Couldn't. The earth was in her nose and ears and mouth. Her lungs begged to inhale something. Anything. Even muck. They didn't care. She could feel her body start to respond. Against every command she was issuing, her body was going to breathe in the filth, and then she was going to die. She tried to kick herself to the surface, even though this wasn't water, even though she couldn't move her legs. Apart from her foot. Her right foot. It was moving. She could move it. And now her left. One moment it was just the foot. Then it was the ankle. She kept sinking. The more she sank, the more she could move. Her right knee. She could bend her right knee. With her lungs burning, Valkyrie kicked out, felt herself sink faster. She was emerging from the other side, whatever it was, wherever it was. So she squirmed, and her hips were free now, and she squirmed more and more. And she fell, dropping, gasping, and she splashed into mud that grabbed at her, pulled at her, and she wiped her eyes clear, saw that she was still in the cellar, and before the muck claimed her she looked up, saw the muck in the ceiling, and then she was submerged once again. This time she didn't try to raise herself up. This time she focused on burrowing herself down, and after a moment her foot broke free of the mud, just like last time. She was going to sink and fall, and it was going to go on until she drowned. Her hips were free, and she could picture her legs dangling from the ceiling. She kicked them up behind her, plunging them into the mud, even as her torso kept sinking. There was a moment when she thought she'd messed up, a moment when she hung there, on the verge of dropping, but not being able to. And then she was out and falling once again. This time she covered her face with her hands, twisted her body and sucked in a deep, deep breath. She hit the mud with her elbows first. Her head went in shoulders deep, her body splashing down behind. Squirming to go faster, she kept her feet out of the mud for as long as she could. She sank head first. When she couldn't move her feet any more, she knew she was close to being through. Seconds passed. Long, long seconds, and a lot of them. Again, she became afraid that she'd miscalculated. And then she emerged. She gasped, took her hands away from her face, cleared her eyes, blinking rapidly. The cellar looked different from up here. The table beside the muck. If she could grab it, she might be able to pull herself out of this crazy cycle. When her waist was free, she started swaying, and by the time her thighs were emerging, she was swaying back and forth, trying to time it right. Suddenly, she was falling. She reached out, stretched with both arms. Her hand slapped against the table, and then she was in the dirt again, with one hand closing round a table leg. She went to pull herself out, but only succeeded in yanking the table closer. She started sinking again. She pulled the table round, grasping the second leg with her free hand, and tugged them both into the muck. With her full weight pressing down, this end of the table sank quickly. Once she'd made a ramp, Valkyrie started dragging herself up. She clambered onto the table, welcoming the painful knocks, and rolled across, landing on the floor. Despite her exhaustion, she didn't stay down in case the mulch here started pulling on her too. She heaved herself to her feet and stumbled to the stairs. She almost cried when her foot found the first step. How firm it was. How solid. She started up, and a shadow fell across her.
"Want a sweetie, sweetie?" Mr. Hogan asked.
His bulk blocked out the light, transforming him into a shape of pure darkness. Then he grunted and fell forward, and Valkyrie dodged back as he crashed down the steps. Omen peered down. "What happened to you?" Chapter 60. The Axeman was shredding the door to splinters. Temper was not happy about this turn of events. Not happy at all. Even Abyssinia was on her feet, though still looking bored. "Why don't you do something?" Temper asked her. He had to speak loudly to be heard over the racket. "You're all super and powerful, right? I am super powerful, this is true, she responded. But we're in Cadaverous' world now, and here I'm probably just as completely weak and useless as you are. Right, said Temper. Thanks. Skulduggery walked over to the wild man and started untying him. What are you doing? Temper asked. The enemy of my enemy is my friend, Skulduggery said. Not all the time, Abyssinia countered. Well, no, not all the time, but definitely some of the time. Abyssinia made a face. That's debatable. A lot of the time they take the opportunity to try to kill you, too. This is also true, Skulduggery said. He pulled away the last of the rope, but hopefully not in this case. Temper, hand him his hatchets. Temper stared. The hatchets he tried to kill me with? Unless there are others you can see. He tried to kill me with them, Skulduggery. But I doubt he'll try it again, when there's a blood-drenched man with an axe trying to get in, and he's got his son to protect. Temper grabbed the hatchets, hesitated, and tossed them over. The wild man caught them, but didn't attack any of them. Yet. Skulduggery untied the kid, who leaped up and backed into the corner. The door, or what little there was left of it, broke apart, and the axe-man came through, hefting his giant axe in his giant hands. Skulduggery glanced at Abyssinia. Do you want to try first? She seemed to consider it, then shook her head. Not especially. I vote we all attack together. Unus pro omnibus, omnes pro uno. Temper frowned. Say what? One for all and all for one, Skulduggery translated. Ah, Temper said. The Three Musketeers. I don't know what that is, said Abyssinia. The wild man gave a war cry and ran forward, hatchets at the ready, but the axe-man cut him in two with one mighty swing. As both halves of his body hit the floor, Abyssinia let out a sigh. Does no one speak Latin any more? Temper scooped up one of the fallen hatchets as the axe-man stepped further into the shack. Little Cadaverous whimpered in the corner. Skulduggery adjusted his cuffs and took a single step towards the axe-man. He said something Temper didn't understand. He waved his hands. The tone of his voice indicated that he was making a joke. The axe-man, however, appeared immune to Skulduggery's charms, and Skulduggery had to dodge back to avoid the blade that cut deep into the floorboards. Get him! Temper shouted, leaping forward. While his axe is... The axe-man pulled his axe out easily. Never mind, Temper said, leaping away again. The axe-man turned his sack-covered head in his direction. That, Temper said to him, is a really nice sack. Skulduggery? Lovely sack. Abyssinia? It's a sack, she said. I'm not going to say it's anything special when it's just a sack. The axe-man turned to her. She folded her arms. Don't act offended. You wear a bag on your head. The axe-man swung, impossibly fast, and Abyssinia barely ducked in time. Skulduggery snapped his palm against the air, and the air rippled, and the axe-man stumbled backwards. But then he charged, knocking Skulduggery off his feet. Abyssinia crashed into him, tried to suck out his life force, but the axe-man's massive arm swept her into the wall like a tidal wave. She fell to her knees, gasping. Temper turned, grabbed the little boy, and ran for the door. The axe-man immediately lost interest in Skulduggery and Abyssinia and started thundering after them. Temper ran round the corner of the shack, plunging into the trees before the axe-man caught sight of him again. The kid clung to him, terrified. Temper moved quickly, staying low and keeping to the tree line. He waited for the sounds of the axe-man crashing through branches before he crept back out of the trees and raced over to the second shack. The door was open, and he ran through, put the boy down, put his finger to his lips. The kid, cadaverous gant as a child, nodded. He had big eyes. They were in a small barn. There was a table laden with rough farming tools and a few cloth sacks in the corner. There were more tools leaning up against the wall, but nowhere to hide if the axeman came looking. Temper turned back to the door to peek out. Saw the axeman coming straight for them. Cursing, he jumped back, reached for the kid, and couldn't find him. The little creep was digging his way under a gap in the far wall. The axeman had to turn sideways to fit through the door. Temper backed off, but the axeman went straight for the boy. Grabbing a pitchfork, Temper ran up behind him and sank the prongs into his back. He got an elbow in the face for his trouble, and that knocked him to the ground, too stunned to do anything but register the axeman turning in his direction. At the last moment, he noticed the axe rising, and his brain kicked into gear and he rolled under the table. The axe came straight through, sent the farm tools clattering, but Temper had already got to his feet on the other side. The axeman pulled the pitchfork from his back and flipped it in his free hand. He kicked the remains of the table to one side, and Temper backed off, his avenues of escape cut off. The axeman thrust the pitchfork at him, and Temper skipped sideways, almost fast enough to dodge it. Almost. 2 prongs sliced into him, and he gasped as the axeman forced him backwards. He hit the wall and stayed there, eyes wide, the pain just beginning to blossom. The axeman let go of the pitchfork and strode across the shack, grabbing the kid by the ankles and hauling him back. The little boy screamed and struggled. Temper went to help, but the pitchfork was pinning him to the wall. The axeman lifted the sack on his head, exposing a huge, misshapen mouth that seemed to grow as it widened, and he dropped the kid into it. Temper stared. The axeman let the sack cover his head again and adjusted the rope that secured it. Then he paused and looked at the wall, cocked his head. He strode out of the shack. Temper pulled the pitchfork from his side, cursing in pain as he did so. With his hands over the wounds, he stumbled to the hole the kid had been trying to escape through and dropped down. He could see across the clearing to where Abyssinia was approaching the 3rd shack. The axeman's boots passed in front of the hole, and Temper jerked back, stifling a moan. He got up as Skulduggery appeared at the door. "You're hurt," Skulduggery said. "He stuck a fork in me. I'm done." Temper laughed without humour. "Huh. He's going after Abyssinia." "Where's the child?" "He swallowed him." "He ate him." Temper shrugged. Even that was painful. "I didn't see any chewing. I just saw swallowing." From outside, the sound of a fight, but Skulduggery wasn't moving from the doorway. "Are we going to help?" Temper asked. He had a packet of leaves somewhere on him. He knew he did. "I've been thinking about that," Skulduggery said. Blood was soaking through Temper's clothes as he searched his pockets.
"You want the big guy to kill her?"
"I doubt he'd be able to kill her," Skulduggery said, "but he might be able to injure her enough so that I can cut out her heart again." Temper found the leaves, stuffed them in his mouth. The pain lessened. "Man," he said, "that is cold." "You object?" "Me? No. But that doesn't warm it up any." "I suppose not." There were crashes now, the sound of wood splintering. "And what do we do if he does beat her?" Temper asked. The pain was nothing more than an irritation now. "How do we stop him?" "We don't have to stop him," Skulduggery said. "We avoid him. We walk away. He hasn't actually killed anyone. Not anyone real, anyway. If he doesn't pose a threat to innocent life, why would it be our problem?" "I guess so. Course, now I feel stupid for risking my life to save a kid that doesn't exist." "He existed once." "Not like this, though. I mean, this can't be a memory if Cadaverous' younger self gets swallowed whole by the big guy. Unless he manages to tunnel out somehow, which is just weird." "This isn't pure memory," Skulduggery said. I think it's a reinterpretation of the day his father was killed.
So who's the Axeman?
Right now, I'm thinking it might be the physical manifestation of his own violent urges.
Man, I hate those, said Temper.
And then Abyssinia came crashing through the wall in an explosion of wood and splinters. Chapter 61. Valkyrie used Omen's jacket to wipe the mud from her face and arms as she drove. She handed his jacket back to him, and he thanked her unenthusiastically. Her t-shirt was soaking and clung to her, and the jodhpurs were stained black. She turned onto the road that swept by the pier and up to her family's house, but slowed as she came to the turn. The pier wasn't a pier. In Cadaverous' world, it was a wooden bridge that crossed the water, linking up with the island in the distance. She manoeuvred the car onto the bridge. It was narrow, with no railings, and drove slowly, the dark water lapping on either side. She glanced up through the windscreen. The sun hadn't moved its position, but when the clock hand ticked over to 11:15, the sun immediately darkened to a burning amber that infected the sky, and a multitude of blazing reds and oranges washed over and banished the blue.
Cool,
Omen whispered. 45 minutes left. 45 minutes to save her sister. Chapter 62. Abyssinia dusted herself off and, without looking at either of them, said, "One for all and all for one, huh?" "We were just about to go and help," Skulduggery said. She looked at Temper. "And you?" He showed her all the blood. "I'm injured. I need medical attention." "I'm disappointed in you both. I thought we were a team." "We were making plans," said Temper, "discussing theories. Skulduggery thinks the Axeman is a metaphor." "So I was thrown through the wall by a metaphor?" Abyssinia asked. "Well, that's nice." "Speaking of whom," Skulduggery murmured, and walked to the hole Abyssinia had made. Temper joined him, and they peered out. The sky had become a painting of bleeding red and burning orange. The sun was darker too, but still in the same position. They watched the Axeman walk back to the cabin. He started swinging the axe into the front door again. "The door's been fixed," Temper said. "How did the door get fixed?" "I doubt that's the only thing that's been reset," Skulduggery said. "You think the gentleman with the hatchets and the child are in there, don't you?" Abyssinia asked. "I think they're on a loop, yes," Skulduggery said. "Good," said Abyssinia. "Now that he's distracted, I can take a look inside that revolting little shed." She walked out. Skulduggery and Temper followed. They crossed the clearing to the smallest shack. Abyssinia led the way in. Temper went last, and immediately gagged at the smell of rotting meat and congealing blood. The shack was split into 2 rooms. In the first one, animal carcasses hung from chains, and black clouds of flies rose from mounds of fur and pelts. A large table, stained with blood and scarred with notches, took up most of the space. Despite the history of death carved into it, the table was neat, orderly. Not so the smaller table for the smaller hunter that sat in the corner. The table was littered with the butchered remains of animals. There was no evidence of the practical, pragmatic skinning and preparing of prey. Here was evidence of a psychopath's delight. Abyssinia ignored all this. She went straight to the other room like she was pulled there. "Cason!" she cried. Temper and Skulduggery glanced at each other and followed her in. Chapter 63. The bridge narrowed even further, and Valkyrie had visions of the tires slipping off the side and the car plunging into the sea. She took a deep breath and continued on. The island was a flat, grassy pebble. There were no trees, no other vegetation. She stopped the car. The 2-story house at the island's exact centre was tall and dark and pointed. The porch was wide, supported by square columns. There was a rocking chair beside the door, which stood open. "I suppose I should stay here?" said Omen from the back seat. "No," Valkyrie said. "I might need your help." "Really?" She turned to him. "Omen, if we find Alice and you get the chance, you grab her and get the hell out, okay? You forget about me and you run. Do you understand?" Omen hesitated, then nodded. They got out of the car. Valkyrie raked her fingers through her hair, coming out with fistfuls of drying mud that she flung at the ground as they entered the house. Most of the doorways on the ground floor were arched and lacking any actual doors. Valkyrie could see straight through to the corridors that stretched to the rear of the deceptively large building. Corridors lined with too many closed doors for all of them to actually lead anywhere. A wide staircase rose lazily along the wall to her left, its bottom step beginning just beyond the doorway to the living room, a wood-panelled room with a large fireplace and a single armchair. To their right, through a corridor, the kitchen. "Alice?" she called. "Alice, where are you?" For a moment there was nothing, and then, "Stephanie!" "Alice!" Valkyrie shouted, striding for the stairs. "Stephanie! I'm here!" Valkyrie took the stairs 2 at a time, Omen right behind her. "Where are you? Describe where you are!" "I'm in a room," Alice shouted back from far away. "It has a bed and a chair and a bedside table with a lamp." Valkyrie got to the landing. "Is there a window?" "No, but there's a door." "Bang on the door, Alice. Let me hear you." Somewhere in the house, she heard little fists beating upon a door. "Keep doing that," she shouted, moving again. "I'll find you." They followed the sound down a corridor, picking up speed, running now, feet on floorboards that creaked sharply with each step, now onto a thin rug, then back to floorboards, then back to a rug that gave way beneath her, and Valkyrie dropped, her momentum slamming her into the side of the pit. She hung there, fingers digging in for purchase, legs dangling as the pit swallowed the rest of the rug. She glanced down, saw another hole beneath her, revealing a drop right into the basement. Omen reached down, grabbed her and pulled her up. "Traps," he said. She nodded. "This house will be full of them." They moved on, more cautiously this time, and followed Alice's voice to a door. Valkyrie tried the handle. It was locked. "Alice, I'm here." "Stephanie, let me out!" "Stand back from the door, okay? Stand against the wall." Valkyrie stepped back. "Okay," Alice called. "I'm against the wall." Valkyrie kicked, and although the door shuddered, it felt as sturdy as hell under her boot. She kicked again, and then rammed her shoulder into it. That hurt. "Hold on, Alice," she said, and turned to Omen. "Find something to—" A door opened behind Omen, and Valkyrie grabbed him, pulled him behind her, as Cadaverous Gant stepped out. The real Cadaverous Gant.
"You made it," Cadaverous said, "and it's not even midnight. But you seem to have broken the rules. Omen Darkly, aren't you supposed to be dead?"
"Let Alice go," said Valkyrie. "Whatever plans you have for me, let Alice go. She can't hurt you." Cadaverous smiled.
"Neither can you, Valkyrie. Not in here. In here, you are as ineffectual as a 5-year-old.
"I'm 7," Alice said from behind the door. The smile widened.
"Kids, eh?"
Chapter 64. "Cain," Abyssinia whispered, kneeling by her son. "What have they done to you?" Cain was unconscious on the floor, next to the rear wall of the shack, and was in no condition to answer. His silver hair was long and matted. His face was drawn, his skin an unhealthy pallor. He wore an old hospital gown, and his wrists were shackled. Temper and Skulduggery watched Abyssinia check her son for any obvious injuries. "He doesn't look a whole lot like me," Skulduggery said. "I wouldn't take it personally," Abyssinia responded. "My family's genes have always been dominant. I hope you get to meet him properly one day, assuming you survive your encounter with Cadaverous." "You're leaving, I take it." Abyssinia scooped Cason into her arms and stood. "As precious as this little team of ours is, yes, I am. I feel our special bond ended when you decided to let that monster with the axe try to kill me. I hope you find Valkyrie. I'd hate for her to miss that particular sensation of you betraying her the way you betrayed me." "I thought you came here to rescue Cason and kill Cadaverous." "Oh, I did. But if you love someone, you must prioritize, and our son is much more important to me than the chance to exact some childish revenge." Skulduggery turned to Temper. "Go with her," he said. Temper frowned. "What? Why?" "You're hurt." "I feel fine." "You're hurt, and you're losing too much blood. I can find Valkyrie on my own." "Seriously, man, I can do this, and you need the backup. I got plenty of leaves to keep me going." "Your packet is empty." "No, it's not," Temper said, taking it from his pocket. "See?" Skulduggery plucked it from his hand and clicked his fingers, and Temper watched the leaves flare and burn. "I cannot believe you did that," he said softly. "There's more leaves in the Bentley," Skulduggery said, handing him the keys before walking to the door. "Better hurry, or you won't make it." Temper watched Skulduggery leave the shack and rise off his feet, disappearing from sight. Abyssinia carried Cason to the door, and too late, Temper saw a string that ran from Cason's shackles to the wall. It went taut, and he started to shout a warning when the string broke, and a tiny bell sounded. That's all. No trap was sprung, no pit opened beneath them. Abyssinia kept on walking, and Temper frowned and followed. Chapter 65. Cadaverous halted, his head turning slightly, like he was listening to something in the distance.
"Huh,"
he muttered.
"She's early."
He smiled at Valkyrie.
"I'm afraid I'll have to divide my attention. But you will stay here, won't you? You won't find some way to escape? If you do, I promise I'll tear your little friend's arms off."
Moving impossibly fast, he grabbed Omen and shoved Valkyrie. She spun backwards, righting herself just in time to see him dragging Omen through a door that slammed shut after them. Chapter 66. Omen went stumbling forward, falling to his knees on the dirt as Cadaverous strode by him. He was outside, in a clearing with a few rickety old wooden shacks. He was in the mountains. He looked around. Definitely in the mountains. Someone moved in the doorway of the nearest and smallest shack, and Abyssinia stepped out into the sunlight. She carried an unconscious man with hair as silver as her own. Cason.
"You played my game better than I anticipated,"
Cadaverous said, smiling. "Ah," said Abyssinia. "I was wondering when you'd appear. Thank you for keeping my son safe for me."
"It was entirely my pleasure,"
Cadaverous said.
"Was it a joyful reunion? Were there tears?"
"I was practically overcome with emotion." Temper Frey emerged from the shack behind her. His eyes narrowed when he saw Cadaverous, then widened when he saw Omen. "You're alive," he said. Omen didn't know how to respond to that, so he nodded and said, "Yes, I am." Abyssinia turned and passed Cason to Temper. He grunted as he took the weight. "Take my son out of here," she said. "If you harm him or leave him behind, I will crush you. Do you understand?" Temper didn't appear to have anything much to say to that, so he just nodded and said, "Yup." Cadaverous and Abyssinia met in the middle of the clearing. "Is this my punishment?" she asked. "For neglecting you?"
"You didn't neglect us,"
Cadaverous replied.
"You abandoned us. You promised us glory, power, redemption. But the moment we helped you come back, you forgot it all. You betrayed us."
Temper motioned quickly to Omen, and Omen got up and scurried over to him, giving a wide berth to the two evil nutballs. "You keep saying us," Abyssinia said, "yet all I see is you." Cadaverous smiled again.
"I'm the only one who isn't scared."
"In here, you mean? Out there, you would never dare say these things."
"But we're not out there, are we? Out there, you would rip me apart without a thought. But I brought you here, straight to my home, where I hold the power. I gave you more credit, Abyssinia. I'm disappointed in you."
"I do so hate to disappoint my children." Cadaverous laughed and attacked her. Omen reached Temper. "How did you get here?" he whispered. "I came with Skulduggery. He flew off to find Val. Here, help me with this." Omen did his best to take Caison's weight while Temper repositioned himself. When he straightened up, Temper was carrying Caison in a fireman's lift. "We're getting out of here," he said. Omen took his eyes off Cadaverous, who was throwing Abyssinia around like she was a broken doll, and noticed Temper's bloody shirt. "You're injured. Oh, God, you're injured. Do you have your phone? We could call Never." "My phone doesn't work in here, slick. We're going to have to do this the old-fashioned way." "You're bleeding really badly." Temper grimaced. "Then I guess we better hurry." Chapter 67. Valkyrie found a poker downstairs and used it to try to force the door open. The wood splintered, but didn't give. "Alice," she said. "Hey, sweetie, what's the room like?" Alice replied. "It's square. The walls and the floor are made of wood." "Is there any furniture?" "No. Can you get me out of here?" "I will, Alice. I will, I promise. How are you doing? Are you worried?" "No. I'm okay." Valkyrie smiled. "Good girl. That's what I like to hear. I'll have you out as soon as I—" She turned her head, frowning. Then she heard it again, closer this time. Skulduggery, calling her name. "Up here!" she shouted. "I'm up here!" She heard him running up the stairs and shouted, "Be careful of booby traps!" Skulduggery came round the corner at speed, his feet centimetres above the ground, floating over the hole she'd fallen into. She ran to him as he landed, hugging him. "So glad you're here." "Of course you are," he said. "You're covered in mud, by the way, and this is an exquisite suit." "Sorry," she said, releasing him. "How did you find us?" "Your car is parked on an island just off what appears to be an exact replica of your hometown. Where else would you be?" "Alice," Valkyrie said, banging her fist against the door. "Stand back!" "I still am," Alice responded. Skulduggery swept his arm wide, and the door flung open, and Valkyrie scooped Alice up in the biggest hug she could manage, noticing Skulduggery activating his facade just in time. "The two of you have had adventures," he said. "Omen's here too," Valkyrie said. "Cadaverous took him just a minute ago. Skulduggery, you need to fly Alice out of here." "I'm sure I can manage that," he said, his hand on Alice's back as they turned for the stairs. But a door opened before them, and Cadaverous came through, dragging a broken and battered Abyssinia after him.
"And where do you think you're going?"
he asked. Skulduggery tossed a fireball into Cadaverous's face, then pushed at the air. Cadaverous's clothes rippled wildly, but he didn't even sway. So Skulduggery strode up to him and lashed a kick into his knee. Cadaverous laughed, swung a punch that Skulduggery ducked, laughed again as Skulduggery kicked at his other knee. It didn't so much as buckle. Keeping Alice behind her, Valkyrie watched as Cadaverous grabbed Skulduggery and marched him backwards. With his free hand, he slapped the wall, and the wall opened, and Cadaverous shoved Skulduggery into the darkness beyond. He slapped the wall again. It closed up, and he turned to Valkyrie as she picked up Alice and ran. His laughter following her, Valkyrie leaped over the pit and kept going towards the stairs. Halfway to the bottom, they trembled beneath her. She grabbed the banister with her free hand and jumped, jamming her feet against the wall as the top of each step slid back into the riser, exposing the upturned rusty nails waiting beneath. "Hold on," she said to Alice, and sprang over the banister, adjusting her grip as she did so. Her feet hit the wall below. She let herself hang, then dropped to the ground. She hefted her sister in her arms. "You okay?" Alice nodded, and Valkyrie ran for the front door, but a hatch in the ceiling opened, and Cadaverous dropped through. Valkyrie hissed, turned, sprinting into the nearest corridor. They followed it round, and it narrowed as they reached the door at the far end, which opened towards them. Beyond was more corridor and another door. Valkyrie glanced behind. No sign of Cadaverous. She carried on, but had to put Alice down. The second door was smaller than the first. Through they went, and round the corner. The third door was smaller still, and Valkyrie had to duck her head to get through. The corridor was tight. Her shoulders brushed the walls on either side. Alice hurried through the next door without an issue, but Valkyrie had to bend double. They had no choice but to move in single file now. Another corner turned, and they came to a wall with a tiny door. Valkyrie lay flat, pushed it open. The corridor returned to normal proportions on the other side. "Go on," she said to Alice. "Wriggle through." Alice obeyed, crawling through quickly and easily. Valkyrie stuck her head in after her. There was a rope on the wall next to her, looped round a bracket. She couldn't look up far enough to see what it was connected to. Her shoulders brushed the top of the small door as she passed through. She tried to heave herself in the rest of the way, but her rear end hit with more force than her shoulders, and she heard a clack, and suddenly the rope was unravelling. "Grab the rope!" she shouted, and Alice lunged, got her hands to it, and the rope went taut, jerked her off her heels for a moment. Valkyrie twisted, looked up, saw the guillotine blade hovering above. "Your bum is too big," Alice said. "Apparently so," Valkyrie whispered. "This rope is heavy," said Alice. Valkyrie held out her hands. "Give it to me," she said, smiling. The normal-sized door at the other end of the room opened, and Cadaverous came through.
"There you are,"
he said, smiling. Valkyrie yanked on the rope, tried to wriggle through, but Cadaverous had already taken Alice's hand. "Leave her alone," Valkyrie said. "Alice, come back!" But then he was leading her away. And then they were gone. Chapter 68. Temper stumbled over a tree root, falling to one knee.
"Oh, hell!"
he murmured. Omen tried to catch Cason before he dropped off Temper's shoulder, but all he could do was slow his descent to the ground.
"I may need urgent medical attention,"
Temper said. His breath was laboured, and he was sweating. His clothes were drenched in blood.
"Also, something for the pain, and possibly a stretcher."
"How far is the exit?" Omen asked.
"Not sure,"
said Temper.
"Or if we're even on the right track."
"You think we might be lost?" Omen asked, panic rising in his chest. "But you just came this way." Temper wiped his forehead.
"Slick. I can navigate my way through any urban jungle without an overabundance of hassle. But over a mountain, all these trees look the same. All these rocks look the same. See that bush? I don't know if it's my first time seeing that bush or the fourth. We might be totally screwed here, kid. And I have to admit I ain't thinking so straight."
"Okay," Omen said, nodding fiercely. "I'll take care of it. I'll get us out."
"You're taking charge," said Temper. "That's what I like to see. That's good. I feel better now, though I might need a lie down.
You can't, Omen said, pulling him up when he tried to sit. You're losing too much blood. Our only chance is to keep going, all right? We need to find the exit and get to the car.
I can't carry this guy anymore.
Maybe I could.
I don't see that happening.
Then how about we drag him? We each take an ankle and just drag him behind us. Temper wiped the sweat from his brow.
Yeah, we could try that, I guess. Help me up.
Omen heard a loud tick and looked up. Through the trees he watched the sun flip like a coin, revealing the moon on its other side, and the sky changed to a deep, dark and ugly purple. It had just turned 11:30. Chapter 69. Both hands gripping the rope, Valkyrie pulled, raising the guillotine blade. She turned slightly, squirmed through, tucking her knees to her chest as she released her hold. The blade thunked into the ground behind her, and she rolled to her feet and ran on, barging through the door. "Alice!" she shouted. "Skulduggery!" Lights were flickering on all over the house, throwing back the darkness as Valkyrie panicked. She shouted for her sister, shouted again, and finally heard Alice respond. "Alice!" Valkyrie yelled, bursting into the living room. Cadaverous was sitting in the armchair. There were suddenly roaring flames in the fireplace, but no sign of Alice or Skulduggery. Valkyrie stalked over. "Where are they?" Cadaverous smiled.
"Close by."
"If you've hurt them—"
"Why would I have hurt them already?" Cadaverous interrupted. "You think I'd go to all this trouble and not even have you present for something like that? No, no, no. You have to watch. You have to see them in pain. You have to see them die. Then, and only then, will I allow your pain to end."
"And that's it, is it? Then it's all done?"
"Then it's all done."
He stood.
"Are you ready?"
"No."
"Well, fortunately, it's not up to you."
"That's not what I meant," Valkyrie said. "When I spoke to the boy, the younger version of you—"
"He's not real,"
Cadaverous said irritably.
"He never existed."
"He's real somewhere. Somewhere in your head, that boy is real, and he is you. A version of you that didn't sink into all this evil. When I spoke to him, he told me something. He told me not to play your game." Now Cadaverous laughed.
"My dear girl, in here, my game is all there is."
"I know," said Valkyrie, "which is why we shouldn't be playing." She backed off, turned to a door, lunging through, Cadaverous's laugh following her into the hall. She ran to the kitchen, careful not to touch anything, wary of booby traps. She ignored the back door. In the old house, the real house in St. Louis, the back door had been rigged to deliver an electric shock. Instead, she clambered up beside the sink, kicked at the window, cracked it, kicked again, smashed it, the glass trying to get through the jodhpurs. She cleared the edge with her boot and crouched, then slid through, dropping into weeds and scrub that snatched at her ankles. Round the corner of the house she ran, sprinting for her car. The front door opened, and yellow light spilled out, and from that light, Cadaverous came, jumping down the steps, snatching at her. But she ducked him, and his foot hit her own, and they both went down, sprawling away from each other. Valkyrie rolled, came up with her keys in her hand, leaped onto the bonnet and slid across. Pulled the door open, key in the ignition, engine roaring, knocked the car into reverse and the wheels spun, throwing dust. Cadaverous punching a hand through the passenger side window, reaching for her. She yanked the wheel, spinning the car, leaving Cadaverous to stagger, leaving him for the gloom to swallow, and she gunned the engine and was off. She flicked on the headlights, lit up the bridge a moment before she reached it, and then the wooden slats were thundering beneath, and on either side were the dark waters of Cadaverous Gant's mind. The other side of the bridge approached quickly and then shot by. No more thunder, just the engine now, and the familiar crunch of tyres on tarmac as Valkyrie followed the road up into the town that wasn't haggard. Before she swerved onto Main Street, she raised her eyes to the rear-view mirror. Glimpsed headlights. "Come on!" she shouted. "Come and get me!" Main Street was empty now. She drove down the middle of the road, got to the bend opposite the service station, nearly jumped the curb and hit the wall, but she forced the car back under control and kept going, biting down on her lower lip the whole time. From here on, it was a straight blast to the graveyard, and her foot got heavier on the pedal. The darkness blurred by. The engine's roar filled her ears. Valkyrie gripped the wheel and kept her elbows locked. At this speed, one mistake, one tiny mistake, would flip the car, would bring this manufactured world crashing in on top of her. Her seatbelt. She wasn't wearing her seatbelt. The graveyard approached. She didn't let her eyes flicker. Once beyond the graveyard, Valkyrie eased off the accelerator. The roar decreased. She turned the wheel slightly and the car slid, and she tried turning into the skid. But then the car was spinning and she cracked her head against the window and came to a sudden rocking stop in the middle of the road. A moment to sit there. Just a moment to make sure she hadn't crashed, she hadn't killed herself. Then a glance around to establish where she was. The town that wasn't haggard in front of her, the way out behind, and speeding towards her, cadaverous Gant's Cadillac. Reverse, foot down, one hand on the wheel, the other across the headrest of the passenger seat, looking behind as much as in front. The Cadillac's headlights filled the car like water. Bumper to bumper she fled and he chased. Reflected light gave her a glimpse of that grinning manic face. Her free hand, pulling the seatbelt across her body. Switched hands, clicked it in, braced herself, a foot on the brake and a sharp turn of the wheel. The Cadillac hit her, and she spun, and the Cadillac swept by, and now she was following it, cursing at it, ramming into the back of it. They followed the curve of the road up to the woods, up to the narrow, narrow road into the woods. She pulled alongside the Cadillac, going faster with every heartbeat. He bashed into her, shaking the car. She bashed into him, harder. Did it again, nudging him over, making him give up the middle of the road. She aimed the car at the gap between the trees and went faster, faster, way too fast. Jesus, she was going to kill herself, going to hit one of those trees on either side and go up in a fireball, everything blurring. One tip from that Cadillac and it was all over. And then she was plunging between the trees, her rear view flashing with the Cadillac's swooping headlights as Cadaverous swerved away to avoid an impact. Valkyrie's foot eased off the accelerator and tapped the brake, still going fast, but managing it, controlling it, slowing down more as she came to the bend in the road. She had time. She took one hand off the steering wheel and flexed the pain from her fingers. Did the same with the other one. She tasted blood in her mouth. Her bottom lip was bleeding. She slowed further. The end of the woodland was just ahead, and Valkyrie rolled towards it, and stopped. She turned off the engine and got out. She stood beside the car, eyes on the bend in the road behind, listening. This wouldn't work if he'd given up. This wouldn't work if he'd already gone back to kill Alice and Skulduggery. Please let him not have gone back. Through a gap in the branches, high overhead, she could see the clock moon. It was 20 minutes to midnight. "I'm here!" she shouted at the dark trees. "I'm right here! Come and get me, you coward! Come on!" In the woods, there was no warm breeze. In the woods, there was only stillness. And then headlights snapped on at the bend in the road, like a great beast opening its eyes, and the Cadillac came roaring for her. Chapter 70. Valkyrie jumped in the car, twisted the key and floored it. The car leaped forward, but the Cadillac still bashed into the back of her. She was thrown about in her seat as the car fishtailed, scraped a tree, ricocheting from one side to the other, the Cadillac behind her straight as an arrow. Out of the trees her car screamed, and now there was the hill. There was just the hill, and then she'd be out, and that's where she led him, and that's where he followed, so determined to catch her, to kill her, that maybe he didn't notice, maybe he didn't care how close they were to the exit. The Cadillac came up on her right and crashed into her in a shriek of tortured metal. Still they sped on, locked together, up the hill, towards the exit. Cadaverous reached through her window, fingers closing round Valkyrie's sodden t-shirt. She cursed, tried to break the hold, but he was already pulling her out of the car. Her foot left the accelerator, and her hand left the steering wheel, and the car turned on its own, flipped, left the ground, and rolled through the air as the Cadillac sped on, leaving Valkyrie's car to crash to the ground behind them. Now, instead of trying to break free of his hold, Valkyrie held on, desperately keeping her feet off the speeding road. They were at the top of the hill now, passing the payphone, and Cadaverous braked hard, and the Cadillac swerved and skidded to a halt, a stone's throw from the exit. The engine was turned off. Sudden silence. Valkyrie let her feet touch the ground. Cadaverous pulled her in close and smiled. His breath was hot, like the breeze. She grabbed his wrist, tried to twist it. She dug her thumb into his eye. He didn't even flinch. He laughed at her struggles. He was God here, after all. But out there, out through that garage door-sized hole in the cliff face, he was just a man. Valkyrie managed to pull her t-shirt loose, but Cadaverous snarled, grabbed at her again, yanked out a clump of her hair that brought tears to her eyes. But she was free, and she was running. She heard him jump out of the Cadillac, heard him run after her, but she was right there. She was so close, just another 3 steps and she'd be out. He kicked at her ankles and she hit the ground, biting her tongue, the hard-packed dirt scraping at her skin as she skidded and bounced. Her elbows, scratched and cut and bleeding, rested on the cement lip of the Midnight Hotel's garage. It was cold out here, out in the real world. The air was chilled. Fingers closed round her ankles and dragged her back. Valkyrie twisted, tried to break free, but he just laughed, swung her a little and let her go. This time, when she hit the ground, she did her best to roll, but she was so tired, so exhausted, that while she managed to come up on one knee, she immediately fell back.
"Are you quite done?"
Cadaverous asked, standing between her and the exit. She spat blood and didn't answer. She sucked in a deep breath, turned over, and got up very, very slowly. She nodded at the battered Cadillac. "Last time someone damaged your car, you went spare."
"Spare?"
Cadaverous said, raising an eyebrow.
"Must be an Irishism I haven't sampled before. I did indeed go spare, but only because my car is a thing of beauty. The vehicle you see before you isn't my car. The real Cadillac is parked nearby and is quite safe, I assure you. This is merely the Cadillac I constructed for use in here. They're almost identical, aren't they? Almost, but not quite. The interior and the grille are different, and the wheels are not—"
Valkyrie held up her hand. "I was just making small talk before you killed me. I really don't care about your stupid car."
"How many times do I have to tell you? You're not going to die before your sister and the skeleton. That would spoil the fun."
He waved his hand, and the boot popped and slowly opened.
"In you go,"
he said. "I'm not getting in there."
"I could throw you in, if you'd prefer, or you could climb in yourself and maintain some degree of dignity."
"Dignity's not going to do me any good stuck in a car boot."
"Very well,"
he said, and walked towards her. She tried to dodge past him, but he grabbed her easily, his hand closing round the back of her neck. His fingers squeezed so tight she went light-headed, almost didn't notice him dragging her towards the Cadillac. She got her feet back under her, took her own weight. His grip loosened slightly. Not enough for her to break free, but enough so that she wasn't going to black out.
"Today's generation,"
Cadaverous was saying.
"No dignity, no self-respect. You don't work for anything anymore. You just expect it all to be handed to you. Dignity is earned. It comes from perseverance.
Valkyrie managed to laugh. Your little friend Jeremiah didn't show much dignity when he died. Cadaverous stopped walking for a moment. Before Valkyrie could start to prise his hand away, however, he lunged at the Cadillac, slamming her face into the side. He held her there, pinned, unable to do anything about it, and then he leaned down.
Don't you talk about him that way,
Cadaverous said. She didn't want to say anything else. She didn't want to utter one more word. All she wanted was to stay quiet and let him dump her in the boot. All she wanted was for him to stop hurting her. Instead, she made herself smile. He squealed. Cadaverous leaned down.
What did you say?
When he fell, she said. Or when I let him fall, I mean. He squealed all the way down. His eyes positively bulging from his gaunt face, Cadaverous hauled her back, and now all she could see was the Cadillac. The pretty, pretty Cadillac, all dented and bashed and scraped and covered in dust from the chase. The passenger's side window was rolled up. It was the one part of the car she could see that had yet to sustain any damage. Then it was hurtling towards her, and she closed her eyes, and the world crashed and went dark. Chapter 71. The Cain girl had gone limp in his hands. Cadaverous dropped her, disgusted, and she crumpled, less like a human body, more like a sack of human remains. Blood ran freely from the cuts on her face. At least she wasn't saying anything anymore. At least she had shut up now, had stopped spewing all those lies about Jeremiah. Of course she had lied. It wasn't even her fault. She was a woman. It was in their nature. He had learned this a long, long time ago, had learned it as a child. His mother had been a liar. She had lied to his father so many times that it had reduced the man to nothing. Sharp words were like the blade of an axe. Enough swings, and they would chop down the tallest of trees. He took hold of the girl's ankle, dragged her easily, enjoying the strength his home provided him. His back didn't spasm when he bent down to pick her up, and his muscles didn't strain when he lifted her into the trunk. His age didn't mean anything in here. In here, his energy was limitless. He shut the trunk, went round to the driver's side, got in behind the wheel. He paused for a moment, wondering if he'd killed her. He didn't want her dead just yet. That would spoil his plans. He focused on looking through her eyes, expecting nothing but darkness. Instead, he saw a red light, the interior of the trunk. She was conscious again, and she was alive. He wasn't surprised. She had survived a lot worse than getting her head smashed through a car window. She was tough. It was one of the things he almost respected about her. He left her to the red light, the steering wheel swimming back into view. Jeremiah hadn't been tough. Not like that. In many ways, in fact, Jeremiah had been weak. Sometimes even petulant. But he'd been talented, and that had meant a lot. The way he'd worked had been a wonder to behold. Watching Jeremiah, Cadaverous had often been reminded of himself as a young man. He started the car, made a U-turn, was almost to the payphone when he glanced in the rear view and saw that the trunk was open. He braked, leaped out, sprinted after Valkyrie Cain as she stumbled for the exit. She passed through. He felt her leave, and it hit him like heartache. He stopped, right at the doorway. She turned to him. Blood masked her face, ran in rivulets down her throat, mixing with the mud that caked her t-shirt. She stood just out of reach. To grab her, he'd have to step out of his home. He'd be vulnerable there. He'd be strong and fast, but not this strong, not this fast. One more step, and she'd have a chance to stop him.
"I'll kill them," he said. "I'll kill the skeleton first. I'll tear him apart and burn his bones. I'll scatter his ashes. Then I'll kill your sister, your helpless, terrified little sister.
You're going to kill them anyway, Valkyrie responded, spraying small drops of blood every time her lips moved.
I have to kill him, Cadaverous said, for my own future survival. I can't have Skulduggery Pleasant running around after I've killed the great and terrible Valkyrie Cain. But I don't have to kill her. I can let her go so long as you come back inside. I give you my word.
You expect me to trust you?
I have never broken my word, Cadaverous told her. I do not intend to start now.
Everything you say is a lie.
Cadaverous shrugged. You can believe that if you wish, if it makes you feel better, if it lets you walk away. But if you do walk away, then I will definitely kill her. If you leave, you will be cutting your own sister's throat.
If you hurt her, I swear to you I'll kill you.
Maybe you will, but that won't bring her back to life, and I can stay in here a mighty long time.
Valkyrie raised a hand to her head, as if she was just noticing her injuries. She looked at her hand, looked at the blood that covered it, and her legs gave out and she stumbled backwards, collapsed. Cadaverous fought the urge to lunge at her during this moment of weakness. Even with her magic cut off, she was a formidable opponent, and he couldn't be sure that she wasn't faking this vulnerability in an attempt to draw him out. So he stayed where he was, watching her as she got to her hands and knees.
We both know you're not going to run away, he told her. It's not in your nature. You're going to exchange your life for your sister's. So let us forego the pretense and get it over with. Midnight is almost upon us.
She stood. She looked genuinely unsteady, and her face, what little he could see of her skin beneath all that blood and dried muck, was startlingly pale. He began to think that maybe she wasn't faking it after all. He took a step over the border into the real world. Valkyrie used her dirty t-shirt to wipe some of the blood off her face. Her cuts were still bleeding, though, forging new rivers that dripped into her eyes, off her nose, off her chin. She was blinking rapidly, half blind, 2 steps away. Just 2 steps. Cadaverous reached for her and saw a grin start to form, and he jumped back over the border, safe in the world in which he was all-powerful. And Valkyrie laughed so hard she doubled over. "You're such a coward," she cried. "You're such a typical little bully, scurrying back to your safe place." Cadaverous felt that old anger rising up. She was starting to sound like the rest of them now. "You're big and strong when you're on home turf, aren't you?" she said, taunting him in that way they did, where their words needled into his mind, prized away his control. "But the moment you step out into the real world, you realise how small you are, how pathetic."
"Shut your mouth,"
Cadaverous snarled. "How insignificant."
"I'll kill her," he said, walking back to his car. "Your sister is gonna die, and it's your fault. You could have saved her, but you were too busy showing off."
"Jeremiah died screaming." Cadaverous spun.
"You shut your lying mouth."
"He took after you," Valkyrie said, a snarl of her own on her face. "He talked tough and then it all fell apart. He begged me to help him. When he was about to fall, he begged me to help. He was crying. Know what else he said? He said, 'Please, Mr. Gant, please save me.' How pathetic is that, huh?
and then I let him go, and he fell, screaming, begging, with your name on his lips.
His fists were clenched. His muscles knotted.
I know what you're trying to do. You're trying to get me to lose control.
No, I'm trying to get you to be a man. A screech rose from somewhere within.
Who are you to question me?
Valkyrie shrugged. An innocent, insouciant little shrug. No one, she said. I'm just a girl. Just a weak, helpless little girl. I don't even have my magic to defend myself with. But who are you? You're a big, full-grown man, and you're too scared to come and get me. You killed, what, 12 women back when you were a serial killer? And how many people have you killed since you discovered magic? Do you even remember? I suppose it doesn't matter, because obviously none of them, not a one, ever challenged you. Not one of them was in a position to fight back. And then you meet someone like me, someone who is going to fight back, and you're too scared to come and get me. He looked at her, and his fists unclenched, and he chuckled. She frowned.
You've overplayed your hand, my dear, he said. It was close, it was. You almost got me. Male pride is a surprisingly fragile thing, especially when a weak, helpless little girl like you is poking at it. But of course, you're not a weak and helpless little girl, are you? You're dangerous, and you have a history of snatching victory from the jaws of defeat. So forgive me, Valkyrie, if I'm not prepared to play your little game tonight.
The Cadillac's door opened as he walked over to it. Coward! She shouted at him. He glanced at the moon, then back at her.
You have 10 minutes, and then the skeleton and your sister die. Who's the coward now, Valkyrie?
Chapter 72. He left her there, drenched in blood and impotent, and drove through the woodland, through the town, and across the bridge. He stopped outside the house and walked up the steps to the front door. A calmness had settled over him. She'd either follow him and he'd kill her, or she wouldn't and he'd kill her sister. Either way he'd win. Either way he'd beaten her. The house whispered to him when he entered, welcoming him back. He patted the table as he passed. The floorboards creaked and he smiled. The ceiling groaned. He paused, swapping his sight for Valkyrie's. It was dark where she was. He watched her hands pulling apart weeds and branches. She was looking for something, her movements desperate. Good. The living room swam back into view, and suddenly Abyssinia was in front of him, her hands clamped onto either side of his head. But he just laughed.
You think you can drain my life force? He asked. You think that's even possible in my own home?
He gripped her by the throat.
I am God here.
He hurled her through the wall, the wood splintering, and she crashed into the hidden room beyond. Skulduggery Pleasant, wearing a false face and holding Alice with his left arm, ignored her as she rolled to a stop at his feet and raised his gun. 6 bullets hit Cadaverous, 3 to the chest and 3 to the head. None of them pierced the skin. None of them made Cadaverous so much as flinch. There was an odd ripple around Alice's head.
What a nice thought, Cadaverous said, using the air to protect her delicate ears from all that gunfire. Not that she's going to need her hearing. She won't exactly be getting any older after tonight.
Pleasant put the gun away. At the risk of stating the obvious, he said, she is only a child. You don't have to kill her.
Valkyrie must learn that there is a cost to shirking one's responsibilities.
She got away then.
I'm sure she'll be back. Cadaverous said. She wouldn't just abandon the two of you, would she? I doubt she'd be able to live with herself afterwards.
So what do you propose we do now? Skulduggery asked. Wait for her to arrive?
No. I want to inflict pain. Put the child down and come forward.
Pleasant hesitated, then looked at the little girl. You're going to have to be brave now, okay? Can you do that? I'm going to put you down, and I want you to stay as far back as you can. The little girl nodded her delightful little head. Cadaverous smiled.
Are all children so well behaved? This whole time she hasn't cried or complained once. A lot of grown-ups I know could learn a lesson from her.
Pleasant put the girl down, and she wandered off to the back wall.
So obedient,
Cadaverous said, and the table crashed into him from behind. He stumbled slightly and laughed, and Pleasant waved his arms again, and the armchair lifted off the floor and flew at him. It knocked him back a few steps, but only made him laugh louder.
You can't do it,
he explained, adjusting his tie.
You can't beat me in here. Don't you understand? You boast so much about how intelligent you are, but sometimes I truly do doubt it.
A fireball hit him, exploded across his face, and when he wiped it away, Pleasant was on him, hands grasping either side of his head, thumbs digging into his eyes. Cadaverous ignored it all and pressed his hand against Pleasant's shirt, felt the material, stiff yet soft, precisely what was required of a shirt that gave the illusion of a flesh-and-blood body beneath. But of course there was no flesh-and-blood body beneath, and Cadaverous sank his fingers in, gripping the rib cage. Pleasant gasped, tried to pull back, but Cadaverous raised him off his feet and threw him across the room. He hit the wall pleasingly, dropped, and came back up. "Ow," the skeleton said, brushing dust from his lapel. Cadaverous had to hand it to him. He had style. Pleasant darted in. Cadaverous went to bat him away, but the skeleton did something, some fancy move that Cadaverous had never seen before, and suddenly he was behind him, and Cadaverous's head was in his hands again, and Pleasant wrenched it to the side. But Cadaverous's neck didn't break, because Cadaverous was God here, and God's neck doesn't break. He hit Pleasant with the back of his hand, little more than a lazy swipe, and Pleasant twisted and went stumbling.
Isn't it disheartening,
he asked as the skeleton straightened up again,
to be consistently denied the kill that you so richly deserve? Because I admit it, you deserve to kill me there. Both times. You came in, got past my defenses, and went straight for the head, straight for the kill. And yet, there you stand, denied. I know how you feel. I know what that's like. Time and again I have been denied what I deserve.
Pleasant nodded, then suddenly pushed at the air, sending furniture crashing into the far wall. But not a single hair stirred on Cadaverous's head. Cadaverous hit him again, hit him a few times, and then hit him a few times more. He wished the skeleton wasn't a skeleton. He wished he was a flesh-and-blood man, so he could break the flesh and spill the blood. Another pleasure denied him. Still, at least the skeleton felt pain. At least he felt each punch as it landed. At least he felt it when his bones cracked and fractured.
I like your suits,
Cadaverous said, as Pleasant tried to crawl away.
Where do you get them?
He picked Pleasant up and launched him through a door that splintered open on impact. Pleasant went rolling, groaned. "A friend of mine," he muttered, "made them for me."
Do you think he would consider making one for me?
"Sure," Pleasant said, standing. "I'll introduce you." He swung a punch that cracked against Cadaverous's jaw, but inflicted no damage, and Cadaverous responded with another backhand that sent Pleasant sliding across the floor. His face melted from his skull, retreating under his collar. Cadaverous smiled and dragged the skeleton back into the living room. The little girl was trying to wake Abyssinia, but she looked up when Cadaverous called.
"Look at this,"
he said, holding Pleasant up so that she could see him properly.
"Look at Skulduggery. Look at what he really is when he's not wearing a mask."
He expected her to scream, or to cry, or to do something. Instead, she just stared. "That was anticlimactic," Pleasant muttered, and Cadaverous let him collapse. And then the moon began to chime. Chapter 73.
"Midnight,"
Cadaverous said, smiling again.
"And Valkyrie Cain hasn't come to save you. Are you disappointed in her? I thought she was made of sterner stuff."
Pleasant waved a hand in his direction. "I have a retort," he said from the floor. "And it's a good one. Just wait there. It'll be worth it. I promise."
"I am dreadfully sorry,"
said Cadaverous.
"but your time has run out. No more waiting for you. No more procrastinating."
The little girl ran up to stand between them. "Stop hurting him," she said. Her little hands were on her little hips. It was almost adorable. Pleasant moaned. "You tell him, Alice." "Hurting people is wrong, and you shouldn't do it." The little girl wagged her finger. "You are being naughty." Cadaverous hunkered down and jeered at her.
"You don't feel any fear, do you? Not an ounce. Not one jot."
"I'm brave," the little girl said, "like my sister." Cadaverous smiled and shook his head.
"I'm sorry to be the one to tell you, but your sister is not brave. If she were brave, she'd be here right now, fighting for you."
Alice frowned and looked back at Pleasant, who was on his feet and testing his jaw, probably to make sure it hadn't fallen off. "Is he right?" she asked. "No," Pleasant said. "He's just a cranky old man who doesn't know what he's talking about. If your sister isn't here to fight for you, then I am. You'll always have someone, Alice." Cadaverous straightened.
"Oh, I apologize. Are we not telling her that she's about to die? It's just, once she sees me kill you, the idea might occur to her anyway."
Pleasant moved Alice behind him and took out his gun. "I've got my second wind," he said, "and I've been studying your moves. I know exactly how to beat you."
"You do?"
"Yes," said Pleasant, and threw his gun. It bounced off Cadaverous's head. Cadaverous laughed. So did Pleasant.
"I'm going to kill you now,"
Cadaverous said. Pleasant squared his shoulders. "I'd imagine so." And then Valkyrie Cain called Cadaverous's name from outside the house.
"Huh,"
said Cadaverous, and walked to the front door. Pleasant followed, holding the little girl's hand. Valkyrie stood waiting in the moonlight, her clothes caked in dried mud. Most of the blood flow had stopped, which allowed Cadaverous to see the deep lacerations along her forehead. The skeleton's car was parked beside her, and she was chewing on something, probably those foul-tasting leaves, in an effort to dull her pain. She held no weapons, and the bracelet on her arm was still secure, so she obviously hadn't found whatever she'd been hunting for.
"You're late,"
Cadaverous said.
"And sadly, the offer I extended to you was time-sensitive. I'm afraid I can no longer allow your sister to live."
Valkyrie shrugged. "I wouldn't worry about that if I were you. I'm about to give you an ass-kicking like you wouldn't believe."
"Is that so? I'll admit, Such a proclamation would ordinarily have me positively quaking in my boots. But unless you found a god-killer weapon hidden somewhere in the undergrowth, I sincerely doubt it.
Valkyrie wiped a trickle of blood away from her eye. In the moonlight, the blood looked black. "I don't need a god-killer to stomp your head into the ground," she said, and started walking. Cadaverous watched her, oh so casual, oh so cool, as she disappeared round the side of the house. He reached back, took Alice by the arm.
"Come along," he said. "You too, detective. You wouldn't want to leave Alice alone with me, would you?"
He walked after Valkyrie, not even feeling Alice as she tried in vain to struggle from his grip. They got to the side of the house and kept walking. Cadaverous was enjoying this. No matter how weak her hand would turn out to be, Valkyrie was acting as if she was leading him into a trap from which he would not escape. He was looking forward to watching the confidence slip from her face. He was looking forward to catching sight of the first flickers of fear. That was one of his favourite moments. They came round the corner, and Cadaverous stopped and frowned. "I wasn't looking for a weapon," Valkyrie said, standing on the roof of a building that shouldn't have been there, a building that was no taller than Valkyrie herself. "I was looking for a seed." It took him a moment to recognise the building. It was the Midnight Hotel, and it was growing slowly before them. But no. They were in the Midnight Hotel. This didn't make any sense. They were both in the Midnight Hotel and outside it at the same time. Holding the chimney for balance, Valkyrie raised her foot and brought it down hard on the roof, and thunder shook the sky and made the moon tremble. He should have leaped forward, should have pulled her down and snapped her neck. But in his confusion he could only say,
"Stop!"
He could only say,
"What are you doing?"
She brought her boot down again, and to the north the sky over the mountains splintered, and a giant foot broke through. Chapter 74. Valkyrie gazed down through the hole in the roof and saw the mountains below. Then she looked up, saw them in the distance, across the water, and saw her boot dangling above them like God's own foot. She wiggled it, just to see it wiggle, then pulled her leg up and stamped down again. The crash from both the roof below her and the world around her was a thunderclap of monstrous collisions. She reached down, grabbed a jagged collection of timbers. The roof, not even close to being fully formed, peeled away, leaving her with a gap just about big enough to drop through. She caught Alice's eye, winked, then stepped into the hole and let herself fall. She landed, bending her knees, in the middle of the mountains. They were uneven, and she almost twisted an ankle, but she reached out, steadied herself by grasping the tallest snow-capped peak. She took a moment to orientate herself. The mountains came up to her shoulders. The dark sea was now no more than a small pond, and beyond it, the island with Cadaverous's house. Valkyrie straightened, the top of her head brushing the sky, and stepped out into the sea. The water didn't go higher than her calf. She hurried to the island, kicking up a tsunami with every step. If the thought occurred to Cadaverous to climb onto the hotel and follow her down, it was all over. The only thing stopping that from happening was the sheer shock he was hopefully feeling, and his own lack of imagination. She passed under the moon, paused and moved the big hand almost all the way round. Her head hit the moon, and she scowled and continued on. Any hope she had of ending this by just squishing Cadaverous beneath her boot vanished when she saw him walking towards her. He was growing with each step. If she was the size of a mountain, he was the size of a house, and then a church, and then a tower, and then a skyscraper, and when he stepped off the island and into the sea, he was as big as she was.
"Not nearly clever enough," he said, and threw a punch.
Valkyrie saw it coming and stepped into it, absorbing it along her upper arm. It didn't send her flying. It was a good punch, a strong punch, but it wasn't strong enough to stagger her. She realised how tired Cadaverous now looked, as if the effort to grow to this size was taking all of his energy. She snapped out a jab that rocked him, then grabbed his shoulder and lunged in with an elbow that sent him backwards. He fell, toppling into the sea. "This is embarrassing," said Valkyrie, backing away a little.
"How dare you!"
he screeched, splashing about as he got up.
"How dare you!"
Wiping blood from his nose, he stalked after her as she led him away from the island.
"I am God here. This is my world. This is my creation."
He dived at her, and she rammed her forearm into the side of his neck. He gasped, and she dragged him over her hip and flipped him. He hit the water, managed to break free, rolled away and stood, cursing her. He seemed smaller now. He was smaller, not by much, but he had definitely lost some height. She skipped in, kicked at his leg. He howled, staggered back. The more she hit him, the smaller he got. She grinned, liking this game. He ran at her. She tried to flip him again, but she mistimed it, and they both went down, splashing into the sea. Cadaverous snarled, going for her eyes. She gripped his wrists, turning him, wrapping him with her legs. He got a hand free and pulled her hair, and she hissed, tried to break the hold. He scratched at her, shoved her off and scrambled on top. His hands at her throat, on her face, forcing her head under water. Lungs burning, eyes shut, she wrapped him up with her legs again, crossing her ankles and extending her body, squeezing him. That wasn't working. His fingers were like iron. She slammed a fist into the crook of his elbow, and his arm bent, and she surfaced, gasping for air. Yanking one of his arms across her body, she swung her right leg up onto his shoulder, and then shifted her weight, hooking her left knee over her own right instep. Eyes bulging, he forced her back, and she took a breath before submerging. She didn't mind it this time. After a moment, he stopped trying to drown her, and devoted his attention instead to getting himself out of the triangle choke. He brought his feet in under him, struggling to stand. Valkyrie did her best to keep him on his knees, but he was too strong. He straightened, taking her up out of the water with him. He turned, staggered a few steps, Valkyrie still stuck to him like a limpet. She glanced over her shoulder, saw where he was bringing her. The bridge. He fell forward. Valkyrie hit the bridge and smashed through it, and felt something give in her side. All sensation left her fingers and toes, and darkness clutched at her vision. She waited until it started to recede, then shook her head and flexed her fingers. She could feel them again. Cadaverous was on his feet, drawing in lungfuls of air. Valkyrie went to get up, but he snarled and lashed in a kick, his shoe striking that broken rib. Exquisite pain lanced through her. He tried another kick, but she brought her knee up, her boot absorbing some of the blow. Gritting her teeth against the pain in her side, she grabbed his leg and scrambled up. Cadaverous hopped angrily, trying to maintain his balance. Valkyrie backed off, taking him with her, then spun him, and he hopped and cursed, and it would have been funny but for the broken rib, and the bruises and the cuts, and the fact that he was trying to kill her. It was getting harder to control him. The smaller he got, the stronger he got. But Valkyrie was shrinking too. While the interior dimensions of this new midnight hotel were all messed up due to Cadaverous's magic, the fact was that the hotel was still growing, and every passing moment robbed her of any advantage she might still possess. She tore his leg from her grip and they collided, stumbling out of the sea and onto dry land. They crushed houses, flattened trees, left footprints in roads. She headbutted him, was rewarded with a definite reduction in his size, but he punched her square in the chest, and that blasted her backwards into the city. Her hip scraped against an apartment building, her elbow smashed through a skyscraper, but she found something to grab onto to stop herself from falling. She was still taller than the skyscraper she'd just damaged, but only just. Breathing heavily, blood dripping from a gash across the bridge of his nose, Cadaverous followed her in, demolishing an overpass like he was kicking at weeds. The more she damaged him, the more he shrank, the more dangerous he became. This was not a winning strategy. Her only hope was that Skulduggery was at least taking advantage of the distraction to fly Alice back into the real world. If that was actually possible. The moment she'd planted that seed, Cadaverous' world and everyone inside it were immediately transported to the new hotel that had begun to grow within the old one. Valkyrie tried to figure out what that meant for the exit, but before she got too far down that train of thought, Cadaverous was attacking her again. She ducked under him, but felt her ribs slide against each other and gasped, faltered, and he shoved her and she fell. Clutching at herself, Valkyrie tried to cry out, but couldn't. Out of the corner of her eye, she saw Cadaverous breaking a spire off the top of a tower. Holding it like a dagger, he jumped onto her. She brought her knees up, and they crashed against his chest, but there was nothing she could do about the spire that was coming for her face, except raise her left hand, and the spire went clean through. Valkyrie found her voice and screamed. Spittle flying from his clenched grin, Cadaverous tugged the spire one way and then the other, and Valkyrie's screams reached new heights. She grabbed his wrist with her free hand, fought to get her feet between them, and then she pushed him back with her legs. He hit a building and went straight through, collapsing floors on top of himself, and Valkyrie got up, stumbled and ran, holding her left hand close to her body. She kept low and darted right, followed a long street, turning slightly to stop her shoulders from hitting the buildings on either side. She went left, right again, glanced back to make sure Cadaverous couldn't see her, and sank down with her back against something that looked like a bank. She watched tiny cars brake and tiny people, all with Cadaverous' face, shout at her. She pulled her feet out of the park opposite, pulled them close. Only then did she dare look at her hand. The sight of it made her want to be sick. The spire, to her, was maybe the length of a pencil, but she was shrinking, which meant it was growing, which meant she couldn't afford to let it stay where it was. She tried to take hold of it, but even touching it like that was too much, and tears sprang to her eyes. She was dimly aware of all those little cadaverous people laughing at her. She scooted forward, tore a tree from the park, then scooted back again, pressed her spine against the bank building. She put the tree between her teeth and clamped down. There was a crowd of the cadaverous people beside her, pointing up and jeering. She slammed her hand on top of them. The crowd squelched beneath her, and the spire shot up, and she did her very best to muffle her scream. She tasted bark and blood in her mouth, and whipped the spire from her hand and let it fall. Blood poured from the puncture wounds. She spat out the tree and sat there, gasping, crying, trying not to make a sound. She wiped away the tears with her forearm, the park once again coming into blurry focus. Only then did she remember the tattoos on her eyes. Chapter 75. Cadaverous reached over the bank with both hands, grabbed her by the hair and hauled her up and dragged her back, spine arched across the roof of the bank. He landed a fist in her belly and she curled up, fell sideways off the bank roof, knees flattening cars and snapping lamp posts. Cadaverous took hold of her head in both his hands and picked her up, walked her backwards, grunting out curses and obscenities the entire time. He cracked the back of her skull off a building and stood over her as she collapsed. When she was lying on the ground, he stepped on her head, grinding it into the street.
"How many times," he asked, "do I have to beat you before it registers?"
Valkyrie wanted to throw him off, to jump to her feet, to knock that triumphant gleam out of his eyes. But she was way too tired and far too hurt. His shoe scraped against her cheek. His heel crushed her ear. From down here, she was seeing the city from a new angle and realised that this was the street she'd visited earlier. It looked quite different now, like a playset. Rubble and glass covered the road, and all the little cadaverous people had scampered away. It was quiet and still, so that when Valkyrie glimpsed movement, it stood out like it was caught in a spotlight. She watched Skulduggery, tiny, tiny skullduggery creeping up, using the debris for cover. Cadaverous, all the way up there, hadn't noticed him yet.
"You're not worthy of this," Cadaverous said. "You know that, don't you? You're not worth the time and the effort that has gone into killing you. You should have been just another name added to the list of the people I've killed. That's all you deserved. And yet somehow, you've survived up until now. Why is that, do you think?"
Skulduggery crouched, waiting for something, waiting for Cadaverous to look away. Valkyrie didn't know what he was planning to do, or what he even could do. He was about the size of her thumbnail.
"Do you think you're special?"
Cadaverous asked.
"Do you think you're unique? Do you think I view you as a mortal enemy?"
Skulduggery launched himself forward, flying low to the ground, and disappeared under her bracelet. The sound of Cadaverous's voice changed slightly, and Valkyrie knew he was looking down at her.
"I do not view you as any such thing," he said. "You are an annoyance. That's all you ever were, and you're lucky. I will give you that, but luck, like blood, runs out eventually."
Cadaverous gave Valkyrie's head a push, then stepped away. Clutching her left wrist to keep her injured hand steady, she hid Skulduggery from view as she sat up slowly. Cadaverous hunkered down next to her.
"This was a good attempt," he said. "Growing a new hotel, smashing your way into it. That shows ingenuity. It shows initiative. I respect that, much as it pains me to admit it. Jeremiah wouldn't have thought of something like this. It would, sadly, have been beyond him. It's even got me confused, and I'm a very smart man. Let me see if I got everything in the correct order. The hotel you dropped into, that's what we're in right now, yes? We were all teleported into it the moment it took root. But then you left the hotel we were in and dropped into here, which is still the hotel we were in, but not. Am I right? Am I making any sense? I don't think I am. Let me try again."
He laughed, closed his eyes, focusing, and Valkyrie did her best not to gasp as the bracelet sprang open and magic flooded her body. She immediately twisted her arm so that Cadaverous wouldn't see what had happened. Skulduggery vanished behind a building.
"Let's think about exits," Cadaverous said. "If we were to walk out of here the way we came in, we'd emerge into the first hotel, wouldn't we? And when we walked out of that the way we came in, we would actually be outside, wouldn't we? I think we would."
He laughed again and clapped.
"This is wonderful. Are we caught in a paradox? I've never been caught in a paradox before. It's quite fun. And why haven't the old versions of the hotel withered away yet? Are we damaging it beyond repair by forcing previous versions to maintain their structures? Will I need to find a new home when all this is over? Oh, I do hope not. Not after all the work I've put into the place."
"I should never have come in here," Valkyrie muttered.
"What was that?" Cadaverous asked. "What did you say?"
She cleared her throat and spoke more clearly. "I should never have come in here." Cadaverous nodded.
"Obviously."
"Will you let her go? My sister. She hasn't done anything. She's a child."
"She is a child, yes," said Cadaverous, "and a relentlessly upbeat child at that. It would actually please me no end to allow her to leave after I've killed you and the skeleton.
Thank you, said Valkyrie.
But I'm afraid I can't do that, he continued. In 10 years, she'll be formidable, especially if she follows your example. And she'll remember me, and she'll come after me. I'm dreadfully sorry. I just can't have someone out there who harbors any kind of grudge, let alone a vendetta. I'll have to kill her.
Cadaverous, she's a kid. Please! He waved a hand.
I don't see why you're getting upset. You're gonna die now. Why should you care what happens to anyone after you've died? It seems to me to be a waste of energy.
He stood, towering over her.
You really shouldn't have come in here. Look at you. You're growing smaller every moment.
He was right. The hotel must have hit a growth spurt in its final stages, because cars that Valkyrie could have crushed between 2 fingers a moment ago were now bigger than her hand.
I suppose your failure isn't entirely your own fault, he said. It's not every day you fight a god.
Gritting her teeth against the pain from her broken ribs, Valkyrie started getting up. Actually, I've fought gods before. She straightened and flicked her wet, filthy hair out of her eyes. They're not so tough. Cadaverous looked displeased, opened his mouth to say something, and she raised her right hand and sent an arc of lightning straight into his face. He stepped back, cursed, turned away, the damage already fading. But Valkyrie hopped onto a nearby building and sprang at him, crying out in pain as she wrapped an arm round his throat. First rule of fighting gods is to keep them off balance. If they can't form a coherent thought, they can't assert their power. Valkyrie kicked at the back of Cadaverous's leg, and his knee buckled, and they toppled backwards. She tried to steel herself before they landed, Cadaverous on top, but her ribs sent daggers shooting through her side. Tears streaming from her eyes, she wrapped her legs round his waist while she locked in the sleeper choke. He thrashed wildly, pulling at her arms, almost breaking the hold by pure strength alone. If he'd kept at it, he could have snapped her bones. But both air and blood were being cut off from his brain, and Cadaverous was doing what everyone did in that situation. He was panicking. Valkyrie clung on as he rolled to his hands and knees. He tried standing, but she pulled at him, toppling him again. He was shrinking now, and she had to adjust her position, had to tighten her arms. There were a few moments when they were of equal size, but he was shrinking faster than she was. She squeezed. She squeezed with everything she had left. Her exhausted arms were little more than useless bands of rubber, and still she squeezed. She didn't stop. She couldn't. Her sister was in here. She had to save her sister. Valkyrie squeezed and shut her eyes and gritted her teeth. And when she let go, it wasn't because she wanted to. It was because she had no other choice. Her arms failed her and sprang apart as she collapsed back, Cadaverous rolling off to one side. But he didn't get up. He just continued to shrink. She took a few deep breaths, then heaved herself onto her knees, and, moving slowly and awkwardly, with her left hand held away from her body, she stood. Skulduggery ran up, Alice in his arms. Valkyrie was twice as big as him. Skulduggery put Alice down and turned Cadaverous onto his belly. He tried snapping the cuffs on, but Cadaverous's wrists were still too thick. Another few seconds. That's all they needed. Another few seconds, and this would all be over. Cadaverous opened his eyes. He threw Skulduggery back and ignored Valkyrie's lightning as he got to his feet.
That was close, he said. That was astonishingly close. Congratulations might well be in order. But failure is failure, and the game is at an end.
Not yet, it isn't, Valkyrie said.
What else do you have? Cadaverous asked. What else is there? You have nothing. Do you still think your little bolts of lightning are going to hurt me in here?
I've got more than lightning.
Do you now? And what might that be?
Valkyrie showed him. Chapter 76. Omen and Temper dragged Cain out through the front door of the Midnight Hotel, and Temper collapsed, and Omen dropped to his knees beside him.
Car,
Temper said.
Leaves. For the pain.
Omen looked around. There is no car. Temper, there is no car. Listen to me. I need your phone. Temper, please, your phone. I can call Never. I can call for help. Temper dug into his pocket, came out with the phone and unlocked it, then handed it over and lay back and blacked out. Omen jumped up, dialed a number, and Razia snatched the phone from his hand and tossed it behind her. Oh, hell, said Omen. Nero walked by, stood over Cain and nudged him with his foot. He's still alive, he announced.
She'll be happy about that,
Razia said, then looked down at Omen.
Where is she, mate? Where's Abyssinia? I haven't heard a voice in my head since she told me to come here.
She's in there, Omen said, jerking a thumb at the hotel. There was another woman with them, a dark-haired lady with an angry scowl on her face. Go get her, or we'll kill your friend. Omen's eyes widened. No, don't do that. I can't get her. I don't know where she is. Inside there, it isn't like the inside of the hotel. It's a whole other... We know what Cadaverous can do, Razia said. All I know is that Cadaverous has Abyssinia, said Omen. They fought, kind of, and he beat her, and he took her away. Razia frowned and looked at Nero. We'd better go in. Nero made a face. In there? The old man will murder us. The scowling woman stepped forward. Valkyrie Cain, she said. Is she in there? Omen nodded, and the scowling woman turned that scowl on Nero. We're going in. Chapter 77. Valkyrie reached for Cadaverous's thoughts with her mind. She could hear them, faint though they were, like a muffled conversation held behind a closed door. She had to get closer. She had to open the door. Valkyrie lunged at him, and he laughed, let her come, let her clamp her right hand onto his head. And suddenly the door burst wide open, and his thoughts became loud and clear and overwhelming. But she expected this, and so narrowed her search, cutting through to his memories, just like Abyssinia had done. Valkyrie copied her technique precisely, following those memories down a flickering tunnel of sights and sounds and emotions, burrowing past his adult life, past the people he'd killed, and the people he'd met, and the people he'd known, back and back, deeper and deeper, to a childhood that was sharp at the edges and cold in the centre. Time stopped. Cadaverous's childhood didn't so much lie before her as unspool around her. Suddenly Valkyrie knew. She knew his earliest memory as surely as she knew her own. She knew the smells of the cabin he lived in. She knew the hunger. She remembered his mother. She remembered his father. His mother was her mother. His father was her father. Valkyrie was Cadaverous. His hatred and frustrations crowded her mind. She knew now why he killed. She understood now the compulsions that drove him, the urges that twisted his potential, that set his life on the course it took. She had killed the same people he had killed. She had killed for the same reason. Her mother and her father. She had watched her mother die at her father's hands. He had beaten her and strangled her while Valkyrie screamed, while she tried and tried to pull him away. But Valkyrie was small, and her father was big and strong, and even as Valkyrie struggled harder, her mother's struggles weakened. Her heart broke. The only love she'd ever known in the world drifted from her mother's dull eyes. Now it was just the two of them, her father and her, alone in those mountains. Without anyone to protect her, Valkyrie was beaten by hand, by belt, by branch. She knew pain and fear and helplessness. Her life progressed in cuts and bruises and broken bones. They were how she measured the passing of time. He was going to kill her. He was going to use her up and discard her, a rattling thing of jangled bones with dull eyes. So she picked up that hatchet, and she cleaved his skull in two while he slept, and she felt relief and a peculiar kind of joy. It would be a long time before she felt that joy again. Killing small animals would only offer a taste. She would have to wait until she had been taken to America, until she had killed that homeless man, until she had bashed his head in with a broken brick and watched his blood drip onto her shoe, watched the gentle way it splashed. No! That wasn't her. That was Cadaverous. That had happened to Cadaverous, and Valkyrie could see it, his memories playing all around her like projections on the walls of an attic, projections she could walk into, touch, change. She went back to Cadaverous's father strangling his mother, and she thought about his hands lifting away from her neck, then watched it happen. This was hard. This was worse than hard. This was painful. She couldn't feel her body anymore, but she could feel the pain this was causing her. Nevertheless, she persisted. She thought about her own life, the love her own parents had shown her, had demonstrated for her again and again, and she took that love and released it here. She fed Cadaverous the love she had known, the smiles and the laughter. She fed him the support and the understanding. She fed him the light, a light that beat the darkness back. She knew Cadaverous, knew what drove him, but now she also saw this clumsy veil she had pulled over his pain. It was stretched tight and wouldn't last, and was already beginning to tear as she backed out of his thoughts. But it was love, and it was something Cadaverous had never truly known. Valkyrie blinked. She was standing, her hand pressed against his head. Cadaverous's eyes were glazed. She let go, almost stumbled. His voice cracked when he spoke.
What did you do to me?
She stepped back, ignoring the headache. She felt blood run from her nose and wiped it away. "Are you all right?" she asked. He focused on her and frowned.
What did you do to me?"
"I don't know," she answered honestly. She heard footsteps behind her. The teenage boy walked forward. Cadaverous stared at him.
"Help me,"
Cadaverous said. Slowly, the boy put his hand on the old man's face.
"I don't think I can."
Tears rolled down Cadaverous's cheeks.
"Please," he said. "We're too damaged," the boy said, and smiled sadly. "You didn't have a chance." "It hurts." "I know it does." The boy turned to Valkyrie. "Go," he said. "Thank you. And go."
Valkyrie turned, tried to pick up Alice, but her ribs wouldn't let her. Skulduggery put his hand on her arm. She looked up. Abyssinia stood there, with Nero and Razia and Skulduggery. "You've been in my head," Abyssinia said. Her face was bruised and bloody, and she was standing like her bones were broken. "Don't look so surprised. You left footprints all over the place." Scary's face was pure hatred. Her teeth were bared, her eyes narrowed to slits. Violence radiated from her whole body. "You're powerful," Abyssinia continued. "You don't know how powerful you are. But you're inelegant. I could trace you from one memory to another. You crossed the bridge between us, Valkyrie, and then walked through my memories." "I didn't build that bridge," Valkyrie said. "That was you." Scary suddenly launched herself at Valkyrie, but Abyssinia caught her and in an instant had drained her, healing her bones and her bruises. Abyssinia sighed, much happier. "Oh, that's better," she said. "And it doesn't matter who built the bridge, Valkyrie. What matters is you crossed it. This cannot go unpunished." Her eyes flickered briefly to Cadaverous. "You went trampling through his memories as well, didn't you? I can see the alterations you made. A clumsy— what did you call it? A clumsy veil. Clumsy, but effective. You've actually cured him. Temporarily, of course, and with significant flaws. Cadaverous, how does it feel to have love in your life?" The boy stood in front of Cadaverous. "You could have done this for him," he said. "You could have helped him." "Perhaps," said Abyssinia. "I would assuredly have done a better job. Maybe I'd have cured him completely, taken away this urge to kill that has haunted him since he was a boy." "Leave," Cadaverous said, his hand on the boy's shoulder. "All of you." Abyssinia smiled. "You can feel it beginning to slip away, can't you? Do you want to spend your last few minutes alone with your memories? They're not yours, you know. She's merged her memories with your own. The people you're thinking of have never been your real parents." "I don't care," Cadaverous said. "Leave me." "Of course. There's just one thing I need to do." Valkyrie felt Abyssinia's thoughts dart into Cadaverous's mind, piercing the clumsy veil and slashing it open. Cadaverous cried out, hands at his head as he fell to his knees, the teenage boy doing his best to catch him. Abyssinia looked at Valkyrie. "Stay out of my head," she said, and Nero teleported them away. Skulduggery picked up Alice, practically threw her into Valkyrie's arms. "Get her out of here. I'll hold him off." "Won't do any good," Cadaverous said, and let the boy fall, his neck broken. "You should have killed me when you had the chance. Now no one gets out of here alive." Valkyrie crouched wearily. "Don't worry, Cadaverous. I'm not done with you yet." She took a seed out of her pocket, showed it to him, before dropping it on the ground and covering it with dirt. His eyes widened. "What?" she said. "You thought I only grabbed one of these things? If the last few years have taught me anything, it's to always have a backup plan. Skulduggery? Some water?" Skulduggery waved, and a light rain fell just over her hand. "No!" Cadaverous snarled, scrambling up even as the new hotel began to sprout. Skulduggery shot off his feet, straight into Cadaverous, who staggered under the impact. Skulduggery punched him, sent him reeling, but Cadaverous was regaining strength with every moment that passed. He got hold of Skulduggery and they wrestled, kicking up dust. Valkyrie hunkered protectively over the hotel. It was the size of an apple now, but soft. If they trampled it, they'd all be killed. They came close, and she cursed, charged into them, managed to push them away. They fell, all three of them, a tangle of arms and legs. Cadaverous closed his hand round Valkyrie's throat. It was like she was caught in a vice. Skulduggery fell back, swinging a kick that would have smashed bone into splinters, but all his foot did was bounce off Cadaverous's jaw. Cadaverous smiled. Then the world was nothing but deafening thunder and apocalyptic earthquakes, and Cadaverous released Valkyrie, and she fell, hands over her ears, glimpsing the horizon shatter and the hand of a god pulverizing mountains, levelling cities and filling the sky as it reached in and reared above them. And then the hand was falling, those impossible fingers curling, and Cadaverous shrieked as he was plucked from the ground, vanishing into their folds. Valkyrie glimpsed beyond the hand to the shattered horizon, where she saw a giant's eye blinking at her. She looked around at the growing hotel, still no bigger than a child's lunchbox, and at her sister, who was reaching through its broken wall. Alice took back her hand, and the god's appendage withdrew from above them, taking Cadaverous with it. Alice came over. She held out her hand, showing Valkyrie the tiny Cadaverous Gant, lying helplessly in one of the creases of her palm. Then Alice looked at Valkyrie, smiled, and clapped. Chapter 78. Dawn split the darkness, and a new day broke across Roarhaven. Shadows stretched as the sun rose, and then shrank as it rose higher, feeding some warmth into the chill air. Sebastian arrived at Lily's house before 8, but Tantalus was already there. Sebastian watched him through the window. Sebastian had already told Bennett and Forby about the fight in the tunnel when he'd handed over the scythe the previous night, but now Tantalus was telling his version. The other members of the Darkess Society listened. Not one of them was arguing. It occurred to Sebastian that he needed them much more than he'd realised. Yes, Forby and the device were essential to his plan, but he was alone in this city. He had no friends. He had no one he could talk to. This group of oddballs was the closest thing he had to a family anymore. He couldn't lose them. Steeling himself, he knocked. Lily answered, let him in. He joined the others in the living room. Forby gave a little wave. Tantalus glared at him. The others looked uneasy. It was all very awkward. Plague Doctor, Tantalus said. So good of you to join us. We've been talking amongst ourselves regarding your future with us. While we have appreciated your input and suggestions over the last few months, we feel that you may not be the right fit for our little group. Right, said Sebastian. I don't suppose I get a chance to argue my case, do I? Let's not make this any more uncomfortable than it has to be, Tantalus said. I think we should take a vote. Hands up all those who think the Plague Doctor should be excluded from the Darkess Society. He put his hand up. Nobody else did. What? Tantalus said, looking around. What's wrong? Didn't you understand the options? Hands up, said Bennett. All those who think Tantalus should be excluded. All hands, except Tantalus's, went up. It was so utterly overwhelming that Sebastian didn't even have to raise his own hand. But he did it anyway. You can't be serious, Tantalus said, his eyes wide. We're sorry, said Kimora. You can't kick me out of my own group. Wait, Ulysses said. Since when is it your group? It's our group. It was started in my living room. That doesn't make it yours. Tantalus went quiet for a moment, then pointed at Sebastian. He assaulted me. You attacked him with a knife, said Bennett. I didn't. He's lying about that. I didn't even have a knife. He assaulted me. Why? Why did he assault you? He tried to kill me because then he could blame it on the cathedral guards and he'd be free to take over as leader. You're not the leader, Tantalus, Lily said. Then why does everyone do what I say? Because you never stop moaning whenever we don't, Tarry responded. It's an easier life if we go along with your stupid rules, but you can't just attack people. Tantalus folded his arms. You can't stop me from coming to the meetings. We're not going to tell you when the meetings are. This isn't fair. Why are you all taking his side? We don't even know who he is. He could be the enemy. Demure frowned. What enemy? We have loads of enemies. You just don't see them. Everyone is against us. Everyone hates us. For all we know, he's one of them. I mean, why won't he show us his face? He can't take his mask off for health reasons, said Bennett. He's keeping his identity secret for a reason, you idiots, Tantalus screeched. We all have our secrets, Bennett said. I don't mind that he doesn't take off his mask. It's kind of cool. I think it's cool too, said Kimora. I wish I had a mask, said Forby. Sorry, Tantalus, Bennett said. You're going to have to go. A vein popped out on Tantalus's forehead. You are all making a big mistake. Say hi to Wendy for me. Die, Bennett, okay? Just die. Demure gasped. Tantalus! Oh, shut up! For once in your life, Demure, just shut up, will you? Allow the rest of us the luxury of you shutting up. That's no way to speak to Demure, said Terry. Oh, here he comes, Tantalus cried, rushing to Demure's defence again. She's never going to leave her husband for you, Terry. She barely notices you're alive. Terry gaped and went bright red. And now everyone was arguing with Tantalus, and Tantalus kicked over the coffee table. That's it, he roared. I'm out. I'm leaving all you losers behind. I hope you all die. And he stormed out of the house. Bennett helped Lily right the coffee table as Terry tried smiling at Demure. I don't want you to leave your husband, he said. Of course not, said Demure, avoiding his eyes. Sebastian cleared his throat. I just want to say, thanks for sticking up for me. I don't have any friends in Roarhaven right now, so that means a lot. You're one of us, said Bennett, shrugging. Sebastian smiled. Thank you. He turned to Forby. So was it worth it? Could you get any Faceless One's DNA from the blood? I did, said Forby, or what passes for their DNA anyway. It'll take a few days to align the device, but we should be able to begin the search by the end of the week. That's amazing news, said Sebastian. Any idea how long it'll take? None. Not a clue. By my calculations, it should be able to scan up to 6,000 dimensions an hour. That sounds like a lot, until you factor in the possibility of an infinite number of dimensions. I can adjust the search parameters as we go, but we need to be prepared for 3 possibilities. 1, the search takes a day. 2, the search takes 50 years. 3, the search takes forever and still doesn't find what we're looking for. That's sort of depressing, said Kimura. Nonsense, Sebastian responded. It'll just mean that when we do find Darkess, it'll be even more astonishing, that's all. I've got a good feeling about this. I think it's going to work. The others glanced at each other and nodded to Bennett. Will you be our leader? Bennett asked. Sebastian paused. Me? You seem to know what to do, Demure said. I thought we didn't really have leaders, though. We don't, said Lily, but we could start. So, will you? He hesitated. He'd never been asked to lead before. This was a whole new experience for him. Yes, he said eventually. Yes, I will be your leader. They cheered, and Sebastian beamed. Chapter 79. Omen's arm was bruised where Cadaverous Gant had grabbed him. 4 distinct bruises, and a 5th where Gant's bony thumb had pressed into his flesh. A mark of violence. A badge. Omen pulled his sleeve down, covering it, and went back to eating lunch. Hey, Never said, smoothing down her skirt before she sat in front of him. Aye, said Omen, his mouth full. Never applied a bit of gloss and smacked her lips before speaking again. Listen, I was thinking about the babysitting thing, you know. I don't think you should do it again if Valkyrie asks. I mean, she's using you, isn't she? She's going off, having adventures, and she asks you to come in and take care of her little sister because she knows you'll say yes. That's not right. She's taking advantage of your eagerness. I don't think she is. Of course you don't. She's kind of your idol. When she was your age, she was going off with Skulduggery and saving the world, and that's what you want. I'm not sure it is, actually. Never raised an eyebrow. Since when? I've been thinking about it. Thinking about what she goes through every time she has one of these adventures. It's not just a fun roller coaster. People's lives are in danger. Innocent people sometimes. There's blood and broken bones, and you get hot and sweaty and you ache and it's real, Never said quietly. Yeah, said Omen. It's real. So, maybe I'm okay being who I am. Maybe I will leave the dangerous stuff to the professionals. Never chewed her lip, and for the first time she looked up and met Omen's eyes. I have something to confess, she said. You have a new boyfriend? Said Omen. No. Omen leaned forward. A new girlfriend? No, not that either. I don't really know how to say this, so I'll just say it. I've been helping Augur. Omen sat back. Oh. They needed a teleporter, Never said quickly. He told you about what was going on, didn't he? With Mahala being possessed and then Case. He asked for my help and, what was I supposed to say? No? I couldn't do that, so I helped out. Right. You're mad at me, aren't you? Oh, God, you hate me. I don't hate you, Never. Yes, you do. You hate your gorgeous, glamorous friend, Never. Omen had to smile. I don't hate you. Are you mad at me? To be honest, I don't know what I am. But I don't blame you for saying yes. Of course you said yes. Who wouldn't? I just feel bad about it. I feel like I've betrayed you or something. You wanted the adventure, and I went off on one and left you behind to, babysit Valkyrie Cain's little sister. That's hardly fair, is it? Don't worry about it. You're taking this really well. Is it over? Omen asked. Is Case all right? He's back to normal, said Never. The evil has been vanquished. Good guys rule, status quo maintained. Augur's waiting to talk to you, actually, but I wanted to be the one to tell you. Is it going to be a thing now? Are you, part of my brother's gang? Never hesitated. I don't really know. What would you think about it if I was? Omen tried his best, but there was no way to disguise the sadness in his voice. I'd be fine with it. We'd still be friends. I know that. Never, seriously, you don't have to feel bad. Thanks, Omen. Never watched Augur approach and stood up. I'm going to head. Talk to you later? Sure, said Omen, and Never walked off while Augur took her place at the table. It's like a tag team here. Augur smiled. How are you feeling? About Never helping you out? I'm fine with it. I'm not made of glass, I'm not going to break. I know, said Augur. Hey, remember what we were talking about before, when you asked me who I wanted to be once the prophecy is fulfilled? Vaguely. I think I want to be normal, said Augur. I think I want to be like everyone else. I still want to be able to do the things I do, but I don't want the pressure to have to do them, Is that selfish? I don't think so. It sounds selfish. If you have gifts, don't you have an obligation to use them to help others? By that stage you'll have done that, said Omen. You'll have beaten the king of the Darklands. You'll deserve a quiet life. Augur thought for a moment, then shrugged. Anyway, that's who I want to be. You seem almost cheerful. Augur laughed. I am, actually. Life after the prophecy was always just a haze for me, but now I can actually see it. I can see myself being happy. Omen smiled. That's cool. That's so cool. And it's all thanks to you, Augur said, for bothering to ask a question that nobody else asked. Thanks, dude. Sure. No problem. Augur stood. Gotta go. I've got a test to study for. What have you got next? We're actually going over to the city of tents now with Miss Gnosis, so I'll be missing double maths. Result, said Augur. Say hi to Ornia for me, won't you? Omen smiled. I will. After lunch, Omen got into a small bus with Axelia and the other volunteers. The back seat was loaded with heavy cardboard boxes. Okay, Miss Gnosis said, turning to them. Today we're going to be handing out pamphlets containing phone numbers and websites that our friends are going to need when they move into their new homes. They have homes? Axelia asked. Miss Gnosis smiled. They're moving into Roarhaven. The Supreme Mage has organised accommodation. She's got people arranging training schemes and all kinds of wonderful things. They've got a home again. And I got a letter from the High Sanctuary thanking every one of you for your efforts in making the refugees feel comfortable and welcome. So well done, the lot of you. Do they even know what a website is? Someone asked. Well, no, they don't. Not yet, anyway. But that's what the training schemes are for, to get them up to speed with our world. I'll be splitting you into groups of 3. The usual rules apply, got me? No one wanders off alone, and everyone stays within visual range. Questions? No? OK, then. They got to the city of tents, and Omen and the only other boy who'd volunteered, an American student named Nevada Machete, unloaded the boxes. Omen was put into a group with Nevada and Axelia, and they each took an armful of pamphlets, and off they went. The mortals were busy packing up their meagre belongings, but they took the pamphlets because they dared not say no to a sorcerer. Omen tried offering a reassuring smile with each pamphlet he gave out, but he wasn't sure it was working. A slender hand plucked a pamphlet from his grip, and he turned. What's a website? Ornia asked, reading from it. It's a page on a computer, said Omen. We were told about those, Ornia said, but we don't have any. Omen smiled. Every house in Roarhaven has one. Do you know where you'll be living yet? Ornia folded the pamphlet and put it into her jeans pocket. It was weird seeing her in regular clothes. Not yet, she said. But Supreme Mage Sorrows told us we'll all be living in the same area. Thank you, by the way. Me? Said Omen. I didn't do anything. You made me an ambassador, said Ornia. If I wasn't an ambassador, I'd never have met Grand Mage Sorrows. She is unearthly. I suppose she is. So, you're moving into Roarhaven. We'll be neighbours, kinda. Yes, Ornia said, smiling broadly. We have a new life here. I can't tell you what that means to us. Our lives back home were difficult. Bandits would attack, or sorcerers would arrive and destroy half our village just for fun. I thought that was existence. I thought my life was always going to be this way. And then we came here, and we were terrified. We were somewhere new and scary, somewhere we didn't understand. And then you arrived, handing out blankets, telling us that it was going to be okay. Thank you, Omen. I'm glad I could help. Maybe we could spend some time together, you know? Once you're in your new house and everything. I could give you that tour I promised you. That'd be nice, Ornia said, smiling. A moment passed, and Omen wanted to lean in and kiss her. He wanted to kiss her so badly. This was the perfect moment. He knew it was. He took a deep breath. Please don't kiss me, Ornia said. Yep, Omen responded, nodding. Okay, fair enough. I'm sorry, she said. You just looked like you were going to try to kiss me. Did I? I wasn't. Well, no, I was. I mean, I was going to ask if I could, but obviously I can't. I'm sorry, said Ornia, and she looked genuinely sad. There's a boy that I've liked for a very long time, and I didn't think he liked me back. But then he heard about you, and that made him come up and tell me that he did like me, and he asked if we could. I don't really know what the word for it is here. Go out? Omen ventured. Is that it? He asked if we could go out? So, I said yes. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to do this. I didn't know it would happen. but I've liked him my whole life, and I suppose he's one of us." "And not a sorcerer," said Omen. "No, he's not. It's easier. My parents especially, they didn't understand you." "I get it," Omen said. "You'd like him, I think. He's just like you. He's funny and smart and so nice. You'd really get along. That's cool. I didn't mean to hurt your feelings. Can we still be friends?" Omen looked away for a moment, then back. "I would love that," he said. Ornia smiled. "Good. It was nice seeing you again, Omen." "You too." He watched her walk off. After a while, he became aware of someone standing beside him. "Rough," said Axelia. Omen laughed. "Don't worry about me." She frowned at him. "You keep saying that. You keep telling people not to worry about you. Why is that?" Do you want to know what I think?" "Not if it's going to be mean." "I think you don't view yourself as someone who is worth worrying about. I was talking about you with my friends." "Oh, God." "Shush. We've come to the conclusion that Augur got all the attention and all the affection growing up, and maybe you were starved of it as a child, and now you walk around not believing that you deserve any for yourself. That's what we think." She shrugged. "We might be wrong." I thought your friends hated me." Axelia frowned. "Why would they hate you? You're lovely. You're nice to absolutely everyone. The whole school likes you." Tears, actual tears, came to his eyes. "What?" "You're so silly," she said, and walked on, giving out pamphlets to the mortals who passed. Chapter 80. After Reverie had given both of the Edgley sisters the all-clear, Valkyrie got changed into a clean set of clothes and drove back to Haggard in a car she'd borrowed from the High Sanctuary. Alice chatted the whole way like she hadn't just been through the absolute worst kind of hell. Valkyrie didn't know how she did it. They got to the house, and Valkyrie followed her little sister into the living room where Kess was waiting with her arms folded. She responded to Valkyrie's look of delighted surprise with a glare. Alice got halfway across the room when she froze. Valkyrie frowned. "Alice? You okay?" Alice turned slowly. "What's wrong?" Valkyrie asked. "Alice, talk to me." "I think," Alice said at last, "that I need to pee." She scrunched up her face and nodded. "Yep." Then she ran off to the bathroom. Valkyrie breathed out. "For a second I thought she could see you." "How awful that would be," Kess said. "I'm alive, by the way, no thanks to you." "I knew you'd survive." "Yeah? Because I didn't. It took everything I had to heal myself, and for the rest of the night I just had to lie there on the pub floor. The city guard came, and they kept stepping on me and through me, and I wasn't even strong enough to crawl into the corner." "Thank you," said Valkyrie. "Whatever. No, seriously, thank you. I needed you to do something incredibly risky, and you did it. That means a lot." Kess grunted. "You got the munchkin back then." "Yeah," Valkyrie responded, smiling. "You should have seen her. She was so brave." "What are you going to tell the folks?" Valkyrie hesitated, and Kess laughed. "You're going to lie to them, aren't you?" "I think it's the wisest thing to do," said Valkyrie. "And do you think Alice will be able to maintain that lie?" "I don't know, to be honest. But what choice do I have? If they find out what happened, I don't know what they'd do." Kess shrugged. "Maybe they'd figure it's safer for Alice to grow up without her big sister around that much." Yeah, said Valkyrie. Maybe. They're probably right. No, Valkyrie replied. This was a one-off. No one has gone after my family like this before this, and no one will after this. Tell that to Carol. That was different. That won't happen again. You know what? Kess asked as Alice came back in. You sound like you're trying to justify what you're doing. Do you want to see my dancing? Alice asked. You sound like you know you're wrong and that you're being selfish and that the best thing for the people you love is to stay as far away from you as possible. Stephanie, do you want to see my dancing? But you can't bring yourself to do it, can you? Valkyrie forced herself to smile at Alice. Yes, she said. I would love to see your dancing. A happy smile on her face, Alice ran off. I just got back, Valkyrie said quietly. I spent 5 years without them. Without her. I can't do it again. You could quit, said Kess. Wouldn't that be the best compromise? Living your life as a normal person would make sure that no one comes after your family ever again. So retire. Leave magic behind. Leave skullduggery behind. A car pulled up outside. The Bentley. But you can't do that either, can you? Kess asked. Because you're addicted. You're addicted to magic and you're addicted to him. I can handle it, said Valkyrie. I can make sure my family is safe from now on. I like you, Valkyrie, said Kess. You're my only friend in the whole entire world, so I'm kind of forced to like you. But you're not being honest with yourself. The doorbell rang, and Kess disappeared. It's skullduggery! Alice yelled out from the hallway. Stephanie, it's skullduggery! The sound of a door being opened, and Alice's excited chatter mixing with skullduggery's velvet tones, and Valkyrie stood there, burying her anxiety and her doubts and her fears in a big hole in her mind, and filling it in, shovelful after shovelful, faster and faster, until she could turn and smile as they both came into the room. Skullduggery's here! Alice exclaimed, leading Skulduggery by his gloved hand. He has a face! I called at your house, Skulduggery said. I thought you might be here. Am I interrupting? No, said Valkyrie, not at all. We're waiting for Mum and Dad to get back. Alice was about to show me her dancing. Oh, yeah, Alice said and ran out of the room again. Skulduggery was wearing a navy three-piece. His facade flowed away. How are you feeling? He asked. Sore, she said, holding up her bandaged hand. And I look like a bus hit me. Apart from that, I'm fine. How's temper? Patched up and walking around. I paid a visit to that country house, by the way. I found the maze and plenty of blood, but no sign of the wild hunt or their victims. What about my clothes? No sign of them either, unfortunately. She sagged. But Ghastly made them for me. Alice came in, tapping the screen of a tablet. Found it, she said. Skulduggery hunkered down next to her. And how are you feeling, Alice? She looked at him. I'm fine, thank you. How are you? I'm fine too. How did you sleep last night? Did you have any nightmares? Alice shook her head. Were you scared at all? No, Alice said. The bad man is gone, isn't that right, Stephanie? That's right, sweetie, Valkyrie said. Can I dance now? Of course. Alice put the tablet down and a song played. She started dancing. Skulduggery stood beside Valkyrie and they watched the performance. She seems to be in good spirits, he said softly. She is, said Valkyrie. She's going to tell Mum and Dad that we played games and danced and watched movies yesterday. She says she's not going to mention anything that happened. Do you think she'll be able to do that? She's coping really well so far. I don't see why not. And do you think this is the wisest course of action to take? Valkyrie sighed. Not you too. He tilted his head. Who else has been talking to you about this? No one, she said quickly. I didn't mean it like that. I meant it like... Hey! Alice called. You're not watching! We are, Valkyrie assured her. Sorry, continue. Alice went back to dancing. Anyway, Valkyrie continued, I think she'll be able to keep the secret. The song ended and another began, and Alice hesitated. I don't know the dance for this one. Make it up, said Valkyrie. Like this. She took Alice's hand and started dancing, and Alice laughed and did her best to copy her big sister's moves. When did you learn to salsa? Skulduggery asked, clearly amused. I learned all sorts of things when I was away, Valkyrie replied, and held out her hand to him. Come on, I'm not doing this on my own. Alice laughed again when Skulduggery took Valkyrie's hand. She danced with them for a verse or two, then broke free and started doing gymnastics across the floor. Skulduggery spun Valkyrie out, pulled her back in, and they danced like that, Valkyrie enjoying every single step, despite her aches and pains. Mummy! Alice yelled, suddenly sprinting from the room. Valkyrie turned off the music, glanced at Skulduggery for moral support, and followed her sister out into the hall, just as the front door opened. Her mother swept Alice into her arms. Hello there, she said. Mom! Did you miss me? I did, so much. Did anyone miss me? Desmond asked, closing the door behind him. I did, Daddy. Well, that's nice to hear. Did you have a good time with Stephanie? Valkyrie tried to fix a smile onto her face, but it wouldn't attach properly. Alice nodded vigorously. I slept in my own room at Stephanie's house, she said, and we played games and I played with Xena. Can we get a dog? Desmond groaned. Should have known this would happen. I'd really like a dog like Xena. Stephanie, does Xena have a sister or a brother? I don't think so, sweetie, Valkyrie said. Her mum's eyes widened when she took a proper look at Valkyrie. Oh, God. What happened? Valkyrie smiled. Nothing. Don't worry about it. Your face is... I'm fine, Mum. Really. There were suddenly tears in Melissa's eyes that she quickly blinked away. Well, okay. You know what you're doing, she said, with a smile as fake as Valkyrie's. Is Skulduggery here? We saw his car outside. I'm just leaving, Skulduggery said, stepping out of the living room, wearing a new facade. Oh, you don't have to leave, said Valkyrie's mum. I have business to attend to, Skulduggery said. It was very nice seeing you again. Alice, an absolute pleasure as always. Alice grinned at him. Bye, Skulduggery. Valkyrie followed Skulduggery out, closing the front door behind her. If she'd spent another moment with her mother, she would have burst out crying. Alice handled that well, she said, thankful to focus on something else as she walked him to the Bentley. She even added that bit about Xena. She's a born fibber, that girl. I should probably be worried. You probably should, Skulduggery said quietly. Valkyrie frowned at him. Everything okay? The facade melted from his skull. You're right, he said. Alice handled that well. She handled it very well. Impossibly well. Valkyrie shrugged. She's an Edgeley. Impossible is our thing. Any other child of that age, any other person of any age, would probably be traumatized by what happened. Alice is not traumatized. She's happy. What's wrong with that? She's always happy. You've mentioned that before, actually. The fact that she's always happy. Can you think of an instance when she wasn't happy? Why? Indulge me. Kind of a weird thing to indulge you with. Please. Valkyrie sighed. Sure, okay, Have you ever seen her cry? I don't mean from a grazed knee or a stubbed toe. Have you ever seen her cry because she's sad, or upset, or angry?
Of course I have.
When?
Well, I mean, I can't remember exact...
Okay, I don't think I have, but so what? I've been gone for most of her life.
What are you getting at, Skulduggery? You're starting to freak me out a little.
Have you ever used your aura vision on her?
Valkyrie stared at him. Why would I do that?
Maybe you should.
Why?
I don't know, he said. I just know that Alice should not be as happy as she is. Not after everything that's happened to her.
You think there's something wrong with her?
Yes. Anger boiled, mixed with the dread that was suddenly coursing through Valkyrie's veins. What do you expect me to see? I'd prefer not to say.
Tell me.
No, he said. Not until you look.
She was shaking. Her knees were trembling. She clenched her jaw to stop her teeth from chattering.
Somehow she turned. Somehow she walked back towards the house. She peered through the living room window. She could see them in the kitchen, her parents and her sister, talking and laughing. She tried to turn the aura vision on. Tried again. It wouldn't work. No, it would work. She just didn't want to do it. She forced herself to switch it on, and she peered in again. Her parents shone with a strong yellow light, warm and healthy. But Alice didn't have a light. Valkyrie staggered back from the window. No, she said. No. No. Skulduggery caught her, and she pulled away from him. What is it? What's wrong with her? What did you see? He asked. She doesn't have a colour, Valkyrie stammered. She doesn't have one. What's wrong with her? What did he do to her? This wasn't cadaverous, Skulduggery said. This isn't a recent thing. What are you talking about? She stopped. She couldn't feel her body. She couldn't feel the tears that she knew were running down her cheeks. I did it, she said. When I killed her and brought her back, I damaged her. She doesn't have a soul because of me. Valkyrie. He reached for her, and she took a step back. Energy crackled between her fingers. She could feel it behind her eyes. Building. Valkyrie, Skulduggery said. Listen to my voice. It's going to be okay. You just have to calm down. She shook her head. The energy was all around her now, building like a scream, and then it tore loose and she shot off the ground, into the air, lightning trailing behind her. She clutched her head and twisted, shrieking her pain and her rage and her guilt, spinning through the sky, into the clouds, roaring her grief at the planet that curved beneath her. Chapter 81. He found her hours later, huddling on one of the tiny islands off the haggard coast. Her clothes were scorched and hanging off her. Her trainers had burst apart. She didn't remember them doing that. He dropped from the sky gently, quietly, and took off his jacket. He draped it over her shoulders and sat beside her. They watched the water lap at the small, stony beach. What have I done? She whispered. He put his arm round her and pulled her tight. We'll fix her, he said. We'll make her better. Chapter 82. Flannery didn't like to be in the Oval Office past 5 at the very latest, but it was nearing midnight, and he was still here, still sitting behind his desk, still being president. Sometimes he took a few moments out of his day to think about how far he'd come in his 67 years, from the son of a humble millionaire to a self-made billionaire to the leader of the free world, and he couldn't help but wonder how his life would have turned out if he'd made different choices. But he didn't think about it for too long. Introspection was for losers. Wilkes knocked on the door and Flannery called him in. "I was just checking to see if there's anything you need before I punch out," Wilkes said, smiling like an idiot. Flannery smiled back. "I don't think so," he said. "I think I've got everything under control, don't you?" "Oh, yes, sir," Wilkes said and laughed. "If anyone does, you do. Good night, sir." Flannery nodded and waited for Wilkes to almost reach the door before he asked, "Did you call Abyssinia, by the way?" Wilkes hesitated, then turned. "She's proving elusive, sir." "Elusive, huh?" "I'll try again in the morning." Flannery leaned back in his chair, clasping his hands over his stomach. "What do you think of my idea to move up the operation? Be honest now." Wilkes chewed his lip for a second, then stepped further into the room. "I thought it was good, sir. You're absolutely correct. You need the country to get behind you. My only concern is that this operation needs to be pulled off perfectly the first time. We're really not going to get a second chance." "I agree," said Flannery. Wilkes blinked. "You do?" "Of course. I listen to you, Wilkes, even when you don't think I do. You've been with me from the start. You helped get me elected." "Thank you, sir, but I reckon that was all you." "I just told the people what they've been waiting to hear," Flannery said. "All they needed was someone who understood them. And I do understand them. I know what they want. I know what they love and what they fear. They're my people, Wilkes. All of them." "Yes, sir, Mr. President," Wilkes said, and gave a nod and a smile before turning to leave. "Are you going to call her?" Flannery asked. "Sir?" "Abyssinia. Are you going to call Abyssinia?" "Oh," said Wilkes. You still want me to tell her to move up the operation?" No, Flannery said, waving his hand. "We've just decided that we can't afford to rush that, haven't we? No, I was wondering if you're going to call her to brief her on what I've been up to." I'm not sure I understand." "You don't?" Flannery said, raising his eyebrows. "Correct me if I'm wrong, but you are her spy, aren't you?" Wilkes laughed. I'm no spy, Mr. President." "No? I was misinformed?" "You must have been, sir," Wilkes said, having a good chuckle. "Good night now." "That's so weird," said Flannery. "So your sorcerer name isn't Vox Askance?" Wilkes froze. "I know all about you," Flannery continued. "I've known for weeks. I didn't believe it at first. I said Wilkes is too spineless to be a spy. Weak-willed Weeks, I called you. But then I was shown proof." Wilkes turned slowly. "You betrayed me," Flannery said. "You lied to me and betrayed me. You're one of them. You're a filthy, degenerate weirdo." Wilkes was standing differently. His back was straighter. His shoulders no longer stooped. "Who told you?" "You betrayed me!" Flannery screamed, jumping to his feet. "You know what?" Wilkes said. "I'm glad you know. I'm delighted. Do you have any idea how hard it has been these last few years to even be around you? You are detestable. You are ignorance personified. I've been around some nasty people. I've been around murderers, but you are by far the worst, and that's saying something." Flannery sneered. "You think you're—" "Shut up!" said Wilkes, and snapped out his hand. A gust of wind hit Flannery so hard it toppled him backwards over his chair, and he went sprawling onto the carpet. You were shown proof, were you? Wilkes said, walking up to the desk.
Was it with pictures? Because it sure as hell wasn't a written document. God forbid you ever have to read something.
Flannery scrambled up.
Get away from me. You're an insufferable little man, you know that? I deserve a medal for what I've had to put up with. Abyssinia should make me a general for not snapping your neck every time you blatantly lied about something you knew I knew. Abyssinia's plan? It wasn't your idea, you moron. It was hers. I was there when Parthenius Lilt explained it to you. And then you try to take credit for it? What is wrong with you?
Flannery lunged for the button on his desk, but Wilkes grabbed his wrist and twisted. Flannery cried out. He tried to hit Wilkes, but he'd never thrown a punch before, and it bounced off Wilkes's shoulder. Wilkes laughed.
Everything about you is soft, he said,
forcing Flannery backwards until he was pressed against the wall.
Your arms are soft. Your belly's soft. Your hands, dear God, your hands have never done a moment's hard work, have they? Not a single moment. Help, Flannery whispered. Help me. Oh, don't worry, Mr. President. I'm not going to kill you. Abyssinia wouldn't want that. She needs you for the plan to work. Her plan. We can still work together, can't we? Sure, there'll have to be some changes. You'll be treating me a lot better, for one thing. Hell, you'll be treating everyone a lot better. In fact, I reckon you're going to turn over a whole new leaf, Mr. President. What do you think about that?
Flannery licked his lips.
Help me.
Wilkes leaned in.
Has that fragile mind of yours finally snapped? I'm not going to help you. I'm the one threatening you. I think he was talking to me,
said the tall man in the checked suit behind him. Wilkes turned, and crepuscular vise hit him in the throat. Gasping, gagging, Wilkes stumbled to the desk and slid along it. Crepuscular followed, walking slowly. Flannery had never seen him in the light before. He didn't have any lips. His gums simply merged with the skin that was stretched too tight round his head. His cheekbones and eye sockets were pronounced, and the eyes themselves bulged like they were going to pop out at any second. Flannery stared, his fascination mixing with revulsion, and watched as Crepuscular reached out, pulled Wilkes towards him, and broke his neck. Wilkes fell.
You killed him,
Flannery whispered.
Did I?
Said Crepuscular, and glanced down.
Oh, so I did.
He moved round to Flannery's chair, laid his pork pie hat on the desk, and sat.
Look at me, he said. I'm the president.
His black hair was parted in the middle, like they used to do in the 1920s. He leaned back, put his feet up. His socks were brightly coloured and matched his bow tie. Flannery's trembling legs took him to the middle of the room, and he turned in a circle, panic rising within him.
What are we going to do? What are we going to do?
Crepuscular raised an eyebrow.
About what? About Wilkes. Don't worry about Wilkes, said Crepuscular. We'll tell Abyssinia he disappeared, and we'll keep going along with her little plan for as long as it's in our best interests. I meant the body. I meant the dead body. Oh, well, leave that to me, Martin. I'm your go-to guy now. If I can't get rid of a corpse from the Oval Office, what use am I? You didn't... What's that? Sorry? You didn't tell me you were going to kill him.
Crepuscular fixed him with a stare from those hideous eyes.
You're not my president, Martin. I didn't vote for you. I'm not even American, so I don't have to tell you anything. I didn't have to tell you that Wilkes here was a spy for Abyssinia, but I chose to, because we're in this together. I didn't have to tell you that the secret magical government of the world has been subtly influencing you and your people. But I chose to. Why?
Because we're in this together? Crepuscular tapped a finger against an invisible gong.
Exactly. And now that it's official, I'm going to be introducing you to a lot of interesting people who can do a lot of interesting things for you.
More people like you?
Heh. There's no one else quite like me, buddy boy. But I'll be introducing you to friends of mine, sorcerers and the like. In particular, there's a doctor I want you to meet, a thing called Nye. It has a proposal for us that just makes me giddy with joy.
Crepuscular was sitting behind that oval office desk like he was born to it. Now that the shock was wearing off, that little fact was starting to worm its way down the back of Flannery's spine. "What's in it for you?" he asked, feeling the old bravado returning.
Me,
said Crepuscular. He put one hand on the desk and vaulted over it, plucking up his hat with the same hand and placing it on his head as he loomed over Flannery.
I've got scores to settle, buddy boy. I've waited hundreds of years for this, and my time is finally here. I've got a list of things I want to destroy, and a list of people I want to kill, and you're going to help me do it.
Flannery swallowed. "Okay." Crepuscular put an arm round Flannery's shoulders.
This is the start of something special, Martin. Can you feel it? I can feel it. Together we're going to smash everything good in his life and kill every last thing he loves. And I'll stand over him right at the end and say, "See? I beat you. I won."
Stand over who?
Oh, sorry, buddy boy,
Crepuscular said and laughed.
His name's Skulduggery Pleasant. I'm going to kill Skulduggery Pleasant.
That was Skulduggery Pleasant, Midnight, by Derek Landy. Narrated by Kevin Healy. This programme was produced by ID Audio. A HarperCollins children's audiobook. Text, copyright Derek Landy, 2018. Production, copyright 2018 by HarperCollins Publishers. All rights reserved. Derek Landy asserts the moral right to be identified as the author of this work. Thank you for listening.
Audible hopes you've enjoyed this program.